Chapter 3507. Ironblood Hall Headquarters. This was known as the place with the most experts. At this moment, as a person entered, they began panicking. The name of a person was like the shadow of a tree. Lin Fei was no different from the great demon king in the eternal cosmos. Even now, many people hated this master. In the past, they had suffered a huge loss in those matters. Due to Lin Fei's identity and status, they did not dare to take revenge. Only after Lin Fei was sacrificed by the Holy Church to form a good relationship with the astral race did Lin Fei snatch the battleship of the astral race, greatly improving his strength. Later on, he bombarded the Holy Church, breaking all their plans. Hurry up and run. The great demon king is here. Damn, how did he enter? The city masters were fleeing in panic. They did not dare believe that the prefecture master Lin Fei of the great Yuan continent would kill his way here. Unless he wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Ironblood Hall? When Lin Fei appeared, they immediately collapsed. Lin Fei charged his way through, killing with a single punch. Those who could become city masters were not very strong. They were at most at the pseudo-cosmos god realm. A single punch was sufficient. This punch contained absolute power and heavy injuries. Even cosmos gods could not resist against it, much less these city masters. One could see many city masters falling down. Almost all of them seemed uninjured on the surface, yet they were heavily injured internally. It is fortunate that all of you are here. Otherwise, this mission would not be easy to complete. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. To him, once he accepted the mission, no matter who it was, they would not be able to escape. Even if he did not deal with them now, he would have to do so sooner or later. It did not make any difference to him. He could only blame the system since this was a random mission issued by the system. In the blink of an eye, most of the city masters hiding here were killed. None of them could withstand a single move from Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who gave you the courage to kill people in this Ironblood Hall? A stream of light rushed out. Accompanying it was a sky-piercing aura. Amidst the stream of light, someone punched out. Hua hua hua. With one punch, the area where Lin Fei was collapsed on the spot. After the space collapsed, a huge force surged forth and crashed into Lin Fei's body like a tidal wave, breaking through his defenses. It's the bloody battle. Great Lin Fei won't dare to be presumptuous anymore. This is the headquarters of the Ironblood Hall. Since Lin Fei is here, he won't have to leave. The city lords who were lucky enough to survive heaved a long sigh of relief. Shuezhan was the leader of the Iron Veins Hall. He was incredibly strong. At least at the 8th level Cosmos God realm. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. The moment Lin Fei's defenses crumbled, he teleported to the city lord's side and punched him in the head. Another city lord had been killed. The one who acted against Lin Fei was none other than Shuezhan from the Ironblood Hall. He was also the #1 expert and a powerful 9th level Cosmos God. Lin Fei came to bully them, and Shuezhan was infuriated. Their Ironblood Hall did not find trouble with Lin Fei. Instead, the other party took the initiative to kill so many city lords. Shuezhan was definitely here to create trouble for them. Ironblood Prison. Shuezhan's fist could not threaten Lin Fei. He had expected that this divine sword religious master, who could injure the first religious master, would be relatively strong. A huge blood-colored cage descended from the sky. Aren't you good at hiding? I'll use the blood prison to trap you first. With this thought in mind, the Ironblood Prison appeared. This was a treasure of the Ironblood Hall. It could seal space, preventing anyone from escaping. Regardless of what teleportation treasure was used, it could not be executed. The Ironblood Hall, Nether Religion, and the other two worked together to create this Ironblood Prison. Using this to entertain Lin Fei showed how much Shuezhan valued Lin Fei. The moment the Ironblood Prison appeared, it turned into a huge castle. Lin Fei was immediately trapped within. Many experts walked out from the blood-colored castle. Quite a formidable treasure. It even left behind a supreme will. Lin Fei was inwardly startled at the foundation of the Ironblood Hall. This treasure was indeed amazing. Other than the eternal divine seal, this treasure was considered tyrannical. The experts formed from the will worked together to attack. Many attacks infused with the will became extremely terrifying. Lin Fei chuckled as he executed his unlimited movement. This technique was different from martial arts. He easily disregarded the Iron Blood Prison, causing all the willpower attacks to miss. Sword extinction. At the moment when Lin Fei came out, a supreme sword intent pierced into the body of Lin Fei. Hong hong hong. Some powerful experts executed their supreme sword intent attacks. Die. Xuezhan took the opportunity to attack. His spiraling attack turned into a fist shadow. The fist intent rushed into the sky and broke through many layers of defenses. At this moment, Xuezhan was wearing a pair of gloves that emitted a terrifying and dangerous aura. It was his treasure iron blood gloves. It could amplify an attack by 3 times and was a top-notch treasure. Under the pincer attack, Lin Fei's figure disappeared. A city master was punched in the head. Cough cough cough. Xuezhan broke through many layers of defenses. His body trembled as a huge force landed on his body like a tidal wave. This is damage transference. Xuezhan's expression sunk. He could not believe that Xuezhan grasped such an absolute art. Lin Fei killed a city master with a punch. He immediately changed his figure. Since I dared to act against the Holy Church, I naturally disdain the Holy Church. If your Iron Blood Hall continues protecting these city masters, I don't mind carrying out a beheading operation. As Xuezhan moved, the remaining city masters were killed one after another. This level 9 Cosmos God Xuezhan did not act again. He could not defeat Lin Fei with this technique of damage transference. Lin Fei was too strong. Our Iron Blood Hall will remember this matter. Xuezhan stared at Lin Fei. This was the first time he met someone he could not do anything to. After killing the final city master, the mission of this region was completed. Even though he did not have many skill and reputation points, the meat of a mosquito was still meat. I welcome everyone to take revenge. Lin Fei waved his hand before disappearing from the base of the Iron Blood Hall. There was only the smell of blood lingering in the air. Damn! Xuezhan gritted his teeth. Where did this Lin Fei learn these secret techniques from? Xuezhan's eyes turned scarlet. These are secret techniques that only those from the first cosmos could grasp. We have truly underestimated this Lin Fei. An old man walked out. At that moment when he appeared, his sword intent wreaked havoc. It felt as if this wasn't a person but a sword, a sharp sword. This is the first time the Iron Blood Prison lost its effect against the enemy. Even the Cosmos God seal of the Holy Church is helpless against the other party. The old man said. Half of the power of this old man's sword intent has been transferred to this old man, allowing me to catch him unprepared. Unless we buy a high-grade technological armor, otherwise, it is impossible for us to capture Lin Fei. Chapter 3508. The news of Iron Blood Hall being visited by Palace Master Lin Fei of Yuan Great Continent spread quickly. As for how the news spread, no one knew. After the people of the Eternal Universe heard the news, they all looked at each other, and more people began to sigh. The Great Demon King is making a move again. Everyone had a deep impression of what happened back then. Palace Master Lin Fei, who had been silent for so long, began to make a move again. After the first time, no one was shocked when he appeared again. Good kill. If they didn't rely on Iron Blood Hall, the Eternal Universe wouldn't be at war. Palace Master Lin Fei has done a good deed this time. In the restaurant, people were clapping and cheering everywhere. Nowadays, in the Eternal Universe, the Vatican's influence was almost suppressed. For many forces, their days weren't as good as before. Palace Master Lin Fei's action this time was a great thing for everyone. After Iron Blood Hall suffered, the Nether sect and Tian family inquired about it, and they were all in a bad mood. Even the experts of Iron Blood Hall couldn't stop Lin Fei. If it were them, wouldn't the result be the same? Those city lords who relied on the Nether sect and Tian family started to feel bad. After the Vatican received the news, the remaining 7 sect masters were very surprised. What is Lin Fei trying to do? Unnatural received the news and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he has good intentions? For Lin Fei, they had known him for so long, but they still couldn't figure out his temper. He seemed to do things as he pleased. This time, no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he did it on a whim. Lin Fei killing the city lord of Iron Blood Hall is a good thing. A sect master said. At least they are starting to panic now. In terms of ferocity and influence, we really can't compare to Lin Fei. It's good to kill those traitors. All the sect masters present approved of Lin Fei's actions. No matter what, the Vatican was happy to see Lin Fei's kindness. As a special existence in the eternal universe, if Lin Fei attacked again, the Vatican would have a hard time. It's better for them to be unlucky than us. The Vatican was about to applaud. Lin Fei is such a good person. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been given a good guy card. That was the mission issued by the system. Lin Fei had no choice. As for what they thought, that was another matter altogether. After killing the city lord of the Hall of Iron Veins, Xiao Chun headed straight for the Dark Church. These fellows are really timid. He went to a few big cities, but none of the city lords were there. This displeased Lin Fei. He did not have to guess to know that they had gone to the Nether Sect's headquarters. That's good too. It saves us the trouble of finding them one by one. Lin Fei wished that they would all swarm together. It would be more convenient. After all, the Nether Sect had many city lords, and they controlled a large area. It would be quite troublesome to find them. The Nether Sect's headquarters. It was the same as the Hall of Iron Veins. At this moment, the Nether Sect's upper echelon was also very uneasy. The Hall of Iron Veins had their spies, and they knew everything that had happened. The bloody battle and the intervention of a patriarch could not take down Lin Fei. In fact, they could not even injure him. The Nether Sect was at a loss as to what to do. That bastard Lin Fei. Why didn't he just stay in the Yuan continent? Everyone lamented at the same time. They did not look for Lin Fei to cause trouble for the Yuan continent. Now he had come knocking on their door. They were displeased. I suggest we gather the experts and ambush Lin Fei, one of the upper echelons said. However, everyone rolled their eyes at him. Attack Lin Fei? Forget it. The current Lin Fei was not someone who could be ambushed by just anyone. The methods he possessed were too terrifying. Even the Iron Blood Hall's Iron Blood Cage was unable to trap him, and the Eternal Universe's Eternal Divine Seal was unable to suppress him. If they ambushed him, all their efforts would be in vain. Han Ming, the sect master of the Nether Sect, was also troubled. Why did they have to deal with a freak like Lin Fei? If they allowed Lin Fei to kill those city lords, they would lose face. Should they make a move? They were not confident that they could take down Lin Fei. Even if the Nether Sect had more than one patriarch, the result would be the same. Oh no, Lin Fei is here. The door was pushed open, and someone barged in to report. The faces of all the upper echelons darkened. Lin Fei had the God-tier tracking technique. As long as the target was a city lord, there was basically no place for him to hide. He tracked them one by one, and all of them were in the general location. Lin Fei was even more certain that they were hiding in the Nether Sect. Run! Governor Lin, spare us. We did not betray the Nether Sect. When they saw Lin Fei, many city lords knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, Lin Fei was a great demon in their eyes. Lin Fei moved infinitely to the side of a city lord, punched the city lord's temple, and burst his head. Then he ran to the next city lord. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. The city lords who thought they were going to die were exhausted after escaping death. In front of Lin Fei, they had no choice but to obediently accept their fate. Lin Fei, I'll kill you. Some city lords were unwilling to accept this and chose to self-destruct with Lin Fei. The power of the self-destruction radiated out, but it did not affect Lin Fei at all. At the moment of the self-destruction, Lin Fei dodged the self-destruction attack. Many unlucky people suffered. Lin Fei killed very quickly. After the upper echelons of the Nether Sect came out, he killed most of them. Almost all the city lords on the mission were killed. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. It was very rare to see a dignified city lord like this. Nether chill. A shout rang out, and a terrifying chill swept across the area. The Nether chill transformed into a white dragon that rushed out of the void. Everywhere it passed, the void was frozen. Lin Fei's body was also covered in frost. This frost was extremely terrifying. Many layers of defenses were destroyed by the frost. Even his body was affected by the frost. You're too late. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He used infinity movement and disappeared with a whoosh. Damn it! The Frigid Sea Hierarch rushed out. In the frozen void, he could no longer see any trace of Lin Fei. As expected, it's useless. The frigid sea hierarch had heard that Lin Fei's methods were extraordinary. This time he had seen it with his own eyes. The nether chill was a special kind of cold energy that was very difficult to resist. Hierarch, I heard that some people in the first universe are very interested in this kind of person. It is said that those people are lunatics. If we tell them the news. A deep voice rang out beside the frigid sea hierarch. At an unknown time, an old man appeared beside him. His eyes flickered with a strange cold light. Chapter 3509. After Lin Fei went to the Nether sect, he went to the Tian family's territory without stopping. There were quite a number of city lords here, and he killed more than 30 of them. With unlimited movement, Lin Fei didn't stay for long. He killed them and left. The first round of missions was completed. Lin Fei obtained quite a bit of reputation and skill points, upgrading his unlimited movement skill from beginner to advanced realm. Lin Fei still valued his life a lot. Preserving his life was the most important. Unlimited movement was Lin Fei's biggest asset to preserve his life. Advanced unlimited movement had a stronger penetrative ability. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I can't do missions anymore. I'm surrounded by public enemies. After doing so many missions and upgrading unlimited movement from beginner to advanced, he felt sad. Lin Fei returned to Yuan continent and prepared to rest for a period of time. Sir, after you went out, the Iron Veins Hall and the others were terrified. As soon as he returned to Yuan continent, the Limit Dojo Master and Li Hu came to report the situation. When this matter was mentioned, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Going out to scare them isn't a bad idea. Lin Fei laughed. They won't have the guts to take revenge anyway. Whether it was the Iron Veins Hall or the Nether sect, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At least for now, he wasn't afraid of them. As long as they dared to make a move, Lin Fei didn't mind chopping them up and causing a scene. Unless they could bear a huge loss, even if there were old monsters, there was nothing to be afraid of. After Palace Master went out, I reckon they wouldn't dare to make any big moves for a long time. Li Hu said with a smile. Now that Mansion Master is out there, you have another nickname. Everyone calls you the Great Demon King. Lin Fei touched his nose. Great Demon King? Do I look that ferocious? Lin Fei was quite unhappy with the title of Great Demon King. Just like what he said, Lin Fei killed many city lords in the Eternal Universe. This caused a slight change in the original situation. At the very least, no one was willing to become the city lord, especially at a time like this. Everyone was worried that Lin Fei would make another wave. As a result, the cities of the Iron Blood Hall and the other factions almost didn't have a city lord. In the past, everyone would fight to become a city lord, but now no one was willing to do so. In their eyes, that position was equivalent to sending themselves to death. This also reduced a lot of pressure on the Vatican. 3 months later at night, a passageway opened up in the courtyard of the Sacred Body Mountain. The unnatural had arrived once again. You really like to come at night. Lin Fei came out from inside. Ever since the last time, Lin Fei knew that the Vatican had a treasure that allowed them to travel freely in the universe. Governor Lin, we really have to thank you. You've helped us a lot. Unnatural cupped his hands and said, I'm here to thank you. Recently, the pressure on the Vatican had been reduced by a lot. Naturally, they had to come and thank him. As an acquaintance, if Unnatural didn't come, who else would? Even the current sect leader was afraid of Lin Fei. If it was possible, no one would be willing to come here. If I said that I was bored and did it casually, would you believe me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The Unnatural definitely wouldn't believe him. Who would be bored enough to kill city lords? Governor Lin, the reason why I came here tonight is to tell you something. I hope that you can take it seriously. The Unnatural said solemnly. You are the Vatican's partner. We don't wish for anything to happen to you. Lin Fei could hear the seriousness in the other party's tone. Did something happen? The Unnatural shook his head. It's not about the Vatican. It's about you. Our spies received news that the Iron Blood Hall and Seclusion Cult have arranged for people to go to the first universe and are preparing to contact those lunatics. They want to get them to deal with you. Lunatics. Lin Fei frowned. They are a bunch of lunatics. The unnatural's eyes revealed fear and wariness. We, the Vatican, don't have much information about them. However, those lunatics love to research people the most. Anyone that lands in their hands will be modified and researched. Lin Fei could sense that the unnatural wasn't lying. Such a group of people really existed. From the looks of it, they looked very terrifying. It can't be, right? There are such lunatics. Lin Fei's heart sank as he thought. The Iron Blood Hall and Nether Cult really do know some secrets that no one knows about. They are really going all out to deal with me. The unnatural was indeed shocked by this news. I hope you can make preparations for this. The unnatural said. Those lunatics are very terrifying. Even the top factions don't dare to offend them. They are most proficient in research. Most of the technological treasures in the universe were created by them. Technological treasures. Although Lin Fei had an awesome system, he didn't dare to underestimate technological treasures. Technology was a very complicated thing. It was hard to explain. Perhaps they could create treasures that targeted the system, but that was not certain. One could imagine how terrifying those lunatics were if even the Vatican was wary of them. Thank you, I understand. Lin Fei was quite grateful that the unnatural came to inform him. If that day really came and he was caught unprepared, he might not even know who would make the move. Governor Lin, there is actually no need to be so worried. The unnatural said. Those lunatics are very busy. As long as they don't come in person, there will be no problem. At most, they will just send out battleships. This was good news. Oh, right, what are those lunatics trying to do with their research? Lin Fei asked curiously. The unnatural said in a low voice. Rumor has it that they want to reach another origin world through their research. Don't you think they are crazy? Seemingly afraid that Lin Fei didn't know, he added. Our 9 great universes form an origin world. Origin world? Lin Fei seemed to have understood something. Governor Lin, it is better to be careful. The unnatural didn't wish for anything to happen to Lin Fei. Thus, he personally came to remind him. It seems like this trip was very timely. Lin Fei really didn't know about this matter. I will. Lin Fei said. Iron Veins Hall, Nether Sect, they really know how to scheme. Looks like I have to go take a look. Lin Fei was very displeased that he had been plotted against. Isn't it just a few city lords? Is there a need to invite those lunatics from the first universe? Those who can be called lunatics are definitely not simple people. How long will it take to reach the origin world? About 1,300 years old. This was not considered long. The unnatural thought for a moment and said, I estimate that in another 900 years, those people from the other universes will come. The unnatural left the courtyard. Lin Fei sat quietly by himself. To be able to create hidden enemies while doing a mission, I am speechless. From Lin Fei's perspective, this was a small mission. There was no need to alarm those lunatics from the first universe. Chapter 35:10. Iron Blood Hall's headquarters. Ever since Lin Fei broke in and killed a batch of city lords, the area controlled by Iron Blood Hall became unstable for a short period of time. Without a city lord in charge, there were all sorts of changes in the big cities. As the big boss of Iron Blood Hall, Bloody War hated Lin Fei to the core. He caused Iron Blood Hall to become unstable, and had no choice but to arrange for an elder to take charge. As a result, Iron Blood Hall's headquarters became empty. Fortunately, not only Iron Blood Hall, Nether Sect, and the Tion family also suffered quite a blow. Everyone could be considered to be in the same boat. In order to prevent Lin Fei from sneaking into Iron Blood Hall's headquarters again, Bloody War set up a large number of restrictions outside. Bloody Battle had also set up a large number of restrictions outside, one after another, densely packed together. Without a special pass, it was impossible to enter. Although it was a lot more troublesome in everyone's eyes, at least there was a sense of security. An enemy like Lin Fei would give anyone a headache. Although it was troublesome, everyone could rest assured. This time, you definitely won't have a good ending. Bloody War checked the news. After seeing a message, he suddenly revealed a smile. Feeling happy, he took out a bottle of immortal wine and happily drank it. Iron Blood Hall, as an ancient existence, had always had some special channels. For example, this time Bloody War arranged for someone to pass the news. Because of Lin Fei's existence, it seriously affected the situation. If they could deal with Lin Fei, that would be the best thing. Without this special existence, the Holy Church would fall sooner or later. It was because of Lin Fei's existence that Bloody War felt pressured. After all, their Iron Blood Hall was a major force with many inheritances. All these years they had accumulated quite a lot of wealth and even secretly bought a battleship. However, compared to Lin Fei, their strength was still lacking by a huge margin. When he was happy, Bloody War drank several cups in a row. This news was really worth celebrating. Bloody War believed that he wasn't the only one who contacted that group of madmen. For example, Nether Sect, they might have done the same thing. Lin Fei, you brought this upon yourself. Instead of being a proper manor lord, you caused so much trouble. Humph. Shuezhan drank another cup of wine. This was the happiest Bloody Battle had been drinking in recent times. Finally, he could get rid of this big trouble. You're in a good mood. A voice rang out from the study. Bloody Battle subconsciously replied. Of course it's good, because that Lin Fei is going to be out of luck soon. How can I not be happy? No, who are you? Bloody War only realized that something was wrong when he said that. This was his study. Without his permission, even his trusted subordinates would not dare to enter. Bloody Battle turned his head and saw the guy in a bad mood. He spat out a mouthful of wine that had just entered his mouth. How did you get in? In order to prevent Lin Fei from barging in again, Bloody Battle spent a large sum of money to buy restrictions and set them up one by one in order to prevent Lin Fei from coming in. The appearance of Lin Fei right now nearly had Shuezhan cursing out. What sort of a restriction was this? This was a complete scam. This guy barged in again, and it seemed that he was silent. There was no movement outside. Lin Fei picked up the cup and poured himself a glass of wine. Brother Shui, I'm in such a good mood. Why can't I drink more of such a good thing? Shuezhan felt unwell. He had kept this wine for a very long time, and he was reluctant to take it. But now that Lin Fei was drinking it mouthful by mouthful, Shuezhan felt like killing someone. But thinking about Lin Fei, he could not help but endure. You want to kill me? Then you can act. Lin Fei chuckled. The prerequisite is that you can kill me. Otherwise, I don't mind coming to assassinate you every day. Believe me, my methods will make you unable to eat or sleep in peace. Shuezhan's expression sunk. Don't bully others too much. Lin Fei shook his head. He poured another cup of wine. This taste is not bad. You must have kept it for a long time. Shuezhan was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. What are you planning to do? Being a cosmos god, his realm was higher than Lin Fei, yet he did not dare to act. Thinking about it, Shuezhan felt sorrowful. Don't think that our Iron Veins Hall doesn't dare to act. At the most, we'll fight to the death with you. Lin Fei enjoyed it delightfully. He chuckled. I dare to say that you don't dare. These words were like a sharp knife stabbing into the heart of Shuezhan. Honestly speaking, Shuezhan did not dare to do that. It was because the Lin Fei in front of him was too mysterious. I've heard that you guys have found someone to deal with me. Lin Fei looked at Shuezhan. Thus, I want to know where this group of people came from so that I can be prepared. Don't you think so? This was the first time Shuezhan heard something that made him vomit blood. Naturally, you can choose not to say. Lin Fei chuckled. Then I'll come to the Iron Veins Hall every day. For instance, I'll kill one today and another tomorrow. I wonder how many experts there are in the Iron Veins Hall for me to kill. Shameless bastard. Shuezhan's face turned black. Governor Lin, don't you feel that this is too shameless? Not shameless at all. Lin Fei chuckled. It's fine if you guys find someone to take revenge. It's already not bad that I can sit here and talk to you. Shuezhan regretted being too complacent. He should not have followed up with that sentence. Truly, drinking makes things worse. Now he could no longer explain himself. I'll speak. Shuezhan was throwing caution to the wind. If Lin Fei dared to act, he would just go all out. Who would be afraid of who? That group of madmen is actually a group of mad scientists. All of them have become cosmos gods through technology. Shuezhan knew more secrets than unnatural. The moment he spoke, it made Lin Fei's eyes brighten. Becoming cosmos gods through technology. Just this alone made Lin Fei realize how terrifying these people were. No one was clearer than Lin Fei that the power of technology was actually very strong. According to hearsay, they came from another origin world. That place is a country with technology, and everyone grasps the power of technology, comparable to deities. Shuizhan started talking. Since Lin Fei did not act, Shuizhan did not mind telling him. Actually, Shuizhan felt helpless. But who asked Lin Fei to be stronger than him? Ordinary attacks could not hold Lin Fei at all, much less injure the other party. After coming to the origin world, they hid for a very long time before controlling a cosmos. They started developing all sorts of technological products like cosmos battleships, researching how to condense energy pieces, and increasing the power of the cosmos. Towards the end, I don't know what they are researching, but they started becoming interested in people with special abilities and all sorts of strange existences. Shuizhan finished speaking in a single breath, including what he knew and what he accidentally heard. He told everything to Lin Fei. Originally, Lin Fei had a vague understanding of that group of madmen, but as Shuizhan explained, Lin Fei realized how terrifying this group of people were. Maybe they have the Great Star Atlas? Lin Fei was not afraid. Instead, he thought of something. That's right. Your Iron Veins Hall knows quite a few secrets. Lin Fei clapped. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Shuizhan was prepared for battle. Then I'll banish you. Chapter 35:11. Lin Fei felt that this trip was not in vain. A bunch of people who dabbled in science and technology from another origin world. Based on Bloody War's words, it was very likely that these people were researching a way to transmigrate back to the origin world. The possibility was very high. Lin Fei did not dare to lower his guard against such a group of fellows. The power of science and technology was very terrifying. Although his leveling up system was very powerful, who could guarantee that the power of science and technology was strong enough to crush the system? The only thing that reassured Lin Fei was that those old geezers would not make a move easily. At most, they would arrange a small team. This gave Lin Fei a chance. After sending Bloody War away, Lin Fei took the bottle of immortal brew and returned. Bloody War was teleported to a place that he did not want to appear in. It was the Nether Sect's territory. Bloody War, you came here in the middle of the night. Do you think our Nether Sect is easy to bully? The Cold Sea Hierarch charged out and attacked Bloody War with the Nether Cold Chi. If he could kill the Hierarch, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Hall of Steel Veins' influence. After all, if they defeated the Church one day, there would be a fierce battle between them. Bloody War did not know how many times he cursed Lin Fei in his heart. He did not expect that Lin Fei would have such a trick up his sleeve. This was too much of a bully. The scene in front of him was what worried Bloody War the most. It was on purpose. Lin Fei was doing this on purpose. Without another word, Bloody War turned and ran. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. Chase him. We must kill him. Soon after, a piece of news came from the everlasting universe. Bloody War single-handedly charged into the Nether Sect. In the end, he was chased by a group of experts. More than half of the universe saw this. The Hall of Steel Veins' influence was greatly affected. Bloody War had almost been killed by the Nether Sect. Faced with the Hall of Steel Veins' accusation, the Nether Sect replied shamelessly, "I'm sorry. We mistook him for someone impersonating Bloody War. We didn't want the impersonator to affect the cooperation between the Nether Sect and the Hall of Steel Veins. That's why we chased after him." These words infuriated the members of the Iron Veins Hall. Bloody Battle also had the Hall of Iron Veins report. That person is indeed not him. The person who impersonates him will be hunted down by the Hall of Iron Veins. I hope that the other party will come out and admit his mistake. When the news came out, everyone came to a sudden realization. So this was the case. How could a big shot like him be hunted down? That person must be an imposter. When Lin Fei heard the news, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How interesting. He was not surprised by this result. It could only be said that Bloody Battle's luck was bad. Seeing that he was being targeted by a group of crazy researchers, Lin Fei decided to continue doing his mission properly, even though it was not enough for the time being. There were a lot of quests in the system. Lin Fei had plenty of time to do them. He wanted to level up his 9 major skills first. Meanwhile, in the vast universe, a fleet of space battleships was sailing. The one in the lead was a 5th-grade warship. It was completely gold in color and was extremely eye-catching. It will take more than 300 years for us to rush to Universe 9 from here. We can still make it in time before the origin land opens. In the cockpit, there were a few people sitting there all dressed the same way. If Lin Fei saw them, he would definitely recognize them. They were all from the Starry Sea Spirit clan. Universe 9. If it wasn't for the origin land, who would be willing to go there? By the way, we still have an enemy in Universe 9, right? Yes, a guy named Lin Fei. Our General Pang, Chanxing, and even our fleet fell into his hands. That Lin Fei is really hateful. After reaching the origin land, this Lin Fei must be killed. I remember that there are no space battleships in Universe 9. The strongest one is probably a 3rd grade battleship. Once our 5th grade battleship comes out, he will definitely die. These people casually talked about it and changed the topic. For example, someone was heading to Universe 9. And in a place even further away. This was a universe of high-tech buildings. Unlike other universes, there were flying battleships everywhere, and everyone was wearing equipment from head to toe. Battleships were docked, and 3rd grade and 5th grade battleships could be seen everywhere. This universe was Universe 1, one of the 9 major universes. It was also the strongest universe in the entire universe, in charge of 3 major universes. It could be said that Universe 1, Universe 2, and Universe 3 all listened to Universe 1. Ka. A steel team walked onto a battleship. This was a flashy battleship like a big bird. Its entire body was silvery white, and as the sun fell on it, it shone brightly. Number 58. Your goal this time is to go to Universe 9 and capture a person named Lin Fei. This person should have technological means, and ordinary attacks won't be able to do anything to him. Remember, you must capture him alive. On a building that towered into the clouds, a warrior wrapped in black armor stood straight, without a trace of an expert's aura. In front of the black-armored warrior was a black eyeball, slowly turning, and a voice came from inside. Dr. Lin, don't worry. I will capture him and bring him back. The black-armored warrior said without a trace of emotion. I wish you success. The black-armored warrior turned around and entered the battleship behind him. The cabin was closed, and the battleship was activated. In the calm sky, a black passage opened up, and with a so, the battleship rushed in. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. The situation in the eternal cosmos was calm. The Iron Veins Hall worked together with the Netherworld religion to attack the church, but they failed every single time. Instead, they suffered huge losses and chose to surround the church instead of attacking. A war of attrition continued. During these years, the Lin Fei that everyone was most worried about never appeared again. Thus, everyone felt more at ease. Instead, they would frequently see traces of Lin Fei in certain secret realms. Nobody knew what this Lin Fei was planning to do. Over the past 200 years, this Lin Fei had never been idle. Fortunately, nobody was willing to offend this savage master. Those who fought with him did not have a good ending. During this day, in the sky above the territory controlled by the Iron Veins Hall, fleet rushed in. The leading one was a Rank 3 battleship, followed by 5 Rank 2 battleships. When this fleet entered the eternal cosmos, the unique suppression that belonged to these battleships startled many cosmos gods awake. All of them revealed a solemn expression. Being well informed, they had already received news about the origin grounds. Experts from other cosmos are finally here. Shuizhan revealed a grave expression. An old man appeared. This is also a chance for us, a chance to overthrow the church. Cold Sea Religious Master from the Netherworld Religion Master revealed a grin when he saw the battleship that appeared. Our chance is here. On the sacred mountain of the church, the few religious masters began sinking. Chapter 35:12. The first wave of foreign universe powerhouses that entered the eternal universe didn't do anything. Instead, they chose a place and set up camp, looking as though they were at ease with the situation. 200 years, 300 years. Other than Universe 9, the remaining forces of the 8 universes arranged for people to come to the eternal universe. Ever since the first wave of universe forces entered the eternal universe, the Iron Veins Hall and the others began contacting these universe powerhouses to attack the Vatican. The powerhouses of all universes were quite interested in the internal strife of the eternal universe. If they could intervene, they might be able to obtain great benefits. especially since the sect master hadn't appeared for a long time, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Vatican was also contacting others. For a time, the eternal universe became very lively, and this was just the beginning. Over the course of a few hundred years, the Black Dragon King had arrived. The number of foreign universe forces increased. Battleships could be seen everywhere, and they could arrive in 100 years. They had to use battleships. Many forces joined forces to besiege the Vatican, but they didn't gain anything. The Vatican wasn't weak either, and they also invited some allies. The battle wasn't one-sided, and it was steady and evenly matched. To be able to control the eternal universe for so long, the eternal universe was naturally not weak. With the eternal divine seal, they had a great innate advantage, and it was very difficult to be defeated. The Yuan continent had been peaceful all this time. Level 3 battleships weren't weak outside. Perhaps because the Iron Veins Hall and the others had mentioned the Yuan continent, no foreign universe forces were interested in it. Lin Fei had rejoiced for nothing. If they had attacked, he definitely wouldn't have minded making a fortune. The Emperor was far away, and there was really nothing to be afraid of. Among the 9 universes, the Eternal Universe was the furthest, and it was a very remote place. Without battleships, there was basically no need to come. If not for the origin site being in the Eternal Universe, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. It was too far. Just the energy consumed was not a small number. Although Lin Fei was unhappy that the foreign forces didn't attack the Yuan continent, he didn't limit himself. In the past few hundred years, he had been upgrading the 9 major skills, and most of them were from beginner to intermediate, with a few being advanced. For the time being, there were very few experts. This couldn't be helped. The system's missions had been a little less recently. Junior brother, I just received news that the Star Sea Spirit race is about to arrive. Lin Fei, who had always been outside, received a message. After a dozen or so infinite teleportation, he returned to the Holy Body Mountain of the Yuan continent. Currently, the only thing that concerned Lin Fei was that bunch of crazy researchers. Apart from that, there was also the Astral Sea Spirits, who were always ready for revenge. Lin Fei did not think that they would be able to hold back from taking revenge on him. It would be strange if the astral spirits did not become furious after losing a small fleet. Are they here? Lin Fei found his senior martial brother, the Extreme Dojo Master, to ask about the situation. General Peng received the news and will arrive within 5 years. The Dojo Master of Limits arranged for people to bring General Peng. Ever since General Peng was captured, he had been imprisoned and suffered a lot. The same was true for Changxing. Are you sure your people are coming? He had left General Peng behind to guard against the astral spirits. After so many years, General Peng had a lot of resentment. If it wasn't for the sneak attack, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Governor Lin, our astral spirit race's experts are about to arrive. You better let me go. Otherwise, once they arrive, you won't be their match with the ships you took from us. General Peng said arrogantly. Lin Fei was not the same as before. With 9 great techniques, there was nothing to be afraid of. Wrong. If your astral spirit race dares to make a move, you'll just be sending food to me. Oh right, you will soon have companions to accompany you. Lin Fei smiled. You won't be lonely anymore. General Peng's face turned ugly. You will regret it. The astral spirit race had lost twice in a row. General Peng believed that this time Lin Fei would definitely be done for. Even though the news was sealed, General Peng knew that this opening of the origin grounds was of great significance. The astral spirit race would definitely send people over, and their strength would be even stronger than the last time he led them. General Peng was taken away. Don't worry, this battle won't happen. Lin Fei didn't believe the other party's words. Only fools would attack the astral spirit race when the origin grounds opened. The greater the losses, the less benefits they would gain from entering the origin grounds. Remind everyone to prepare for battle. Although the battle won't happen, it's still necessary to deter them. A golden battleship rushed into the periphery of the universe and arrived at the Eternal Universe, Universe 9. When the golden battleship entered the Eternal Universe, some battleships automatically detected it and realized that another force had arrived, and it was the astral spirit race. Sir, we're here. They found a place to gather information. The golden battleship rushed in majestically. Finally, it stopped in a mountain range and temporarily rested. As soon as the astral spirit race battleship entered the eternal universe, Lin Fei knew. The symbol of the astral spirit race was very obvious. It was marked on the battleship, and Lin Fei could see it clearly from the dark. It had to be said that they were very powerful. A fifth-grade battleship was indeed quite incredible. Ding! The astral spirit race has come from afar. As the host, if you don't pay them a visit, how can you show the host's authority? Personally go to the astral spirit race's battleship. Mission complete. Reward: 50 mission points. This time the system didn't give any punishment. What an interesting system. When Lin Fei heard the mission issued by the system, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Rather than waiting for them to come, he might as well pay them a visit himself. After all, he was the host of the eternal universe. Since they didn't attack the Yuan continent immediately, Lin Fei thought that destroying him was secondary. Their main focus was still on the origin grounds. Bring General Pang over. With such a hostage in hand, it was time for him to be put to good use. After keeping him for so long, it was time for him to put him to good use. General Pang was brought over in a daze. Governor Lin, have you thought it through? If you have, then you can let me go. Maybe I can put in a good word for you in front of the Lord, so that you don't end up in a miserable state. General Pang thought that Lin Fei had thought it through and couldn't help but feel proud. The experts of the astral spirit race had telepathy with each other. When they came in, General Pang knew. In addition, he was brought in front of Lin Fei at this time. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Infinite movement was activated, and with a whoosh he disappeared. General Pang was even more certain that Lin Fei was afraid. The astral spirit race had come to Universe 9 this time, so there was no need to doubt their strength. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was not their opponent. Sorry, you're mistaken, Lin Fei smiled and said. Because I'm not going to bow my head. I'm going to see what kind of ability your astral spirit race has to make me bow my head. Chapter 35:13. With the divine tracking skill, Lin Fei easily found the astral spirit's temporary base in the mountains. The astral sea spirit race is really careful. They have such strength, yet they are still so careful. I have learned a lot. Around the temporary stronghold, there were a total of 6 second-class battleships. They surrounded the stronghold, and any movement would be destroyed by the battleships. Inside were 3 level 3 warships. The innermost one was a level 5 battleship. It was completely gold in color and looked extremely domineering. At the same time, it had a dangerous aura. In Lin Fei's eyes, these precautions were really not worth mentioning. Lin Fei rushed into the golden battleship. Along the way, he was blocked by a special layer of defense. Now that his infinite movement was not at the basic level, there was not much of a hindrance. It was almost negligible. The guests are here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome them? As soon as he entered the level 5 battleship, a dense barrage of attacks came crashing down on him. The most frightening thing was that the barrage was instantaneous. The attack range was not long, and it would not threaten the interior of the battleship. Every single attack was at least a level 5 cosmos god. In an instant there were more than 100 of them, and they all had the ability to penetrate. After the attack, a corpse was left on the scene. It was riddled with holes and its eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. It's General Pang. There was a sound. Lin Fei's figure had disappeared from the place where he had attacked earlier. Boom boom boom. Before they could react, the level 5 battleship trembled slightly. A level 3 battleship was attacking the battleship. Layers of defensive barriers were activated. It's Lin Fei from the Eternal Universe. Several figures appeared in the golden battleship. These people were all experts from the Starry Sea spiritual clan. They were all cosmos gods at the 7th level or above. Equipped with technological treasures, their combat power was comparable to a 9th level cosmos god. This was the power of technological treasures. How could it be Lin Fei? Our 5th grade battleship has powerful defenses. How did he get in? An astral sea spirit race expert exclaimed. He doesn't seem to have any treasures on him. How could he rush in? Could it be that there's something wrong with our warship's defenses? We must capture Lin Fei. We must interrogate him and find out what treasures he has. The astral spirits were shocked by Lin Fei. Charge into the level 3 battleship and chase Lin Fei out. The experts of the astral sea spirit race immediately gave the order. This time they had brought a lot of experts, enough to chase Lin Fei out. When the level 5 battleship was activated, they would definitely be able to seriously injure Lin Fei. Inside the level 3 warship, many figures rushed out. You still want to capture me? The astral ocean spirit race is really optimistic. Controlling the grade 3 battleship, Shuang bombarded the grade 5 battleship with cannons. The damage dealt to Cosmos Gods was huge, but at this moment it was useless against the grade 5 battleship. This result was within Yi Xiaolong's expectations. Level 5 warships were indeed extraordinary. Level 3 warships were basically unable to penetrate their defenses. It would be even better if we could take it down. Lin Fei was very confident in his own strength, but he did not dare to underestimate the experts of the astral sea unless he used the skills he had exchanged twice. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would not use it. This was his trump card, and he would not use it unless he was in a dangerous situation. Many experts from the astral sea spirit race rushed into the level 3 warship. They were prepared to capture Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not use any techniques. Instead, he fought with them in close combat. These experts from the astral sea spirit race were different from the first time he met them. They were covered with technological treasures. These technological weapons were imbued with light might, and they could unleash attacks at the Cosmos God level. They were exceptionally powerful and contained a sharp aura. Many light swords cut over. Even Lin Fei, who cultivated his fleshy body to the pinnacle, could feel the strands of sharp aura. Technological treasures are indeed powerful. Even after activating many layers of defenses, they were easily cut apart by the light swords. This was something that was impossible in the past. At the very least, it was not that nimble. This was the first time Shui Ying's techniques did not hold any advantage before these experts from the astral sea spirit race. No wonder the Holy Church wants to work together with me. They don't hold any advantage when fighting against these experts. Lin Fei squinted. He leaned forward and punched the other party. A layer of transparent light shield appeared in front of him. This punch could not break the light shield at all. Foolish native. How can the Star Sea treasure armor of our astral sea spirit race be broken by you? An expert from the astral sea spirit race charged over with a look of disdain. Native? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to understand why the system would issue such a mission. It was not that easy to get 50 points. I am not a native in your eyes. Lin Fei laughed. He punched out again. This time he was imbued with absolute hit and heavy injury. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his technique was being resisted to a certain extent. That's right, he was resisting against the technique. Fortunately, he managed to strike the other party in the end. Absolute hit and heavy injury dealt a heavy blow to the other party. Even the Star Sea treasure armor of the astral sea spirit race could not withstand it, causing him to lose his combat strength. Their bodies are very weak. Even though their combat strength was strong, their defenses were not as strong as imagined. Just a single attack had caused the other party to lose his combat strength. Again, Lin Fei laughed as he charged forward. Absolute hit and heavy injury were used together. He did not give them a chance to catch their breath. Pung pung pung. Many experts from the astral sea spirit race who rushed and fell down. Even though they did not die, they had lost their combat strength. Lin Fei took away their light swords one by one. Good fellow, these light swords were equipped with energy blocks. According to the strength of a cosmos god, they could be used for a long time. Without any politeness, Lin Fei confiscated all of them. Within the grade 3 warship, the number of astral sea spirit race captives increased. All of their faces were pale. With a single punch they were heavily injured. Some tried to struggle, yet they were nearly killed by the second punch. At that moment they became completely obedient. Even if they were given the guts, they dared not move recklessly. That native in their eyes had turned into a terrifying existence in the blink of an eye. It was too frightening and it was hard for them to believe it was real. I feel that we can have a chat. Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the grade 3 warship. A destructive light shot over. It was incredibly powerful. Hung! A huge hole was formed in the grade 3 warship. More than half of the warship was gone. All the experts from the astral sea spirit race turned pale. Stop fighting. We have been captured. Sir, we can't fight. One more cannon and we will be finished. The captured experts from the astral sea spirit race started crying. That cannon previously was too frightening. It was practically taking their lives. Chapter 35:14. The moment the Grade 5 warship acted, it frightened the captives within the Grade 3 warship so much that they peed in their pants. That was a Grade 5 warship. If they were not careful, they would be turned into ashes. Most cosmos gods could not destroy a Grade 3 warship, but in front of a Grade 5 warship, it could not even withstand a single strike. We can't fight anymore. Within the Grade 5 warship, the group of Starry Sea Spirit Race experts exchanged glances. How could he take them down so quickly? Those are equipment and technological treasures. According to logic, it should be impossible for that Lin Fei to take them down so easily. A native actually. The Starry Sea Spirit Race experts did not dare to fire anymore. The previous cannon was lucky. If there was a slight deviation in its trajectory, the Starry Sea Spirit Race experts would most likely die. This was a huge loss to them who wanted to obtain treasures from the origin ground. Do you all want to continue firing? Lin Fei appeared on the level 3 battleship again and smiled at them. You can fire the cannons if you want. Don't worry. If it's them, they might not be so lucky. Lin Fei pointed at the terrified captives below. Lin Fei, don't you feel that you are bullying us too much? Lin Fei, if you are so capable, come out and fight with us. Our Starry Sea Spirit Race will let you know what regret is. They were indeed afraid of shooting at the rat for fear of harming the innocent. If they missed, that would be a huge loss. Even if they felt great hatred, they did not dare to fire anymore. The previous cannon could not lock onto the other party at all. You all are rich and overbearing, and have a Grade 5 warship. Do you think I am a fool? Lin Fei chuckled. Why would I let you attack? A figure appeared on the warship. His expression was cold. What are you thinking of doing? Lin Fei burst out laughing. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to send someone over to you guys. But, in the end, you guys killed him without saying anything. What the hell is this? Who would believe these words? The experts from the Starry Sea Spirit Race did not believe it. They felt that Lin Fei had a motive. It would be weird if he didn't make a move after sending her away. Lin Fei, you've killed another Astral Ocean Elite. There's no place in the world for you. The silver-armored Astral Ocean Elite on the warship sneered. You'd better surrender. Lin Fei shook his head. No, it's impossible for me to surrender. I'm here to chat and drink tea with you guys. Judging from your looks, you don't seem to be interested. Voila! Lin Fei stretched out his hands and grabbed 2 hostages in each hand. With a whoosh, they arrived at the level 5 battleship. Waves of attacks rained down on him. The 2 captives didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they stopped breathing, leaving behind only bodies riddled with holes. You guys, 2 more dead. Lin Fei left quickly, leaving behind 2 bodies. When he returned, he still had 2 captives in his hands. Here I come again. Fortunately, the attack did not appear this time. Lin Fei, don't go too far. The silver-armored Astral Ocean Elite's face was gloomy. His anger had almost reached the limit, and he could explode at any time. I just want to chat with you guys. It's that simple. Lin Fei said with a smile. Tell me, is my condition simple? In the level 5 battleship, several Astral Ocean Elite had never seen such a strange person before. Chat? What a joke. They had never met such a strange person before. Okay, let's chat. Mu Donglai gritted his teeth. As the leader and the person in charge this time, this was the first time he had such a headache. Kill him? There was no chance to do so. His movement skills were incredible. Even the defense of the level 5 battleship couldn't stop him. He was like a loach. This was the first time the Astral Ocean Elite had encountered such a thing. If the other party came a few more times, most of the Astral Ocean Spirit Race experts that they had brought with them would be killed. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. Since you want to chat, you should at least prepare some good food to eat. Otherwise, how can we chat? After all, I am also a guest. Guest? Mu Donglai wanted to roar. Who would be willing to entertain a guest like you? This was the first time Mu Donglai couldn't do anything to someone. A native of Universe 9 made him feel pressure. They were the Astral Ocean elite of Universe 7. Serve. Mu Donglai gritted his teeth. The Astral Ocean elite brought a lot of good things on this trip. In order to temporarily stabilize Lin Fei, they had to take them out. Good stuff, really good stuff. Your Astral Ocean elite is really good. Lin Fei enjoyed it happily. This dish is good. Mu Donglai felt pain. This dish is not ordinary. It is one of the specialties of the Astral Ocean elite. He didn't have much himself, but this time, he had to give the other party an explanation. Cup after cup, Lin Fei drank it unhurriedly. On the other hand, the hostage sitting beside him didn't dare to make a sound. He was sweating all over. The person in front of him was too strange. Time ticked by. For the Astral Ocean elite present, sitting together with such a person is very uncomfortable, but there is no way to stop him. On the way here, Mu Donglai was prepared to deal with Lin Fei, but now, he is more and more afraid of Lin Fei. This method is completely different. Vaguely, he felt that this Lin Fei might be related to Universe 1. Ding! Completed guest mission received 50 task points. Finally, there was a notification from the system. Lin Fei's heart moved. It's finally done, 50 task points. Although the mission was a bit difficult, fortunately it was completed. At the very least, he can suppress the Astral Ocean elite. Astral Ocean elite has the intention to retaliate against the host. Please dispel the other party's thoughts and take away 3 level 3 warships. Mission completed. Reward: 100 task points. Mission failed. Heavenly lightning will strike for 1 month. Time limit: 1 day. With the task points in hand, Lin Fei was ready to retreat. These Astral Ocean elite have a lot of trump cards. If he continues to waste time, it will be troublesome. However, he didn't expect that the system would issue another mission, giving him 100 task points in one go. It's quite a generous reward. On the other hand, being struck by lightning for a month is quite miserable. With the system's punishment, Lin Fei doesn't dare to be careless. If he is not careful, he will probably suffer a huge loss. I've already eaten. Actually, I was planning to leave. Lin Fei put down his wine cup. But you Astral Ocean elite have a bad memory. For example, if you want to retaliate against me, someone with small arms and legs like me won't be enough for you to torture. Lin Fei, don't go too far. Put them down and I will allow you to leave. Mu Donglai stood up angrily and glared at him. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. I was thinking, if you want to retaliate against me, I will be happy to kill you one by one. Although this warship is not bad. Chapter 35:15. Mu Donglai and the other Astral Sea Spirit Race experts all stood up. Lin Fei, how dare you threaten us? Do you really think we can't catch you? The Astral Sea Spirit Race experts who stood up glared at him with cold killing intent. They had always been the ones threatening others. Since when was it their turn to be threatened? Great teleportation. Lin Fei casually threw a punch, and a huge black hole appeared. A terrifying suction force enveloped the Astral Sea Spirit Race experts. The expressions of the Astral Sea Spirit Race experts changed drastically. Their armor appeared and halos appeared, blocking the suction force of the great teleportation. Although it was blocked, it did not look good. This is my move. Let me ask you, how long can you resist it? Of course, I still have many killer moves. Lin Fei threw another punch. For example, this. With a shake of his armor, one of the Astral Sea Spirit Race experts trembled. A flaw suddenly appeared in his armor, and half of his body was sucked into the black hole. Retreat. The big black hole disappeared. All the Astral Sea Spirit Race experts felt uneasy. Even the technological armor could not block this kind of attack, especially the last punch. They could feel its special existence. Yi Xiaolong poured himself a glass of wine. My performance wasn't bad, right? I rarely perform for ordinary people because if I don't do well, people might die. Lin Fei had indeed shown mercy just now. Although the Astral Sea Spirit Race was strong, they still had no power to resist him. The only thing that Lin Fei was afraid of was the technological treasure brought by the Astral Sea Spirit Race. If he really activated it, he might have to pay a price. It was better to be injured. Compared to not forcing them, Lin Fei was naturally unwilling. Lin Fei, you win. Mu Donglai stopped his subordinates. Just from the display just now, he knew that in Universe 9, there was no way to deal with Lin Fei, unless he used his trump card. But the loss was too great. This was used in the land of origin. It was a trump card against everyone. It was too wasteful to use it on Lin Fei. It was not worth it at all. Because Lin Fei hadn't touched Mu Donglai's bottom line yet, it was still acceptable for a few people to die. After all, there wouldn't be any casualties when they traveled through the universe. We won't retaliate against you. Are you satisfied while you are in Universe 9? It wasn't easy for Mu Donglai to say such words. In Universe 9 they really weren't sure. If it was in Universe 7, Mu Donglai had plenty of means to capture Lin Fei, but now he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. In any case, no outsider would know. That's right, Lin Fei said with a smile. However, this is not enough. After all, you are here to take revenge on me. I came as a guest out of goodwill and even sent a hostage back, but you want to kill me. I am so scared. What do you think I should do? Shameless, absolutely shameless. They had never seen such a shameless person. This time they were the ones who suffered losses. Several of their subordinates died and a third-level warship was destroyed. Who would suffer the most? They really wanted to besiege Lin Fei, even if they had to pay a high price. However, they also understood that if they really did that, the Starry Sea Spirit race would basically have nothing to do in the land of origin. Lin Fei, you are the most courageous person I have ever seen. I have seen many people like you. In the end, none of them had a good ending. Mu Donglai stared at Lin Fei with a cold gaze. He had never wanted to kill a person before. Mu Donglai really wanted to kill Lin Fei. In the Starry Sea Spirit race he was also considered a powerful person, but at this time he held back his anger again and again. His whole person almost exploded. I think I will live to a ripe old age, Lin Fei said. I am a poor person and you Starry Sea Spirit race can have anything you want. It just so happens that I am short of tools to go out, so I will reluctantly ask for 3 third-level warships. I believe you will agree, right? After all, you have a lot of those things. Mu Donglai gritted his teeth, and his hands were trembling. That was because he was so angry. The Starry Sea Spirit race experts behind him were the same. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. Not only did he kill them, he forced them to lower their heads, and he even wanted to ask for third-level warships. If you are not willing, I don't mind doing it myself. Lin Fei smiled. What do you think? It's only 3 warships, you won't lose anything anyway. Mu Donglai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That's still money, okay? Their Starry Sea Spirit race had already lost a small fleet to Lin Fei, and now they want to pay with warships? You are ruthless, drive away the warships now, Mu Donglai said angrily. If there is a next time, our Starry Sea Spirit race will fight to the death with you. Mu Donglai still agreed. The situation was not as good as the other party. Such a person's moves were mysterious, and it was impossible to defend against him. Otherwise, in the future, everyone would not be able to have peace. No one was willing to guard against this fellow every day, especially when defense was useless against him. A 5th-level warship could come and go as he pleased, and there was almost no expert in the Starry Sea Spirit race who could barge in. Don't worry, I will definitely not come back again after taking the things unless you break the rules first. I don't think you will. Lin Fei laughed. Ding! Quest completed. Reward: 100 quest points. This time, after activating 2 quests, Lin Fei was in a good mood. At the same time, he had obtained 3 third-level warships, and his strength had increased. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei really hoped that he could come back a few more times. It was a pity that the system did not issue any more quests. With the quest from the Starry Sea Spirit race, Lin Fei believed that the next quest would be issued very soon. He might even be able to earn a sum of quest points. He was even preparing to draw the lottery. It was a pity that he did not have enough quest points. Mu Donglai watched as Lin Fei left. There were also 3 third-level warships from the distant Universe 7. Mu Donglai's face turned black. Remember tonight. Mu Donglai clenched his teeth and said. He will be unlucky sooner or later. On the way here I heard that those lunatics have arranged for someone to come. If I am not wrong, the target should be Lin Fei. Then he is dead for sure. Those people arranged by those lunatics, No matter how powerful he is, he has nowhere to run. At that time we will directly destroy the Yuan continent. Tonight was the most humiliating time in their lives. They were toyed with by a native, and in the end they did not dare to do anything. They did not dare to accept this matter. Lin Fei swaggered back to the Yuan continent. With the addition of the third-level warships, the Yuan continent was filled with cheers. Everyone knew that this person went out to make a fortune again, but they could not guess who was the unlucky one. Junior brother, this method of yours. The elders of the Sacred Body Mountain were all excited. This means that someone can operate a warship again, and it is a third-level warship. This is nothing. Lin Fei waved his hand, and light swords and starry sea armor flew out and piled up. These were all taken from the captives. Chapter 35:16. The Starry Sea spirit race had been tricked by Lin Fei once, but as they said, they obediently endured it. What happened that night did not spread out. Lin Fei released Chen Xing, who he had captured last time. If they behaved themselves, it would be beneficial for everyone. The power of that level 5 warship was still quite terrifying. If Mu Donglai of the Starry Sea spirit race came to the Yuan continent with a warship, he would definitely crush them. After releasing Chen Xing, Lin Fei no longer paid attention to the Starry Sea spirit race. His main goal now was to guard against the people sent by that group of lunatics. He believed that it would not take long for those people to arrive at Universe 9. The system had not released the relevant mission yet, but Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He believed that the system would not let him down. Maybe it would release the relevant mission soon. With the sponsorship of the Starry Sea spirit race, the strength of the Sacred Body Mountain had increased by a large margin. For level 3 warships were awe-inspiring. However, the energy blocks were a problem. There would be fewer of them every time they were used. It was always a problem. Although he had gained a lot of mission points, Lin Fei was reluctant to use the lottery. He knew the system very well, and it would not give him anything good if he used too many. There were not many daily missions left. Lin Fei could only wait bitterly. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. Many powerhouses from the 8 universes had come. Universe 9 had also entered a rare period of peace. The Vatican, which had been suppressed, also heaved a sigh of relief. Those forces from the other universes did not seem to have any intention of interfering. Everyone thought that Universe 9 would be peaceful before the opening of the origin grounds. Boom! Boom! That night, dozens of level 2 warships attacked the Vatican. The dozens of warships were not small in scale. They attacked the Vatican from several directions, catching them off guard. Shameless bastards! Do they still want to go to the origin ground? Quickly take out the Vatican's treasure. This time the attack was fierce. Although the Vatican took out the Eternal Divine Seal and repelled a wave of enemies. Under the intense attacks, the Church's great formation started to show signs of instability, especially since it consumed a large amount of energy. This time there were quite a few level 5 battleships in the lead. They were the most powerful battleships in the Eternal Universe. The Church's Eternal God Seal could suppress an entire area. But when the level 5 battleships split up, they could only suppress one area. The people from the Church were all shocked. Cultmaster, the energy consumption is too fast. At this rate of attack, it won't take more than a few years before the Eternal God Stones can't be replenished. Bad news came one after another. This time, the enormous array was like a gold-devouring beast. The huge Vatican was constantly being attacked by the battleships. A terrifying power wreaked havoc. No one dared to come out, all of them trembling in fear. The 3 rebellious factions, the Iron Veins Hall, the Dark Sect, and the Tian family, had finally instigated the outside factions to launch an attack against the Church. The effect was obvious. Beneath the warship, all were ants. Cosmos gods did not dare to come out. Sect masters didn't even dare to come out. Under the densely packed attacks, even Cosmos gods would explode in a single move. This time the Church was beaten to the point that they could not retaliate. They could only rely on the array to defend, and this defense required them to pay a huge price. The price was the rapid consumption of Eternal God Stones. Within a level 5 warship. At this moment, the giants from various cosmoses were gathered here. The 3 experts from the Iron Veins Hall were innately weaker than these giants. Their strength was not even worthy of carrying their shoes. The church of your cosmos is too weak. We have only used 2/3 of our strength, and we have beaten them until they no longer have any temper. Just by relying on that God seal, they can't suppress us at all. The 9th cosmos is too trashy, many giants said with disdain. Such a church was indeed disdainful. If not for those things from the church, they would be too lazy to act since it was too meaningless. It was like an adult bullying a child. Bloody battle. Han Ming and the others inwardly took a deep breath. This time they wanted to defeat the church in a single move. They hesitated for a long time before choosing to invite them. The entire 9th cosmos did not have any resources, and after they took the benefits and left, they could still be local tyrants. The huge cosmos was still worth paying this price. Only by getting rid of the church would they have hope. Then send the remaining warships and completely destroy their array defense. Without a tortoise shell, the church can only admit defeat, said one of the giants. Everyone was in favor of this. A war of attrition? They were not that worried. This time they had brought enough resources to the 9th cosmos. The consumption of besieging the church was really nothing. Once the church was defeated, the secret realm that produced eternal godstones would be what they wanted. Of course, there was also the land of origin. This was the reason why they chose to act. Bloody Battle and Han Ming were delighted. They were going to go all out. That was just right. After destroying the church, they could determine the winner and loser. If they bowed now, they would not suffer any losses. Universe 9 did not have a ruling force, so it would eventually have to be chosen internally. This was the convention of the cosmos, and foreign cosmoses would not intervene in such matters. To them, they wanted to destroy the Vatican all the time. 2/3 of their strength was enough to put a lot of pressure on the church. As the last wave of power pressed down, the defense of the church's great array began to show signs of instability, almost reaching its limit. The energy consumption was too fast, and it was replenished again and again like flowing water. The 7 church masters were all silent. Without the great array, even they could not win against such fierce firepower. Do we really have to use the last treasure? Facing the warships outside, it was not enough to completely destroy them. Use it. At least it can buy us some time. After a discussion, the church masters decided to use their trump card. Did they really think that the church was easy to bully? On a mountain, Lin Fei stood on the mountain peak, looking at the church's headquarters that was surrounded by warships. The church can't hold on any longer. Under such firepower, even Lin Fei would not dare to resist. He could not withstand it at all. It was already very good that the church could hold on until now. I reckon that they will use their trump card soon. Lin Fei did not think that they would wait helplessly for death. Resistance was inevitable. Once the church's great array is broken, even the church masters of the cosmos cannot withstand the power of the warships. This was something that Lin Fei had personally experienced. That kind of power could penetrate the defense of treasured armor and instantly destroy the physical body. This kind of technological attack could wipe out life force and destroy the internal structure, causing people to lose their lives in an instant. This had already surpassed the level of ordinary attacks. Lin Fei quietly looked at the church that was being attacked. He shook his head and turned to leave. There was nothing he could do to help with this matter. Chapter 35:17. Half a year later, the Holy See's formation was becoming more and more unstable. There were a few times when it was on the verge of collapse. During this time, a few sect leaders tried to launch a sneak attack, but they were accurately calculated. They suffered heavy losses and lost a sect leader, causing him to fall on the spot. The entire eternal universe was in an uproar. Even though they knew that the outer universe was powerful, killing a sect leader was beyond everyone's imagination. It had only been half a year. To the Holy See, losing a sect leader meant that the Holy See was doomed to decline. The people in the Holy See were in a state of panic. On the day that the formation was broken, even they did not have a good ending. A gloomy mood spread throughout the Holy See. After the Holy See lost a sect leader, a new round of attacks began. This time, the outer universe experts personally attacked the Holy See together. The formation that they were so proud of finally could not hold on any longer. It exceeded the limits of its power and was finally broken. The formation could not be restored. Boom, boom, boom. After losing the formation, the attacks of the battleships enveloped the Holy See. One building after another was instantly destroyed. The experts of the church were also beaten to a pulp. At this moment, no matter what treasure they had, they could not withstand the continuous attacks of the battleships. Divine Sword Sect Leader surrender. The battleships pressed down on the holy mountain. Large pieces of the palace collapsed. When the head sect leader did not appear, the Divine Sword Sect Leader was the undisputed representative and the strongest existence in the entire Holy See. But this time, facing the battleship army, the Divine Sword Sect Leader was clearly a head lower. Even the most powerful transcendent sword could not easily break through the defense of the battleship. Bloody Battle and the Frigid Sea Sect Leader finally let out a sigh of relief. The most difficult formation to break had finally been broken. Without this layer of protection, the Holy See had no capital to resist. As for the Eternal Divine Seal, it was only used to suppress one side. There was no need to worry. Speaking of which, it was a rather useless thing. If it was one-on-one, everyone would be afraid. But now was different from when they were dealing with Lin Fei. One Eternal Divine Seal could not deal with them at all. Divine Sword Sect Leader, as long as you are willing to give up resistance and hand over the Holy See, I can guarantee that you will be fine. Bloody Battle jumped out and said. There was nothing more exciting than now. Without the protection of the formation, do you want the Holy See to suffer more casualties? The Frigid Sea Sect Leader could not wait to come out. Surrender is your only way out. The powerhouses of the alien universe didn't say anything. This kind of small scuffle was really beneath his notice. Because of this, not many people were willing to come to Universe 9. They wanted resources, but they didn't have any. No one really took a fancy to such a place. Even the development of technology was extremely slow. If it was in their universe, not to mention anything else, mobilizing a few thousand battleships would not be a problem at all. This was the difference. What a quick defeat. Far away, Lin Fei shook his head slightly. Lin Fei had already guessed that a faction from the other universe would join the fray. The church was far from being able to deal with so many battleships. Lin Fei wanted to see how the church would deal with this. Subconsciously, he believed that the Vatican would definitely not surrender, and that resistance was inevitable, such as the Vatican's trump card. Lin Fei had seen the power of the Divine Seal of Eternity before, and it was indeed extraordinary. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. He did not think that the Vatican did not have a trump card. The church was going to fight to the death. This aura. Lin Fei suddenly frowned as he stared at the headquarters of the church, because the Immortal Sword Sect Leader had made a move. Bloody Battle, Cold Sea Sect Leader Tian Yuanzi. The Vatican is not as simple as you think. The Immortal Sword Sect Leader shouted. Sect Leader, please lend me a hand and clear the enemy. The Immortal Sword Sect Leader rushed to the sky. Bang! A treasure was crushed. Quickly kill him. Kill him. The Immortal Sword Sect Leader rushed to the sky, and a wave of fear of death instantly enveloped the three of them. They had fought with the Vatican for so long, and they knew that the Vatican had a trump card, but they did not know what it was. At this moment, when the three-word sect leader came out, it instantly made them feel a terrifying aura. The battleship opened fire. It was a level 5 battleship. Dozens of attacks locked onto the Immortal Sword Sect Leader. Hua! At this moment, the sky and earth suddenly darkened, as if day had turned into night. The dozens of attacks that were shot out all stopped at this moment. On the holy mountain, a blurry figure walked out. His appearance could not be seen clearly, and only a blurry figure was left. However, the boundless pressure was like a tide. The aura of the sect leader. This is the aura of the sect leader. The boundless pressure caused even the experts from the outside universe to subconsciously form technological armor on their bodies, layer by layer protecting themselves. This is the sect leader, this aura. Lin Fei's heart trembled. Just a mere image, but it gave him the feeling that he was invincible. No, this isn't real, it's just an image. Lin Fei shook his head. The traces of the sect leader have long disappeared. This should have been left behind by the sect leader. In the eternal universe, there was only one legend about the sect leader. After that battle, the sect leader never appeared again. Some said that he was heavily injured and died, while others said that he had been reborn. There were all sorts of theories. But one thing was for sure, something had happened to the sect leader. This also caused the sect leader to become weaker year by year. The sect leader walked over step by step, and everyone felt a terrifying, suffocating feeling. The immortal sword sect leader welcomed the sect leader's image and instantly disappeared. The huge pressure disappeared. The dusky sky also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Shuizhan Dai. The immortal sword sect leader suddenly appeared and slashed out with his sword. A peerlessly terrifying power swept out. The power of this sword exceeded any of the previous ones. When the sword light swept out, Shuizhan, the frigid sea sect leader, and Tian Yuanzi were all annihilated on the spot. The majestic sword power did not stop, and it swept out in all directions. The Grade 2 battleship was sliced in half. Battleships followed one after the other. The experts wearing technological armor were sliced in half, and the defense of the technological armor could not even last for a breath's time before collapsing. One by one they were killed by the sword. Quickly retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Grade 5 battleship shook violently, and a huge crack appeared, almost splitting the entire battleship in half. The power did not stop, and it continued to slash forward. At this moment they finally panicked. The Grade 5 battleship activated its strongest ability, opening a black hole, and swaggered away. The remaining battleships suffered heavy losses, and only a few could escape from the sword. The annihilation of the church had been resolved by this single sword strike. Is this the power of the sect leader? In front of this sword, Lin Fei could feel the aura of death. An unstoppable sword. Slash slash slash. Wherever the sword light passed, no one could block it. The crisis of the Vatican that was originally on the verge of collapse was swept clean. Chapter 35:18. The outer cosmos superpowers that participated in this operation against the church were utterly defeated by the immortal sword religious master of the church, shocking many other superpowers. The power of that sword shocked all superpowers. Even a Grade 5 warship could not withstand a single strike, and was split into a damaged state by that sword. One could imagine how powerful it was. The Iron Veins Hall, the Nether Church, and the others had also suffered heavy losses in this siege. Who knew how many experts had been killed? They had suffered heavy losses. The eternal cosmos entered a temporary state of peace. At this moment, no one dared to look down on the church. The power of that sword had left a deep impression on everyone. The church was still the church. This time they had underestimated their superpowers, causing them to behave themselves. They could not afford to offend them. The church is still the church. Truly terrifying. Even a cosmos warship could not withstand the power of that sword, much less a cosmos god expert. This time the Iron Veins Hall and Netherworld religion have lost both their wives and their soldiers. This battle between the church had shocked everyone. Even though many guessed that the immortal sword religious master must have used some secret technique, and the consumption was huge, it was impossible for him to use that attack a second time within a short period. Guessing was just guessing. Nobody dared to guarantee that the power of that sword would appear again. All sorts of operations against the church were temporarily halted. At this moment, nobody dared to offend the church. Church within a secret room. It was currently filled with sorrow. An old man currently lay on a bed filled with the aura of technology. He was emitting a deathly aura, and he looked like he was on his last breath. It seemed he was not far from death. If the bloody battle had occurred, Cold Sea religious master and the others would have recognized him. This person was none other than the immortal sword religious master. He was the #1 religious master below the great religious master, and the strongest existence. But now this immortal sword religious master was on his last breath. Compared to his previous appearance, he had aged significantly. All of you don't have to be sad. As long as you are human, there will be a day when you die. Immortal sword religious master said weakly. His eyes had turned turbid, and were no longer brimming with energy. The few religious masters present lowered their heads. Before this old man dies, I have done a final favor for the church by forcing them back from the cosmos. The divine sword sect leader took a few deep breaths and did not have much strength left. In the next 1 or 200 years the church doesn't have to worry, but they will still make a move. The divine sword sect leader had used the Holy See's top secret technique, and paid a huge price. That was a power that surpassed a level. Although the Immortal Sword Sect leader was strong, he was unable to withstand that power, and the last of his life force was exhausted. Following the words of the Immortal Sword Sect leader, the other sect leaders became even more depressed. When the Godly Sword Sect leader left, the situation of the church would become even worse. Only the Godly Sword Sect leader could use such a top-notch secret technique. We also have top-grade healing pills here. You won't die. The church still needs you. The sect masters were gloomy. There's no need to say anything. I know my situation very well. The Divine Sword Sect leader coughed. After this old man dies, the Holy Church will definitely not be a match for Kiki and the rest. If possible, you must find someone. Cough cough. All the sect masters present understood that although they were quite strong, they were definitely not on the same level as the powerhouses from the foreign universe. The Holy Church could not stop them at all. Not to mention the current Holy Church, not to mention the key to the origin ground. This old man thinks. Cough cough. You can go find him. The Immortal Sword Sect leader coughed, his face became even paler. That Lin Fei? He can help the Holy Church. Lin Fei? The sect masters were dumbfounded. They did not expect that before he died, the Immortal Sword Sect leader would ask them to find Lin Fei. This made it difficult for them to accept. Although Lin Fei was very strong now, it was not easy for him to fight against the powerhouses from the foreign universe. Lin Fei can use our Holy Sea's secret technique. The Immortal Sword Sect leader said this for a long time, after which his aura rapidly weakened and he slowly closed his eyes. Sect leader. On this day, the Holy Sea's first sect leader, the Immortal Sword Sect leader, fell. Lin Fei naturally did not know about this. Ever since the Holy See used that sword, they defeated the powerhouses from the foreign universe and even heavily injured their fleet. The Eternal Universe immediately entered a state of peace. This calmness was because they were afraid of that sword. To Lin Fei, this sword was temporary. The second test would continue, and the second time the Holy See might not be able to withstand it. What does it have to do with me whether the Holy See is good or not? Lin Fei shook his head. He was really thinking too much. Ding! As a member of the Eternal Universe, please help the Holy See control the origin ground and successfully complete the opening of the origin ground. Mission completion reward: 500 mission points, 3 chances to exchange for prestige, 5 additional chances in the lottery. Mission failure: take away 3 to 5 of the host's skill bars. This mission came too suddenly. System, do you have to be so domineering to be able to issue such a mission? Lin Fei was just about to enjoy his peaceful days, but in the end a big mission came. This mission was very big. 500 mission points, 3 chances to exchange for prestige skills. Big lottery. This was not something an ordinary mission could give. It was just that this mission was a bit difficult. This is a mission issued by the system for the Eternal Universe. The system said, the host can choose not to complete it. Making Lin Fei lose 3 to 5 skill bars was something he could not accept. This was equivalent to losing 70 to 80% of his strength. The loss was too great. Sigh, I've really gotten into trouble. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. For the mission, I should also make a trip to the Holy See. Lin Fei did not think that the sword of the Divine Sword Sect leader would be easy to execute. The price he had to pay was definitely huge, and it was very likely that it was the price of his life. He knew the defense of a level 5 warship. With his strength, he would not be able to easily break through the defense of a level 5 warship. The sword of the Divine Sword Sect leader was a completely different level of power, and was not something that could be easily controlled. Without the Divine Sword Sect leader, Lin Fei did not even need to think to know what kind of situation it was. Lin Fei still went to the Holy See. Since the mission had been issued, it was impossible not to complete it. It was just a bit of grumbling. Infinite movement was unleashed. Lin Fei moved over. Near the periphery of the Holy See, there were ruins everywhere. Even inside, there were ruins left behind after the battle. The huge array formation had also been restored. The range of the formation has been shrunk. Now there is only one holy mountain left. It is possible to protect one holy mountain. After all, this can reduce the energy consumption. Lin Fei sized it up and passed through the ripples of the formation. Let me find where the sect leader is. The holy body mountain was filled with a depressed mood. This time the foreign forces had joined hands, and it was a huge blow to the Holy See. Under the bombardment of the warship, many experts had died in this attack. Chapter 35:19. Many days had passed since the fall of the first sect leader of the Immortal Sword sect. Other than them, no one else knew about it. Now the Holy Church had completely retreated, giving up their territories outside, just to protect the last holy mountain. The Immortal Sword sect leader was the hope of everyone in the Holy Church. Once the news of the fall of the Immortal Sword sect leader spread, the Holy Church would definitely not be able to withstand the second wave of attack. The Iron Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses, and so had the foreign forces. However, the level 5 warships were not destroyed. The existence of those technological warships was a huge pressure on the Holy Church. In order to find Lin Fei, the remaining 5 sect leaders argued for a long time. On one hand, they did not agree. Lin Fei's influence on the Holy Church was too great. The sect leaders hated Lin Fei very much. If not for Lin Fei, the Holy Church would not have been attacked. On this point, Lin Fei could not escape responsibility. Asking for Lin Fei's help was simply impossible. The Holy Church could not afford to lose face. In the next few hundred years before the origin ground opened, they did not have to worry about those fellows making a move again. During this time they had plenty of time to find a solution. On the other hand, they believed that they had to ask for Lin Fei's help. The current eternal universe did not have any trump cards to fight against the foreign forces. The Immortal Sword sect leader's ultimate move was to control a stronger power. With the fall of the Immortal Sword, the remaining 5 sect leaders could not use that secret technique. Among the 5 sect leaders, 3 were against it. The remaining 2 were helpless and unwilling to give up. We don't have much time. With Lin Fei's help, the Holy Church will definitely be able to get through this crisis. The Windless sect leader was on Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei had always been acting mysteriously. The Immortal Sword sect leader's words were very reasonable. If you don't ask for Lin Fei, who else do you want to find? In the entire universe, let me ask you, who else can help us? Do you really think that the 5 of us can stop them? The fall of the Immortal Sword. This news can't be hidden. In addition, the Endless Sky sect leader was also on Lin Fei's side. The current church did not have any capital. Apart from this formation and a few powerful treasures, they were powerless against those powerful warships. No. Sect leader Qin Shan shook his head. The Vatican doesn't need Lin Fei. Even if no one in the universe helps us, I can still go find other universe powers. In this universe there are many special powers. We don't have to go find Lin Fei. As long as we pay the price, those special forces will definitely help us. I can't agree to this. You all know what kind of person Lin Fei is. He is the enemy of the church. Out of the 5 cult masters, 3 were against it. Cult Master Windless and Cult Master Yun Lai were in low spirits. The 9 sect leaders had always been at odds with each other. Previously, with the Immortal Sword sect leader in charge, everyone put away their thoughts. But now that the Immortal Sword sect leader was gone, only 5 of the 9 sect leaders were left. All sorts of ideas popped up. I don't think this matter needs to be mentioned. Cult Master Qin Shan said. What we need to do now is how to resist the next attack. I think we need to find allies and external support. Cult Master Luo Fei and Cult Master Thousand Venom looked like they were following Cult Master Qin Shan's lead. We need to find allies. The Vatican can't afford a second loss. Sect leader Windless and sect leader Tianlan knew that there was no meaning in continuing. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not think that this was a good idea. Now that the Vatican had lost the Immortal Sword sect leader and the Great Sect leader, the Vatican would become a big fat piece of meat. It would be fine if it was during normal times, but this time the land of origin was in the territory of Universe 9. Even the most ordinary things were no longer ordinary. Now it was the worst thing. Lin Fei was different. At least they knew his background. He was also a member of Universe 9 and would never betray them. Do you have anything else to say? Sect leader Qin Shan asked. Sect leader Windless and sect leader Tianlan shook their heads. Dong dong dong. There was movement from the door of the secret room. Sect leader Tianlan turned around and went out. After a while, he came back with a strange expression. What happened? Didn't I tell them not to come over unless the enemy attacked? Sect leader Qin Shan was slightly displeased. Lin Fei is here. The expressions of the remaining 4 sect masters changed as well. In the meeting hall, Lin Fei was sitting leisurely. I'm a good person. I didn't rush in. Originally, Lin Fei was going to find them directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not good to do so. It would be like slapping the other party's face. When they meet, he could not say, "Your Vatican has a big problem. Don't worry, I'm here to help you." If he said such words, Lin Fei did not need to think to know what would happen. The Vatican's face would definitely be as black as coal. Lin Fei was prepared to have a good talk with them. After all, he did not come here to fight, but to discuss something that involved a big shot released by the system. This also involved the loss of his strength. No matter what, Lin Fei had to complete it. If they don't agree, I'll beat them until they agree. Lin Fei thought to himself. No one could stop him from completing this mission. Detected that the host is suspected of cheating. First warning. Lin Fei thought happily. In the end, the system gave a warning and he instantly felt bad. It can't be. This is also considered cheating? Lin Fei was speechless. The system did not say anything, leaving Lin Fei with an unhappy thought. This is the first warning. If it is the third warning, I'm afraid there will be a big problem. Lin Fei thought to himself. This mission is indeed difficult. How could Lin Fei not see that this was increasing the difficulty of his mission? This mission to help the Vatican was not easy. Lin Fei, who allowed you to come? A person barged in and a cold light shot out in all directions. He stared at Lin Fei, who was seated. It was sect leader Qin Shan. After Qin Shan appeared, another 4 sect leaders walked into the meeting hall with different expressions. They did not expect Lin Fei to come uninvited. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Fei laughed. The world is so big. I can go wherever I want. Is the Vatican a tiger's den? I don't think so. They knew that Lin Fei was very powerful. It was not the first time that the Vatican's strongest formation could not stop Lin Fei. It was a huge blow to them every time. If the Vatican wasn't a tiger's den, where else could it be? Based on Lin Fei's tone, the entire Roman Curia had been reduced to nothing. Qin Shan held back his anger. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would not be able to defeat Lin Fei. Chapter 35:20. Cultmaster Qin Shan really didn't want to see Lin Fei. Nothing good would come out of seeing that fellow. Lin Fei wasn't easy to deal with, and Cultmaster Qin Shan wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. It was necessary to fight for his pride, or else he would have to lower his head. Threat? Lin Fei smiled and revealed an "I'm afraid" expression. Your Curia is really powerful. I've been invincible for a long time, and I haven't experienced terror in a long time. Now, I really want to experience the killing moves of your Curia. For example, I can attack here. Lin Fei pointed at his head. Cultmaster Wufing and Cultmaster Endless Sky looked at each other and shook their heads. At that moment, they couldn't guess what Lin Fei was thinking. Whether it was now or in the past, none of them had seen through Lin Fei. He had displayed dazzling abilities time and time again, and besides being mysterious, he was still mysterious. Cultmaster Qin Shan revealed a helpless expression. How could words that were meant to scare people be taken seriously? Lin Fei, our Curia doesn't welcome you. You can leave now. Cultmaster Qin Shan shouted. Don't force us to attack. Lin Fei chuckled. Cultmaster Qin Shan, it's so boring to keep talking like this. My ears are going to grow calluses. If you want to attack, just do it. Don't dawdle, you're a cultmaster after all. Cultmaster Qin Shan's expression became even uglier. Seeing that Cultmaster Qin Shan was about to explode in anger, Cultmaster Wufing interrupted. Cultmaster Qin, it's rare for Manor Master Lin Fei to come, so I'm sure he must have something to say. Why don't we listen first? After all, he's a guest. Cultmaster Wufing didn't want to make a scene that couldn't be resolved. Cultmaster Wufing remembered what Divine Sword Cultmaster had said before he fell. If possible, it would be best to rope in Lin Fei. This would be an opportunity for the Curia. Cultmaster Qin Shan actually didn't want to talk to Lin Fei, but due to his abilities and unimaginable methods, he didn't dare to attack. Cult leader Qin Shan still had to give face to cult leader Windless. Everyone was a sect leader, and there was no difference in strength, unlike the Divine Sword sect leader, who was the strongest out of the 9 sect leaders. Sect leader Qin Shan was convinced. Let's just listen. Cult master Qin Shan walked in and casually found a seat to sit down. The other 3 sect leaders did the same. They all sat down. They were very curious as to what Lin Fei had come here for. What they were most worried about was that Lin Fei had guessed that the Immortal Sword sect leader had fallen. Once this news spread out, it would mean that the Immortal Sword sect leader's efforts would be completely meaningless. Actually, it's nothing. I'm a part of Universe 9. Lin Fei said. The current church and even the universe are no longer the same as before. I think that I might be able to help you in this matter. If it wasn't for the quest, Lin Fei wouldn't have said such a thing. Ha 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 ha, do you Lin Fei also consider yourself a part of Universe 9? Sect leader Qin Shan laughed, full of mockery. Our church has not fallen to the point where we need Governor Lin's help. Although he did not know why Lin Fei said such a thing, it was not a good thing for sect leader Qin Shan. He did not wish for Lin Fei's church to appear. We have heard of this matter. You can leave now. Sect leader Luo Yifei sneered. Our church's strength is not as simple as you think it is. So what if you are an expert from another universe? The result is still the same. Sect leader Thousand Poison followed. Unless our church can't hold on any longer. No matter how good you are, we don't need you now. Ever since he saw sect leader Qin Shan, Lin Fei realized that the possibility of this matter was not high. Out of the 5 sect leaders, 3 of them did not agree. Even if the remaining 2 supported him, this matter would not succeed. What a waste of time. Sect leader Qin Shan looked like he had roped in the other 2 sect leaders. Given the church's current situation, he had the absolute advantage. Are you sure you can handle it? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I want to help the church, but it is not a good thing. If I refuse this time, there might not be a next time. Cult Master Qin, I think we should consider it. Cult Master Winless still hoped to work with Lin Fei. Lin Fei's words had truly provoked him. No need. Cult Master Qin Shan said coldly. You can leave now. Our church does not welcome you. Lin Fei had been a little presumptuous this time. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited. He had lost too much face. I hope you don't regret this. Lin Fei used infinite movement and left the church's sacred mountain. Who does Lin Fei think he is? If it wasn't for our internal and external troubles, we would have dealt with him first. Cult Master Qin Shan said coldly. Windless Cult Master and Endless Sky Cult Master didn't say anything. 3-2, they indeed couldn't beat them. What a waste of time. Lin Fei stood on a huge mountain far away from the sacred mountain. Luckily the mission has no time limit, but if I take too long, I reckon there will be problems. Lin Fei became nervous. Things didn't go smoothly from the start. Lin Fei wanted to use force, but now he couldn't. This was equivalent to cutting off one of Lin Fei's ideas. Do I really have to take the normal route? Lin Fei pondered. If I really leave like this, I really can't accept it. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome mission. Let me think. Lin Fei suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He could definitely complete the mission given by the system. He just didn't have the right place to start. After a long time, Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Maybe I can start from them. Qin Shan is becoming more and more overbearing. In the secret room, Windless Cult Master and Endless Sky Cult Master sat together. Both were in a bad mood. Originally, Lin Fei took the initiative to come to us as a form of respect and agreed smoothly. It's like we have external help. I really don't know what Cult Master Qin Shan is thinking. Endless Sky Cult Master's face was gloomy. Now that they have offended Lin Fei, let's see how they can stop those people. Endless Sky Cult Master was silent. What was originally a good matter was completely ruined. Subconsciously, the leader of the Windless Cult still hoped that Lin Fei would make a move. Not many people could snatch a battleship from the Astral Sea Astrals without daring to take revenge. But now it was all over. Now we can only take one step at a time. Endless Sky Cult Master sighed. Why don't we ally with some people? Endless Sky Cult Master said softly. I'm worried that the church will be completely destroyed in their hands. Qin Shan wasn't this overbearing before. Now that things have turned out like this, maybe one day there will be no need for us to exist. How dare he? Endless Sky Cult Master said angrily. Chapter 35:21. The windless cult leader and the endless sky cult leader had been in charge of the Vatican for a long time. Naturally, they did not wish to see the Vatican fall. If the next wave of crisis could not be resolved, the Vatican would not be able to withstand the next wave of attacks. Currently, the Vatican was only struggling at death's door. "The two of you, can we have a talk?" In the secret room, a third voice was heard. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the secret room, smiling at the two cult leaders. "You really did not leave." The windless cult leader was not too shocked. "Your concealment technique is really amazing. The dignified Vatican is nothing. In the entire eternal universe, only you can do that." The endless sky cult leader was not worried that Lin Fei would make a move. "The windless cult leader really understands me." Lin Fei smiled and sat down. "It's just that some people are not so good. It's rare for me to come to the Vatican, but they did not give me face. Are they not afraid of me making a move? You should know that if I make a move now, not many people in the Vatican can stop me." Lin Fei also came to see the windless cult leader and the endless sky cult leader because of their performance at that time. "I can't make a decision on this matter," the windless cult leader said. "The current Vatican is not the Vatican of the past. As you can see, Governor Lin's kindness, I can only appreciate it." When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that there was a chance. As a part of the eternal universe, as long as the Vatican exists, the eternal universe is still the eternal universe, Lin Fei said. "I hope to see the Vatican continue to be in charge. It's better than outsiders, right?" This made the windless cult leader very satisfied. "Governor Lin is considerate. If there's a day when I really need you, I will definitely contact you. Your intention is also good, and it's all for the Vatican," the windless cult leader said. On the other side, in the same secret room on a mountain peak, formations were arranged one after another. "That windless guy is really stubborn," the Thousand Poison sect leader gloomily said. "The Immortal Sword sect leader is already dead. What can he do? Brother Qin, we have to guard against this matter in case Windless joins forces with Lin Fei one day. After all, that Lin Fei is quite strange. The experts of the Astral Sea spirit race still don't dare to deal with Lin Fei," Sect Master Luo Fei said. Sect Master Qin Shan frowned slightly. "Windless, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Right now in the church what we say counts," Cult Master Qin Shan said. "For safety's sake, I think we can contact external powers or we'll contact them about this," the Thousand Poison sect leader said. "As long as we have external support, we will have confidence. At that time, Wufing and Tianlan will no longer be biased towards that Lin Fei." "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Lin Fei did not succeed in his first attempt after returning from the Vatican. As for the system mission, he temporarily put it aside, but he had been paying attention to the changes in the Vatican. In the meantime, the windless sect leader arranged for Unnatural to be the middleman. Some of the things that happened in the Vatican would be sorted out and sent over. What happened today, what happened tomorrow, Lin Fei was very clear. Perhaps because the windless sect leader tried to complete the Immortal Sword sect leader's mission, and thus agreed to find Lin Fei for help, Sect Master Qin Shan did a few things. For example, the remaining 5 sect leaders in the Vatican were not enough, so he decided to expand, restoring the 9 sect leaders of the day, and re-establish the prestige of the Vatican. This matter could not be stopped by the windless sect leader and Tianlan sect leader. In the end, the 4 sect leaders were chosen, and all of them were Sect Master Qin Shan's people. Originally, the influence of windless and Tianlan sect leader was quickly suppressed, but in the eyes of outsiders, everything seemed normal. That Sect Master Qin Shan's ambition is not small. Hearing the news brought by Unnatural, Lin Fei laughed. Who knew that Sect Master Qin Shan would expand the number of sect leaders? On the surface, it was to re-establish the prestige of the Vatican, but in reality, it was for his personal power, and to be able to control the Vatican. Unnatural said in a deep voice. Now the power of the windless sect leader and Tianlan sect leader is much smaller, and it is justifiable, there is nothing to say. Lin Fei was actually very happy in his heart. Cause as much trouble as possible. If the Vatican does not cause trouble, how can he complete the system mission? Perhaps things will get better. Fei Tianqing sighed. It's difficult. 30 years later. Within the Vatican, The influence of the Windless sect leader and Tianlan sect leader was almost suppressed. They basically did not care about anything. The people below only recognized the new sect leaders and completely ignored the Windless sect leader and Tianlan sect leader. In another meeting, the 9 sect leaders sat left and right. I don't agree. The Windless sect leader stood up. Qin Shan, what are you trying to do? Today, Cult Master Qin Shan announced that he had found external help. It was a special power of Universe 5 called the Mercenary Army. This mercenary army is very special. Why is it special? Because they specialize in helping people solve problems. Everything can be solved. As long as you pay enough benefits, the mercenary army will do anything. In the universe, the reputation of the mercenary army is very bad. It can be considered as notorious. Internal divisions, wars between empires, their shadows can be seen everywhere. The Windless sect leader can accept external support, but he will never agree to invite the mercenary army to Universe 9. Windless, I am doing this for the good of the Vatican. Sect leader Qin Shan said. Our Vatican cannot afford to be tossed around, we need to find a powerful force to help us. And the mercenary army has always been very powerful. They have their own fleet, and with the addition of the mercenary army, it will be more shocking than Tenlin Phase. But don't forget the mercenary army's way of doing things. Perhaps they will help us today, but once they figure out the truth, our Vatican will be attacked by them. The Windless sect leader sneered. Don't say that, you don't know the morality of the mercenary army. They have done this kind of thing many times, I will never agree. The Windless sect leader has not been involved in matters for the past 20 to 30 years. Regarding Qin Shan's matter, he has basically turned a blind eye. But if the mercenary army is introduced, it is absolutely impossible. That group of notorious people can transform into a fierce tiger at any time. Currently, the Vatican has lost its strongest force. It is very difficult to resist the attack, especially if the mercenary army enters the Vatican. They are like a bomb that can explode at any time. Regarding this matter, the Windless sect leader will never agree. Seeing the Windless sect leader's firm attitude, sect leader Qin Shan said, I am doing this for the good of the Vatican. If you don't agree, then let's vote together. The Windless sect leader stared at sect leader Qin Shan. You are really shameless. Windless sect leader, I don't like hearing your words. What is shameless? This is fair, okay? The Thousand Poison sect leader said. The mercenary army is very powerful. It is the support that our Vatican needs. Let's vote. The result is obvious. Chapter 35-22. On the peak of the Windless Cult Master's mountain, Qin Shan wants to destroy the mercenary army. After the Windless Cult Master returned, his face was black. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to believe that Cult Master Qin Shan would hire mercenaries. Was it worth it for the mercenaries to mobilize? The church must have paid a huge price. If it was some other special force, the unwindy cult leader might not be so worried. However, this was a mercenary army. Is that all we can do? The Endless Sky sect master asked in a low voice. The Windless cult leader shook his head. We can't stop it. Qin Shan is in the right now. We can't do anything to him. Once the mercenaries arrive, the Vatican will be finished very quickly. Even after 20 or 30 years had passed, the church hadn't made any moves. To the Iron Blood Hall and the Dark Sect, the church was still in existence akin to an egg. Once the mercenaries arrived and learned about the ins and outs of the church, they dared not imagine what would happen. If the head sect master was here, the mercenaries wouldn't have dared to do so even if they were given 100 guts. They would have borrowed the power of the sacred mountain to kill their enemies. Now that the head sect master was gone, and the first sect master, the Divine Sword sect master, had also fallen. Why don't we take down cult master Qin Shan? Endless Sky religious master said. During the past few years, he has been pushing aside those cosmos gods, causing the Holy Church to feel uneasy. As long as we stand out, many people will stand on our side. The Windless cult master shook his head with a wry smile. Although I was worried that the mercenaries would act recklessly, it didn't happen. If they really did, it wouldn't be justified. Despicable. Endless Sky sect master cursed. The news that the church had gone to look for mercenaries also reached Lin Fei's ears immediately. It was the unnatural who delivered the news. Now that the entire church is in favor of it, the two church masters have no other choice. Unnatural said with great hatred. The morality of the mercenaries has spread throughout the universe. Even the Vatican of our Universe 9 has heard of them. They are a group of tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Lin Fei didn't expect Sect Master Qin Shan to act so quickly. It had only been 30 years. Are mercenaries really that powerful? Lin Fei definitely didn't know. Very strong. They have powerful battleships. It is said that there is a Grade 8 warship, and in the entire universe the number of Grade 8 warships can be counted on one hand. Class 8 warship. Lin Fei was shocked. The might of a level 5 battleship was already terrifying, let alone a level 8 battleship. This mercenary army was indeed different. What they pursue is benefits. As long as the benefits are greater, they will help that person. The Unnatural said. Sometimes they will even switch sides because the other party is willing to pay a great price. This kind of power was indeed unpredictable. Lin Fei didn't like this kind of power. What the windless sect master is worried about might actually happen. Lin Fei said. If something really happens that day, I will help. I hope Wu Fing and Tianlan sect leader will not refuse my kindness. Unnatural nodded. I will report this to the two sect masters. After the Unnatural left, Lin Fei's lips curled up as he said, Sect Master Qin Shan is courting death. He even dared to invite a notorious power. He really didn't know if his brain was caught in the door, or if his eyes were blind. This is also good. If he wasn't blind, how could he find a mercenary army? Lin Fei said with a smile, I hope this mercenary army doesn't disappoint me. Whether a good show can be staged or not, it all depends on you. I still hope to complete the system task. The first step was to obtain the consent of the Holy See. Now it seems that this first step is about to arrive. On the way to Universe 9, a fleet of battleships was heading towards them majestically. This was a black fleet with a total of 25 battleships. The leading ones were 2 level 5 battleships, 3 driver battleships, and the rest were all level 3 battleships. The strength of such battleships was indeed unreasonably fierce. Big brother, this is a big deal. Inside the level 5 battleship, several burly men sat together. They were all wearing high-tech armor, and their bodies were tightly protected from head to toe. At this time they had all taken off their masks, and were eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. The one called Big Brother was a strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It's definitely a big deal. Our mercenary army is going to make a fortune. Emosure said with a smile. You don't know, but the current eternal universe has almost become a battlefield. Without the great sect master, Universe 9 is no longer Universe 9. But Big Brother, I heard that the last time we besieged the Holy See, they seemed to have a big killer move that repelled everyone's siege. Several level 5 battleships were damaged. To be able to damage level 5 battleships, they must be extremely strong. The few people sitting were the captains of this time's fleet, and Emosure was the captain of the large fleet, who was in charge of commanding the captains present. That level of attack is actually just to scare people, not to mention that we are going to help the Holy See this time. Emosure said with a smile. Whether there are experts or not, we will know if we want to know. Ha 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 ha. Emosure drank a big mouthful of wine. Speed up. How can we, the mercenary army, miss this victory? Also, we will have a part of that origin land. It had been 60 years since the meeting of the Vatican. A fleet entered the eternal universe. In these 60 years the eternal universe had been very quiet. Ever since the Hall of Iron Veins suffered a big loss, there had been no movement. As for those forces from the external universe, they also did not make a move. That sword attack had made them pay a huge price. It's the symbol of the mercenary army. Why are they here? It seems to be heading in the direction of the Holy See. Are they here to help the Holy See? One by one, the forces recognized this fleet. The 2 level 5 battleships shocked them. They are here. The Windless Cultmaster and the Endless Sky Cultmaster did not go to welcome them, but they did not give up on paying attention to the movements outside. When this battleship stopped outside the Holy Sea's array formation, the 20 battleships were very eye-catching, especially the level 5 battleship at the front. On the battleship was a big black flag, which was the symbol of the mercenary army. 2 level 5 battleships. After taking a look, the windless cult master's heart sank. This force was stronger than he had imagined. Once they entered the Holy See, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is this part of the mercenary army's strength? Lin Fei was also paying attention as he stood on a mountain outside the Holy See. They are much stronger than those forces from the external universe. That sect master Qin Shan is really willing to pay. Lin Fei observed the battleships. With such a fleet, it would be exceptionally easy for them to sweep through any force in Universe 9. They were ferocious beyond belief. Boom! 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 Just as Lin Fei was observing the fleets, he noticed that all the level 3 battleships had turned around and were firing at the same time. The area around the Holy See was instantly affected. In an instant, the sky was filled with artillery fire. Chapter 35-23. The mercenaries attacked ferociously and instantly killed all the spies around them. The huge mountains were blasted apart by the warship's cannons, causing dust to fly everywhere, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Cult Master Qin Shan passionately invited him into the sacred mountain of the Vatican. All the battleships remained outside the sacred mountain. That night, Cult Master Qin Shan and the other 6 cult masters welcomed the mercenaries, and the commotion was not small. A show of strength. Lin Fei smiled coldly. Level 5 warship, it's indeed an extraordinary move. Mercenaries, eh? The news of the mercenaries coming to the eternal universe spread like wildfire. The show of strength outside the sacred mountain also made the universe's powers sink. Just what were the mercenaries planning? A few days later, under the personal leadership of Cult Master Qin Shan, the church, which had been silent for decades, finally launched a counterattack. The first faction was the Iron Veins Hall. Boom boom boom. Retreat. We can't hold on any longer. The battleship is not something we can stop. Retreat retreat. Boom 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 boom. Outside the warship, the Thousand Venom sect leader activated his treasures and continuously attacked the experts of the Iron Veins Hall. Ha ha ha, even Iron Blood Hall has such a day. Today everyone will die. The Thousand Poison sect master laughed wildly. With the help of the mercenaries, the formation was destroyed. The Hall of Iron Veins suffered a crushing defeat. With the cooperation of the mercenaries, the church began their counterattack from the front. The 3 local factions, including the Iron Blood Hall, were greatly weakened and suffered heavy losses. All kinds of experts were as weak as ants in front of the warship. Everywhere it passed, corpses were everywhere. The territories that they had previously occupied were all snatched back by the church. Countless factions that had sought refuge with them knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, claiming that they were being threatened. This time, the Vatican chose to forgive them, but also made them the vanguard and used them as cannon fodder. In a short period of time, the church had recovered a large amount of lost land. During this period, the forces from the other universes chose to remain silent. Not a single one of them jumped out. The power of the Vatican's mercenaries was like the sun in the sky. 5 months later, the Vatican took back almost all of the lost land. The Hall of Iron Veins and the others had completely lost the ability to resist. Other than the initial resistance, they all chose to give up. At this moment, the eternal universe returned to its original state. No one had expected the church to stand up again, and with the help of the mercenary army, they managed to turn the tide of their defeat, and once again found their voice. The factions that thought that the church would be eradicated hurriedly sent gifts, and captured the subordinates of the Iron Blood Hall and other rebel factions. 1 year later, the Vatican regained absolute control over the eternal universe. The members of the Hall of Iron Veins were also confined to an extremely small area, looking like they were on the verge of death. In everyone's opinion, they would not be able to escape this calamity and would be annihilated soon. Everyone sighed. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the mercenaries. Their technology was truly amazing. They had managed to turn the situation around in just a month. The holy mountain of the church. The windless Hierophant sat in the courtyard with a pot of wine in front of him and muttered to himself, "Did I see wrongly? The mercenaries really came to help the church out of goodwill, and they even kept their promise." When the mercenaries arrived, the unwindy hierarch did not believe them. The scene in front of him was indeed unexpected. The unwindy hierarch knew that he was wrong this time. He had always been against this matter. In just a year, the church had regained their lost territory, which was a huge slap to their face. Their influence within the church had taken a heavy blow. The unwindy hierarch still felt that it was too fast. This was different from what he had imagined. Unwindy, Qin Shan will be holding a celebration tonight. The Endless Sky hierarch walked in. So fast. The unwindy hierarch drank a mouthful of wine. The Endless Sky hierarch sat beside him. The most infuriating thing is that they want us to attend the banquet as well. He really thinks he's the great hierarch now. The unwindy hierarch sneered. I don't know what Qin Shan is thinking. He's just trying to hurt me. If we don't go, what can he do to us? The Endless Sky hierarch said. We are also hierarchs. Go, we must go. The unwindy hierarch said. Qin Shan has done a great deed for the church, we have to give him some face. At night, in a grand palace of the church. You're here too. I heard you killed a few experts from the Iron Veins Hall. He who asked them to rebel against the church. They stood together in groups of 3 or 4. Their gazes fell on the group of people at the innermost area. The mercenaries invited by the church. In this year, the mercenaries displayed a terrifying strength, unknowingly shocking many powerhouses. Tonight's celebration banquet was actually to thank the mercenaries. At this moment, sect leader Qin Shan was proud and elated, chatting happily with Mo Shi and the other mercenaries. Woofing and Endless Sky hierarch are here. Someone whispered beside sect leader Qin Shan. This year was the happiest and most exciting for sect leader Qin Shan. This time if I don't slap your faces, I'm not Qin Shan, sect leader Qin Shan snorted. I don't need Lin Fei, I can still lead the church out of this predicament. Ever since he found the mercenaries, sect leader Qin Shan went from being doubted at the start to being like the sun in the sky. In a short year he solved the church's biggest problem and confirmed his unshakable position. He, Woofing and Endless Sky hierarch are probably regretting it now. They dared to doubt sect leader Qin Shan, I really admire them. Being a hierarch to this extent, they might as well put down their identity. Who in the church still treats them as hierarchs? The new hierarchs purposely raised their voices. When Woofing and Endless Sky hierarch came in, no one came up to greet them. Everyone looked at the two hierarchs with a gloating expression. Sect leader Woofing wasn't angry. We are hierarchs, there's no need to lower ourselves to their level. Endless Sky hierarch couldn't stand their behavior. No one knew better than them that they were purposely saying that to provoke them. I just can't take this lying down. Endless Sky hierarch glared at them. He wasn't a good-tempered person to begin with. Sect leader Woofing looked at Mo Shi. Not long after, the palace was almost filled with people. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. As sect leader Qin Shan walked to the front, everyone stopped. Our church won. With just one sentence everyone cheered. Hierarch is mighty. Hierarch is domineering. A bunch of bootlickers, fence-sitters. Endless Sky hierarch cursed. They can't fight, but they're all good at bootlicking. Sect leader Woofing didn't say anything. Currently, sect leader Qin Shan had the greatest influence in the church. Naturally there were bootlickers. This time, the church won because of the mercenaries from the Outerverse. Let us welcome them with a round of applause. Sect leader Qin Shan was the first to clap. Chapter 35-24. The victory of the cult was completely due to the mercenaries. They were the greatest contributors. There was nothing wrong with cult master Qin Shan's words. At that moment everyone looked at Mo Shi, the person in charge of the mercenaries. Lord Mo, please say a few words to us. Without the mercenaries there wouldn't be the cult. Cult master Qin Shan said with a smile. After repeated invitations, Mo Shi agreed. Cult master Qin Shan had borrowed the power of the mercenaries to change the situation and establish his position. He wouldn't miss the chance to befriend them. Mo Shi walked over in his armor with a faint smile on his face. Cult master Qin is too polite. Mo Shi looked at everyone. As members of the mercenaries, our goal is to take money and do things for others. It's only right and proper. If we do well, everyone will be happy, and we will be happy too. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. His words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Cult master Qin Shan's face was glowing. From start to finish, he had been the one in charge of this. Who dared to say he wasn't capable? He could pull the cult back from the brink of defeat. Since it's rare for everyone to gather here tonight, I'll announce something on behalf of Cultmaster Qin. Emosher smiled at Cultmaster Qin Shan. Cultmaster Qin Shan is embarrassed to say this, but as a friend, I feel the need to tell everyone. Cultmaster Qin Shan was puzzled and surprised. I don't remember saying this. Everyone was curious too. What could Cultmaster Qin Shan be embarrassed to say? Since he didn't say anything, everyone believed him and waited eagerly. Cultmaster Windless frowned. What is he trying to do? It's definitely not good, Cultmaster Endless Sky said in a low voice. As the two of them were standing far away, no one was around, so they weren't afraid of being heard. Last time I was chatting with Cultmaster Qin Shan, he kept saying why the cult declined step by step, causing it and even Universe 9 to become like this. Emosher looked at everyone and said, what I want to say now is that the cult needs a great cult master to take charge of the 9th universe. I believe that Cultmaster Qin is fully qualified to be the great cult master. There are mercenaries who will stand firmly behind Cultmaster Qin. Hua! The entire hall was in an uproar. Cultmaster Qin Shan's face turned red, and his breathing became urgent. His qi and blood flowed faster than usual. How could he say that? Emosher said with a smile. Now, who supports it and who opposes it? His voice wasn't very loud, but it was unusually loud at this moment. This is impossible. A cosmos god shook his head. The eternal universe only has the head sect master. Another cosmos god stood out. Deep down, everyone still believed in the great sect master. Great cult master is a thing of the past. Who's saving the cult? It's Cultmaster Qin. Emosher shouted. If you dare to go against Cultmaster Qin, you are looking down on me and the mercenaries. Men kill them. Boom! At the entrance of the palace, a group of mercenaries rushed in, armed with high-tech energy guns. Kill! The energy gun was fired. Beams of light swept over. Pew. The light beam shot over, causing a cosmos god to turn into a hornet's nest on the spot. Run! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Spare me. I'm willing to support Cultmaster Qin. I don't want to die. Qin Shan, you will die a horrible death. So. The great palace had turned into a field of azuras. All the experts present were suffering from indiscriminate attacks. The defensive treasures they put up were instantly broken, and they could no longer hold on. Surimo, what are you doing? Cultmaster Qin Shan could no longer sit still. Emosher looked at the one-sided massacre and indifferently said, I'm helping you solve your problem. Unless you don't want to be the great sect master? I know you do. As long as you have our mercenaries behind you, even if that half-dead great sect master comes, we can still deal with him. What do you think, Cultmaster Qin Shan? Cultmaster Qin Shan's heart skipped a beat. Emosher, you are shameless. At this moment, he realized that he had been tricked. Cultmaster Qin Shan, it's best that you don't move. If my subordinates tremble, it won't be a good thing to you or me. It was unknown when, but several people had appeared behind Cultmaster Qin Shan. Their black muzzles were pointed at him. A wave of death aura locked onto the body of Cultmaster Qin Shan. Those who don't want to die kneel on the ground in pain. This is your only chance. Emosher looked at the people being massacred and said indifferently, I will kneel. Don't kill me. I surrender. Many figures took the initiative to kneel on the ground. They were trembling. Just a group of mercenaries had defeated them, and their hearts were dead. Emosher looked up. Windless Religious Master, Endless Sky Religious Master, are you still going to resist? Taking a step out, Emosher punched out and closed in on Endless Sky Religious Master. The protective treasure armor in front of Endless Sky Religious Master let out a kacha sound. It was filled with cracks. Hong hong hong. Endless Sky Religious Master, who was punched consecutively, had his entire body exploding. He fell onto the ground and could not get up. Emosher watched indifferently. A cosmos god like you is too weak. Endless Sky Religious Master was beaten to the point that he could not retaliate. Windless, hurry up and leave. Endless Sky Religious Master's expression turned pale. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. He had instantaneously executed the burning secret technique. He flipped over and charged at Emosher. Hurry up and leave. Before the energy spear, Windless Religious Master could hardly hold on. The light shield around him started rippling continuously as if it would break at any moment. At the moment when he acted, Windless Religious Master reacted, but he still underestimated how powerful it was. The incoming attack could not be broken at all. He could only passively resist it. Because the incoming attack was so fierce, coupled with the small space, he could not execute it. Endless sky. Windless Religious Master supported the light shield with scarlet eyes. Leave. Emosher punched the other party away. Nobody can leave tonight. Endless Sky Religious Master who flew out was immediately caught. A light sword pierced through the heart of Endless Sky Religious Master. It will be your turn soon. Emosher took a step out and slashed out with his sword. You on Great Continent, Sacred Mountain. Will the mercenaries be honest? Lin Fei faced the night sky and drank. Ever since the mercenaries acted, the Iron Blood Hall and the others suffered a huge defeat. The outer cosmos maintained their silence. The church reversed their disadvantageous position and regained their lost territory. It was as though they had returned to the past. That Qin Shan Religious Master was like the sun in the sky. He was hailed as a great hero of the church. Lin Fei felt unhappy. His mission would most likely be hard to complete. Fortunately, the system did not give any warnings. That gave Lin Fei some confidence. Things were not that bad. Hua! A black hole appeared. A figure fell down, and the smell of blood filled the air. Who? Lin Fei grabbed out with one hand. A person landed in his hand. It's me, Windless. Windless Religious Master was currently in a terrible state. Half his body had been blasted apart. His aura was exceptionally weak. Chapter 35-25. Heartless Cult Master escaped to the Sacred Mountain with heavy injuries. Lin Fei was surprised. No one can save you. Just as the Windless Cult leader shouted for help, a light sword pierced out of the black hole at lightning speed. A sharp voice could be heard. It was Emosher. Lin Fei raised his head and scoffed. He took a step forward and arrived above Heartless Cult Master. He punched out. Ka. The fist collided with the light sword. Under the tremendous impact, the power radiated outwards, shattering the void. You dare to make a move in my territory? Who dares to challenge you? The power of the light sword followed the momentum and shattered numerous layers of defense. In the end, they were all blocked. It only took an instant for them to exchange blows. Governor Lin, I will remember you. A voice came from the black hole. He is lucky. Emosher kept the light sword. He had underestimated Heartless Cult Master. He actually had such a treasure. Emosher didn't care that Heartless Cult Master had left. The situation was in his hands now. In the palace, corpses were everywhere. The remaining experts knelt on the ground and shivered. They looked like they were waiting for their punishment. Emosher walked over. Congratulations, Cult Master Qin. From today onwards, you are the great Cult Master of the cult. You will control the entire eternal universe and rule the world. Cult Master Qin Shan had a dark expression. I'm afraid I will become your puppet. Cult Master Qin Shan didn't expect that he would be used. As a result, he was now a prisoner. None of the experts that came tonight could stop the attack of the mercenaries. At least I will give you the chance to rule the world. Emosher smiled. Who knows if you don't say it? I think you should understand that this is good for everyone. Cult Master Qin Shan was silent. 3 days later, I will hold a ceremony for you. The entire universe will know. Emosher walked over and patted Qin Shan's shoulder. Prepare yourself well. I hope to see a domineering sect leader Qin Shan and not a soulless Qin Shan. If so, I don't mind changing to a new one. Cult Master Qin Shan sighed. You win, I will go back to rest. That night, on the sacred mountain of the cult, a cleansing operation started. Inside the sacred mountain, the wind howled and cranes howled. The next day, a sensational news spread throughout the eternal universe. Sect Master Qin Shan would ascend to the position of Great Sect Master 3 days later. When this news came out, the entire universe was in an uproar. I'll be the first to approve of Qin Shan as the head sect master. Qin Shan is a great hero. Of course he can become the great sect leader. He's insane. How can Qin Shan be the great sect master? All kinds of news were flying around. To the forces from the other universes, this time it was definitely Immersing's doing. There had never been a second great sect master in the eternal universe. Even though countless years had passed, no great sect master had dared to sit in the position of great sect master. Qin Shan was ambitious, but he didn't have the guts. It was obvious who the mastermind was. They could not help but admire the shamelessness of the mercenaries. They could not afford to play such tricks. After saving the windless cult leader, Lin Fei immediately sent people to investigate. Something must have happened to the church. Governor Lin, it's all thanks to you that I survived last night. The windless hierarch looked much better. Under the tree in the yard, the two of them sat facing each other. It's just a small matter. Lin Fei shook his head. Your appearance last night was indeed out of my expectations. The windless hierarch smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the mercenary Immersing to be this shameless. I'm afraid Qin Shan has become a puppet now. Lin Fei already knew what happened last night. He sighed. The mercenaries were truly impressive. The mercenaries sure are impressive. Lin Fei commented. The windless hierarch went silent. Lord, something big has happened. Li Hu ran in. I've just received news that the church will hold the great sect master appointment ceremony in 3 days. Li Hu himself was also quite shocked. How could Qin Shan be the great sect master? The mercenaries sure are cunning. The windless hierarch roared, then stood up and said to Lin Fei, Governor Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Finally, the main topic. Last night, when the windless hierarch narrowly escaped death, Lin Fei knew that his chance had come. He had been waiting for the windless hierarch to speak. He couldn't be anxious about this. It would be best if the windless hierarch spoke. From Lin Fei's point of view, the internal affairs of the church would take at least a few decades, or even a century. Who would have thought? Everything happened so quickly. It had only been a few years. Speak. Lin Fei smiled. We can be considered friends. As a member of the eternal universe, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Since he wasn't used to the windless hierarch, he would agree no matter what he said. I hope that Governor Lin can help me chase away the mercenaries. The windless hierarch spoke seriously. If Qin Shan becomes the great sect master, I won't say anything. In fact, the church is indeed lacking a great sect master and a leader. But this time, the mercenaries are shamelessly leading everything. This is something I can't tolerate. I hope that Governor Lin can help. Lin Fei frowned. If it was someone else, I might be able to, but the mercenaries. The windless hierarch indeed wanted Lin Fei to help. Although the mercenaries were powerful, Lin Fei had many tricks up his sleeves. He might not necessarily lose. Governor Lin, this is only my personal request. If it's not possible, then forget it. The windless hierarch naturally knew how terrifying the mercenaries were. No matter who it was, they would treat this matter seriously. I need to consider, Lin Fei said. The windless hierarch was indeed worried about being rejected. Fortunately, it wasn't a cruel rejection. Considering didn't mean there was no chance. I'll be grateful no matter what. A day later. In the meantime, Lin Fei secretly went to the church. This time, the church had a new formation set up inside and outside, making it even more powerful. After some investigation, Lin Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. The church was currently under the control of the mercenaries. At the important places, the mercenaries had set up heavy defenses. The interior of the church had also changed. There were mercenaries on guard everywhere. Thank you, I thank you on behalf of them. The windless hierarch heard the final reply and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. The windless hierarch believed Divine Sword Hierarch's words. This is what I should do. Lin Fei nodded. It's not their turn to interfere in the eternal universe. What Lin Fei was worried about didn't happen. The system didn't notify him. Lin Fei was relieved. If even the system stopped him from doing this, then Lin Fei would be powerless even if he wanted to. The two of them started to discuss. In the end, the windless hierarch couldn't win against Lin Fei. Everything was done according to what Lin Fei said. The remaining 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the ruins outside the church's sacred mountain. It was already cleaned up. Colorful flags fluttered and lanterns hung high. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. The ceremony was held there. Cult Master Qin, congratulations. Cult Master Qin, great news. Many big shots appeared in the church. Chapter 35-26. Today the Vatican was bustling. Everyone was here to celebrate. Sect leader Qin Shan greeted everyone with a smile. Nobody knew how bitter he felt. He was obviously tricked, but he still had to put on an act in the end. Sect leader Qin Shan regretted it. He definitely wouldn't have looked for mercenaries. Now he had no choice but to do it. Emosher's gaze swept over from time to time. It was an indistinct warning. Soon it was time for the ceremony. Although some people didn't come, they were secretly paying attention to this place. Time's up, begin the ceremony. Someone announced. Emosher smiled. Once the ceremony is done, I will be controlling this universe's righteousness. With this righteousness in hand, it would be easy for him to deal with others. As for whether they would admit it or not, it was another matter. He didn't care at all. Sect leader Qin Shan went up the stage. He proceeded step by step. Ceremony completed. Welcome, great sect leader. Welcome, great sect leader. At this moment, everyone knelt down and said in unison. Sect leader Qin Shan also became great sect leader. Seems like we are not too late. Lin Fei brought sect leader Feng over. Sect leader Qin Shan had just completed the ceremony. He really has the cheek to do it. Sect leader Feng's killing intent was cold. Lin Fei smiled. Let's kill our way in now. Sect leader Feng nodded. I will leave everything to Manor Lord Lin. This time Lin Fei didn't bring anyone else. Apart from sect leader Feng, there was no one else. Facing Emosher's mercenaries, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless in case he suffered heavy losses. After sect leader Qin Shan became great sect leader, he proceeded to the next step, which was to reward everyone. I announce. Emosher had a faint smile on his face. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter resounded. Hong hong hong. As the laughter resounded, the mercenaries all had a splitting headache. Their bodies exploded like fireworks. Me. I can't take it anymore. This laughter contained a terrifying attack. In an instant, a large number of people turned into blood mist without any ability to resist. Even if they wore armor, it was useless now. Still, he died and his Dao vanished. Who is it? Emosher's armor appeared around his body, but he was still hit by waves of attacks. The lightsaber in his hand slashed at the laughing figure. A ray of sword light shot out in a mighty manner. Everywhere it passed, space was slashed open, reaching the depths of the universe barrier. Hurry up and board the battleship. Emosher was also furious. Who dared to make a move? They were mercenaries from a special force that had existed for millions of years. Boom boom boom. The laughter continued to reverberate. The warriors brought by Emosher activated their armors, but to no avail. One by one they turned into blood mist. In the blink of an eye they suffered heavy losses. What a fierce attack. Who is it? Even a mercenary has such a day. The forces that were paying attention gloated. Mercenaries were rude and overbearing. They were despicable and shameless. No power like them. Emosher's lightsaber kept slashing out. Every sword strike was like a stone sinking into the ocean. He didn't even manage to injure the other party. Damn it. Emosher cursed in a low voice. Your Excellency killed the people of my mercenary army. Aren't you afraid of the mercenary army's retaliation? Ha ha ha, what's the big deal about revenge? In the eternal universe, who do you think you are? A figure appeared in front of Emosher. With a punch absolute hit. A light shield appeared, neutralizing the layers of power. Who? Emosher retreated, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Lin Fei. Emosher stared at the other party. That's right, it's me. Lin Fei laughed. How do my punches taste? Boom boom boom. Every punch landed on Emosher's body. Even the light shield couldn't stop it. Every punch caused Emosher to vomit blood non-stop. Under the attack of a skill, no one could withstand it. Absolute hit increased the damage, penetrating the defense of the technological armor. How can such an attack penetrate? Emosher kept retreating. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei's punches were fast, one punch after another. Each punch wasn't very powerful, but for Emosher it was an abnormal invisible attack. The lightsaber's defense couldn't stop it either. Go, 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 we must go to the battleship. Only a 5th-level battleship can resist such attacks. Emoshur had never seen such a strange and terrifying scene. Lin Fei relied on infinite movement to stop Emoshur from approaching the 5th-level battleship again and again. Your body is so strong. Lin Fei blasted out dozens of punches, but still couldn't kill the other party. He sighed at the defense of the other party's armor. When his skill attacks passed through the armor, they were blocked by layers of defense, consuming a lot of energy. The remaining power was also limited. This was also very terrifying. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Fei kept moving, blasting out punch after punch. Governor Lin, are you going to start a war with the mercenaries? Emoshur was really anxious. He was only one step away from the 5th-level battleship, but this step was like a chasm. Although he was wearing armor, his injuries were very serious. Soon he couldn't hold on anymore. He was seriously injured again and again on the verge of collapse. But once he entered the 5th-level battleship, it would be different. By relying on the defense of the 5th-level battleship, he could leave this place no matter what. Die! Lin Fei came behind Emoshur and punched Emoshur's back. Layers of power erupted. This punch was even stronger. After the light shield shook, cracks appeared on its surface. Kacha, 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 kacha. Go! A figure appeared above Emoshur's head, ripped open space and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei didn't chase. The other party was too fast. That didn't seem to be an essence spirit, but its speed is shockingly fast. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wanted to kill him and interrogate him for some information about the universe. What a waste. It's over, it's over. Qin Shan's sect leader turned and ran. Qin Shan's sect leader knew how strong Emoshur was. Now that he was chased away by Lin Fei, even 10 of him wouldn't be his match. If he didn't leave, he would just want to die. Qin Shan, you colluded with the mercenaries and betrayed the Vatican. Don't even think about leaving today. Winless sect leader charged out to stop Qin Shan's sect leader. Kill. Qin Shan's sect leader charged forward. 5th-level battleship. Lin Fei collected the 2 Class 5 warships. Good stuff. If Emoshur was on the 5th-level battleship, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to attack. Once he did, the 5th-level battleship would be damaged too. If it was damaged in such a place, who could he find to repair it? Lin Fei really wanted to thank them for holding the ceremony and giving up his greatest advantage. This was also the reason why he could kill them. Lin Fei didn't attack Winless sect leader and Qin Shan's sect leader as their strength was similar. Now that Qin Shan's sect leader was scared out of his wits, his strength was naturally affected. He was destined to lose. Lin Fei attacked again. His attacking methods are really evil. Even though they weren't unfamiliar with Lin Fei's name, each time they saw him they would feel helpless. Chapter 35-27. Emoshur was chased away. The mercenaries were completely wiped out. Qin Shan's sect leader was captured by the Winless sect leader in less than a day. After destroying the mercenaries' fighting power, Lin Fei personally killed his way in. Everywhere he went, everyone surrendered. No one dared to resist. The Vatican's upper echelons that were imprisoned were released. Among them were some of Lin Fei's old acquaintances. Due to Emoshur's actions, the Vatican suffered heavy losses. After settling the matter, Lin Fei left the Vatican. Damn Lin Fei, what kind of attack does he have? Emoshur was the size of a fist. He turned into a beam of light and flew away. This was his second primordial spirit. It was taken over and used to save his life. Over the years he rarely used it. Now that I have lost all my treasures, my strength is greatly affected. I must immediately inform the mercenaries to come over. Emoshur regretted not being on the warship. If he had the warship, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As long as the mercenaries come, the Vatican will still be weak. Emoshur wanted to make a great contribution, but he didn't expect to be defeated. He even paid a heavy price. Emoshur was furious. The Winless sect leader temporarily took the position of the first sect leader. He began a cleansing operation. All of Qin Shan's men were wiped out. The Winless sect leader did not kill them, but locked them up. Keeping them alive was better than killing them. After a few days, the Winless sect leader finally settled the Vatican's internal affairs. Governor Lin, sorry for the disturbance. The windless sect leader brought unnatural to the sacred body mountain. Sit. Lin Fei smiled. The leader of the windless cult was now very polite to Lin Fei. This time, thanks to Governor Lin, I was able to calm the turmoil in the Vatican. The windless sect leader did not sit, but slightly bowed. I would like to invite Governor Lin to become the first sect leader of the Vatican. In the entire universe, only you can be the first sect leader. Lin Fei could tell that the other party was sincere. Now, he had no interest in the Vatican, even if it was the position of sect master. He would leave Universe 9 once the origin land was over. I'm not interested in the position of cult master right now. Besides, if I were to go, many people would feel uncomfortable. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's pretty good right now. You don't have to say anything else. I'll still help if I can. Despite knowing that this would happen, the unwindy cult master still sighed after hearing it. The identity of the sect master. Many people were jealous of his status, but they couldn't get it. Lin Fei rejected him just like that. The windless cult master knew that it was impossible to pull Lin Fei into their organization. Governor Lin, I can understand that you don't want to be the leader, but you must accept this gift. The windless cult leader took out a box. If you don't accept it, I won't leave. The windless hierarch started to throw a tantrum. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're the sect master after all. Can't you act a little more? I can accept the gift. Lin Fei accepted the item. Forget about the rest. Yes, yes. The windless hierarch nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about what I've promised. The windless hierarch quickly left the sacred body mountain with unnatural. Lin Fei could more or less guess what the windless hierarch was thinking. The current Vatican was in trouble. If he was there, it would be completely different. The mercenary Mosher was well equipped, but he was still not as good as him. Who wouldn't be afraid when his body was destroyed? He opened the box. There was a talisman in the box, flickering with Jingguang. Extraordinary, Lin Fei thought to himself. He grabbed the talisman and looked at it. This is a secret technique, the Vatican's #1 secret technique. When Lin Fei received the message from the talisman, he was greatly startled, not daring to believe it. The Vatican sent me this thing. Lin Fei had experienced the Vatican's #1 secret technique. Even a Class 5 warship was damaged by one slash. What kind of power was that? Lin Fei was very interested in this secret technique. He continued looking at it. Who would have thought that this is a secret technique that amplifies one's strength? I can control the energy of the array, and the power of one slash isn't any weaker than a peak 10th level Cosmos God. Lin Fei was surprised. This secret technique has a requirement on the strength of the fleshy body. That immortal sword religious master is most likely no longer around. Currently, there isn't anyone in the Vatican who could execute this heaven-shocking sword anymore. Lin Fei knew why the windless hierarch sent this secret technique over. Interesting. After the internal chaos of the Vatican ended, the battleships left behind by the mercenaries were taken away by Lin Fei. Other than a single Class 5 warship, it was left outside the Vatican, becoming a terrifying existence. Who? A stream of light came from afar. It's me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei passed through the Vatican. Windless hierarch flew out from the Vatican. Governor Lin. Governor Lin. Currently, nobody doubted Lin Fei's strength anymore. Many in the Vatican were still grateful to Lin Fei. In a quiet courtyard, the servants retreated. Governor Lin, speak your mind. Windless hierarch took the initiative to say. After the Iron Veins Hall and Mosher's mercenaries, the overall strength of the Vatican was greatly affected. Just the hierarch alone had lost 70 to 80% of the hierarch. Those chosen by religious master Qin Shan could not be counted. Be it in terms of experience or strength, they could not reach the standard of a hierarch. Before the ground of origin closed, the biggest reliance of the Vatican was Lin Fei. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to send the heaven-shocking sword secret technique. Actually, it's nothing much. The ground of origin is about to open, and the mercenaries have retreated. Nobody can guarantee that others won't act. I have decided to stay in the Vatican for a period of time until I realize the opening. Windless hierarch was delighted. Good. 100 years passed in a flash. During this 100 years there were people who acted, yet they were all killed by Lin Fei. He even used the heaven-shocking sword, scaring everyone into keeping their thoughts in check. This sword was extremely terrifying. All kinds of thoughts disappeared along with this sword. Bang! On this day, on a desolate desert in the eternal universe, a huge divine mountain appeared. A vast and boundless abyss-like aura spread across the entire universe. Many gazes were directed over. The ground of origin has appeared. Let's go. The powerhouses rushed over. For this day they had waited for a few hundred years. During this time they had even lost some people. In the sky streams of light flowed like rainbows. In a certain forest, a green-clothed man who was meditating opened his eyes. Sword come. A sword rushed out from the ground. Ground of origin, I'm coming. It flew through the sky. In a restaurant, an old man who drank every day looked so drunk that he could collapse at any moment. As the aura appeared, he instantly woke up. He grabbed the gourd and gulped down mouthfuls of it before leaving the restaurant. It's finally here. On this day, countless hidden powerhouses from the outside showed themselves. Terrifying auras appeared one after another. They shocked everyone again and again. Chapter 35:28. On the desert, a faintly discernible mountain was floating. Rings of light spread outwards, forming a halo of light. I can't charge in. This halo is quite formidable. The halo will absorb our attacks. On the desert, many figures were blocked by the halo. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. The origin ground required the strength of a cosmos god to enter. At this moment, those who gathered here were all cosmos gods, of which there were quite a few armored warriors who came from outside the cosmos. The native cosmos gods from the eternal cosmos had subconsciously distanced themselves. These experts from outside the cosmos were not easy to deal with. The Holy Church is here. Space fluctuated. A Grade 5 warship rushed out, bringing with it an enormous wave that tore through the void. The mercenaries have really helped us a lot. The moment the Grade 5 warship appeared, the experts from outside the cosmos inhaled inwardly. If not for the mercenaries, the Holy Church would not have such a huge improvement in strength even though it was borrowed. A Grade 5 warship could intimidate cosmos gods. Nobody could resist against the might of a warship. What made everyone remember was that Lin Fei had tyrannical techniques that no one could see through. Such an enemy would give anyone a headache. The Grade 5 warship arrived near the sacred mountain. Many figures flew out. The leading one was Windless Cultmaster. Behind him were the group of higher-ups. Other than that, there was another person who appeared that startled everyone. It was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei came with them precisely to complete the mission smoothly. That Lin Fei Prefecture Master is here. He looks ordinary. It is ordinary that is frightening. The moment Lin Fei arrived, everyone felt their hearts tightening. Even the mercenaries suffered a huge loss, much less them. It was better for them to be careful. Windless Cultmaster, since all of you are here, can you open the origin ground so that everyone can enter? Unless all of you are thinking of enjoying it alone. On a warship, a black-robed old man said nonchalantly, "This is Cosmos 8, Black Tiger Great Demon." Windless Cultmaster transmitted to Lin Fei. He is extremely strong. He is a peak level 8 Cosmos God and could fight against a level 9 Cosmos God. Those at level 7 and above were all great experts. Usually it was very difficult to raise one level. Black Tiger was an extremely famous expert in the multiverse. As soon as this person spoke, everyone's expression changed. The origin ground was their last hope. No one could stop them from entering. The current Vatican was no longer what it used to be. Windless Hierarch, the origin ground belongs to everyone. I don't think they dare. The leader of the Windless cult had expected this. Who asked the church to be so easily bullied? They had no power. Persimmons would naturally pick the soft ones. The Vatican was undoubtedly a pushover. If he didn't choose now, when would he? Everyone, the land of origin has appeared in the eternal universe. The Vatican will naturally open its doors. Your worries are unnecessary, the Windless cult leader said loudly. Everyone was relieved. Embezzlement? They did not think that the Vatican had the ability to do so. Even if Lin Fei was included, the result would be the same. At least he knows his place. As long as we go in, the Vatican can step aside. Currently, the strongest expert in the Holy Church is Windless Religious Master. He is at the 9th level Cosmos God realm and is considered ordinary amongst those at the 9th level. At that time, no one will be able to stop us from snatching the treasure. All of them had different gazes. The excitement between their brows could not be concealed. Governor Lin, quite a few experts have come this time. There are 12 9th level Cosmos gods. The windless cult leader transmitted, of which the strongest should be the Heaven Suppression Sex Cosmos God Bai Lang. He is extremely close to the peak 9th level Cosmos God realm. This person whom the windless cult leader was wary of was garbed in white. Waves were surging around him, and an enormous oceanic world was faintly discernible. Governor Lin this time. You just have to help us find that treasure. The windless cult leader continued. We aren't the strongest opponent this time. I doubt they will act against us. If the origin ground appeared elsewhere, it would definitely be a huge enemy. But in this Cosmos 9 it seemed extremely weak. A religious master like the windless cult leader wasn't that eye-catching. As long as we find the treasure, I'll do my best. Lin Fei said. Open. The windless cult leader summoned a treasure. This was a sword-shaped key. The sword from beyond the heavens pierced through the light halos that obstructed everyone before flying into the void illusion God Mountain. Hong! The light halo around the God Mountain began dissipating. Success! We can enter soon. The origin ground, this old man has finally arrived. The light halo disappeared. The experts present could feel the horrifying suppression released by the origin ground. Everyone could feel how extraordinary the origin ground was. Half an hour later, the halo disappeared without a trace. It seemed they could enter at any time. Ha ha ha, this old man will be entering first. With a loud laughter, a figure rushed out. He turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the origin ground. Just as this figure entered the original light halo, he was forced out. He stopped in midair. A bolt of lightning struck down, followed by the second and third. This old man does not want to die. Yet another bolt of lightning struck the body of this person. After a miserable scream, he fell down from the sky. A pseudo-cosmos god wants to barge in? He is simply reckless. A demonic wind lifted the black tiger great demon as he flew towards the origin ground. Hong hong hong. That is the god lightning of the origin ground. It has the power of a cosmos god. Those who can't withstand it will die. Someone snorted. Let's go too. Windless religious master entered personally. That treasure had to be brought back. Nothing could go wrong. Lin Fei nodded. Let's go. So. The few of them rushed into the God Lightning region. Indeed, God Lightning struck down. It was incredibly powerful and brought along a destructive aura. Being cosmos gods, they did not feel any pressure at all. They brought out their treasures and passed through the region. It was simpler for Lin Fei. He simply carried the God Lightning with his fleshy body. The entire process did not take long. Hong! The moment they stepped into the origin ground, everyone felt their bodies sinking. A boundless suppression reached deep into their souls. Go! The cosmos gods flew in all directions. There were also some who flew forward. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. By the time Lin Fei and windless religious master entered, they could not see a single person, especially a level 9 cosmos god. This place is filled with danger. We have to be careful. Windless religious master reminded. The group of people flew at a low altitude. This time the Holy Church sent windless religious master and 3 other level 2 cosmos gods. Such a formation was indeed weak. Fortunately there was Lin Fei. No matter what, he was considered weak. Religious master, look ahead. A few people appeared in front of them and were attacking a treasure. Chapter 35:29. That was a mountain slope. At this moment there were 6 people fighting. Many cosmos shockwaves were formed. Only a few cracks appeared in the void. They were fighting for a dimly glowing sword-shaped treasure. That cosmos god treasure was moving back and forth. Every time it moved, it would tear open a crack in the void. Those are the people from the Blackwater tribe and Sky Peak Pavilion. Windless Cult Master had understood all the experts from other cosmos who came this time. We are here for that treasure. There is no need to snatch other treasures. An extraordinary cosmos treasure did not attract Lin Fei at all. The land of origin. Everywhere was dusky. Lin Fei and Windless Cultmaster traveled for a few dozen kilometers. They had met with danger during this period. An inconspicuous blade of grass slashed out with an invincible sword intent, slashing out again and again, tearing the void apart. If not for their quick reactions, they would have suffered greatly. Hurry up and look. Seems to be a cosmos treasure. Not far away, there was a circular treasure resting on top of a rock. It was dimly glowing. Our luck is not bad. Windless Cultmaster sent out a sword light that swept towards the treasure. As it approached, the circular treasure seemed to sense it. With a wong sound, it clashed against the sword light, causing half of the sword light to dissipate. So. Several sword lights formed a huge net that enveloped the treasure. The treasure was enveloped by the sword net. It resisted several times, causing the net to fall apart. Fortunately, it was retrieved in the end. Low-grade Cosmos God. Windless Cultmaster extended his hand and suppressed the circular treasure, revealing its true appearance. It was a piece of bronze mirror. Hong hong hong. At another location, a figure tore through the lightning region. When the lightning descended, they were all repelled. That person extended his hand and grabbed. A treasure was obtained. It is indeed Governor Lin who is formidable. We can't resist against such god lightning easily. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure resisting against it with his multiple defenses. A low-grade Cosmos God treasure. Along the way, this was not the first time Lin Fei fought. He had obtained 2 low-grade Cosmos God treasures. His luck was quite good. My luck is not bad. Lin Fei smiled. By the way, have you arrived at the place you want to go? By a lake in Mount Origin. It took them a few days to pass through the outer perimeter. Mount Origin came into view. It was a mountain filled with a strange aura. Hua hua at the top of Mount Origin, streaks of light constantly shuttled back and forth, and one could vaguely see that they were treasures. Those are all formidable Cosmos God treasures. The worst are at the middle grade. As for high grade and top grade, as long as one is strong enough or has the opportunity, one can obtain them. At the foot of Mount Origin, the Windless Hierarch said to Lin Fei. His gaze remained on the Cosmos God treasure that could not be considered as a shuttle. The Cosmos God treasures here are formed naturally. They are not treasures refined by others. Lin Fei had already sensed this. Even though Shuang had not refined any Cosmos God treasures, he could easily sense the unique energy that came from Cosmos God treasures. With such a treasure, Cosmos Gods would become much stronger. After stepping into Mountain of Origin, huge rocks, small grasses, and even unremarkable existences would often erupt with danger. Lin Fei and the Windless Hierarch had experienced many dangers along the way. Fortunately, they managed to survive without any mishaps. There are people ahead. The Windless Hierarch was the first to sense the situation. The few of them slowed down their speed. A huge lake appeared ahead. At this moment, there were several experts emitting dangerous auras standing by the lake. Black Tiger Great Demon. Star-picking Han Xiakuan from the Sky Palace. By the lake, 2 people were the most eye-catching. Both Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking Han Xiakuan were peak 8th level Cosmos Gods. When Windless Hierarch and Lin Fei appeared, the eyes of Black Tiger Great Demon trembled. This isn't a place where you can stay. Scram immediately. Star-picking Han Xiakuan also looked over. We can indeed scram now. The expression of Windless Hierarch became slightly ugly. If the Great Hierarch were here, these people would not dare to say such words even if they were given 100 guts. Middle grade Cosmos God treasure. Lin Fei squinted. Under the guidance of Windless Hierarch, he had a rough understanding of Cosmos God treasures. At the center of the lake, a lump of black water wrapped around a lump of something. This lump of aura was emitting a powerful aura. Black Tiger Great Demon and Xiakuan stood opposite each other. Neither of them snatched it. No wonder they are standing there without moving. The expression of Windless Hierarch sunk. It is actually a middle-grade Cosmos God treasure. It is highly possible that it is a water-type Cosmos God treasure. Cosmos God treasures were categorized into different levels and attributes. Any Cosmos God who was matched with an appropriate Cosmos God treasure would become much stronger. Why aren't you scramming? Black Tiger Great Demon roared. A tiger head appeared. It looked savage and savage. Following that, he roared. Star-picking Han Xiaokuan waved his hand, causing a black energy to come pressing down like a torrential downpour. I am giving you face, yet you don't want it. You are the one who asked for it. Star-picking Han Xiaokuan said with disdain. Even if the other party was a hierarch with a 9th-level cosmos god strength, he was still one of the weakest existences amongst hierarch. Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking Han Xiaokuan were both at the 8th-level cosmos god. Yet their combat strength was at the peak. In addition to the treasures they had, their combat strength would increase further. This is the eternal cosmos. It isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Lin Fei pounced out. He punched out. It was an absolute strike coupled with heavy injuries. Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking Han Xiaokuan trembled. Their expressions turned ugly. They were injured with a single punch. Their injuries were not serious, yet they were still injured. Strange. They knew that Lin Fei was a formidable person, yet he could injure them with a single punch. That was indeed frightening. Again. Hong hong hong. Lin Fei continued punching out. Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking Han Xiaokuan kept retreating. Treasures appeared on their bodies, yet they could not stop Lin Fei's attacks. Go! The two turned around and left. The remaining people did the same. In the blink of an eye, the lakeside became empty. Governor Lin, your strength is truly unfathomable. Windless Hierarch also brought out his treasures to protect the two cosmos gods. Haha! Lin Fei rushed into the lake. His arms grew long and long, grabbing towards that treasure. Hong hong hong. Many water arrows shot out from the water. They struck his arm. Every single arrow had the strength of a 7th-level cosmos god. What was more frightening was that these water arrows were not only powerful, they were also penetrative. They were constantly scouring the flesh on Lin Fei's arm. It isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei moved to the center of the lake. He extended his hand. His hand was like a mountain that grabbed the treasure. The lake water rushed over. Lin Fei used another unlimited movement, so to evade the attack of the lake water. He safely returned to the outside. Go! The treasure continued struggling. As Shuang retracted his hand, the treasure could no longer struggle. In the end, it became obedient. Windless Hierarch and the other two hurried over. This treasure isn't bad. Windless Hierarch could see that the treasure could control the energy of the lake water. Black Tiger and Great Demon were strong, but it was not easy to take down this treasure and the lake water. Chapter 35-30. Mountain of Origin. Lin Fei and his group continued moving forward. The treasures that appeared after that were not as many as expected. Every single one of them was not low in grade. Lin Fei did not meet any more opponents. He had also collected a total of 5 Cosmos God treasures. Every single time, he would use the unlimited movement. He was practically unstoppable. The leader of the Windless cult could not help but be convinced. This time they had only obtained 2 Cosmos God treasures, and they were left behind by Lin Fei. It is just ahead. 10 days later at Mountain of Origin, Windless Cult Master was clearly excited when he spoke. According to the records, that treasure of our church has been lost at the place ahead. Windless Cult Master had been staring ahead. Until now, Lin Fei was curious about what the church had lost. It was even worth the system issuing a mission for it. What did your church lose? Lin Fei asked. If you don't mind, you don't have to say. Windless Cult Master did not reject. He smiled bitterly. Governor Lin, you are no longer an outsider. This matter is actually a humiliation for our church. You should know about the Eternal God Seal, right? Lin Fei was too clear about this treasure. It could seal space and restrict one's strength. It was the nightmare of his enemies. Previously, it was all thanks to the system technique that Lin Fei survived. If it were other experts, they would have died for sure. I'm clear, Lin Fei said. It's very powerful. If not for my little technique, I wouldn't have been able to resist against it. Windless Cult Master revealed a strand of pride. There are 3 great supreme treasures in the eternal cosmos. The first is the Eternal God Seal. It can suppress anyone. The second treasure is the God-killing spear. The moment this spear is unleashed, it will unleash the power of a peak 9th-level cosmos god. It is the nightmare of all enemies. With a thought, it can kill without a trace. The third treasure is the Eternal Cosmos Armor. It has an unparalleled defense. Nobody in the Eternal Cosmos can break through the Eternal Cosmos Armor. Lin Fei was startled inwardly. He had seen the Eternal God Seal before. No wonder there seems to be a lack of coordination after the Eternal God Seal. Lin Fei had been curious about this matter in the past. To be able to become a supreme treasure, and a treasure used to trap people at that, it did not seem to be as powerful as he had imagined. The Vatican lost the God-slaying spear. This generation's great sect master was plotted against when he was searching for the God-slaying spear. The windless sect master was enraged at the mention of this. No way! Is that how the sect master was injured? Lin Fei suddenly understood. Fortunately, the head sect master had the Eternal Universe armor on her, which allowed her to escape in the end. It was also because they were worried that the head sect master would obtain the God-slaying spear. With 3 great treasures, she would be the strongest in the Eternal Universe, and no one would be able to contend against her. What a powerful foundation! Lin Fei did not doubt the leader's words at all. With 3 great treasures in hand, he truly lived up to his name as the #1 expert. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it away? Lin Fei smiled and said. You make it sound so powerful that even I'm tempted. Don't worry. The windless sect master's eyes were firm. Governor Lin is mysterious and unfathomable. Why would he care about the God-slaying spear? Ha ha ha. To be ambushed by experts, one could imagine how fearful everyone was of the God-slaying spear. Lin Fei was indeed interested in such a treasure. However, he was afraid that he would get into trouble. Furthermore, keeping it might not be as good as keeping it with the Vatican. With such a treasure in hand, the Vatican would definitely quieten down. No one would challenge the orthodox position of the Vatican. As long as he maintained his strength, Lin Fei was not worried about what the windless sect master would think. If he really wanted to, Lin Fei did not know when he would be strong enough. In a valley on Mount Origin. Hoo. This was a very inconspicuous place on Mount Origin. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. We're finally here. The windless sect master came to the front of the valley. According to the information left behind, it should be inside. Lin Fei looked at the windy valley and could not help but frown. This place really gave people a palpitating feeling. Are you sure? The windless sect master nodded. I'm sure it's inside. Pa. Just when the windless sect master said he was sure, several figures walked out from the void. Windless sect master, long time no see. The leader was a red-robed plump man. His face and body were filled with flesh. As he spoke, the flesh on his body rippled like water. Hua sounds could be heard. Why are you following me? When the windless sect master saw the person who came, his heart thumped. His expression turned ugly. Lin Fei thought, this god-slaying spear is extraordinary. I actually did not sense them following me. It seems that the system's mission isn't easy to complete. With the appearance of the first wave of people, there might be a second wave. Ever since he witnessed a formidable technological treasure, Lin Fei no longer dared to treat it lightly. Who is he? Lin Fei asked. Great religious master's former enemy. This red-robed fatty is from another cosmos. His nickname is Red Devil. The windless sect master transmitted. 9th level cosmos god strength. Red Devil chuckled. Since all of you can come, why can't I? After all, the god-slaying spear is a good thing. Furthermore, this is the origin ground. What do you think? The expression of the windless sect master turned uglier. Red Devil, you can forget about getting the god-slaying spear of our religious church. The windless sect master roared. That isn't up to you to decide. Red Devil disagreed. Unless we are counting on the experts you brought over. Ha. Laughter could be heard from the void. Red Devil, what you said is true. How many treasures have been lost in the origin ground? Since they are treasures, they will naturally belong to the fated ones. For instance, our puppet sect. So. Several figures rushed out. The leader was a white-haired old man. He had the demeanor of an immortal. His eyes were abnormally cold. Puppet Wang Zhangdong of the puppet sect. The expression of the windless sect master changed again. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why were all of them here? The Red Devil Fatty might seem dangerous, but in reality, it wasn't that hard to deal with him. But the Puppet King of the Puppet Sect came, and the situation was entirely different. This person might be alone, but the puppet treasure he brought with him was sufficient to stun everyone. That was sufficient to stun everyone. Even though Puppet Wang Zhongdong wasn't a level 9 Cosmos God, he could threaten any level 9 Cosmos God expert. Because Puppet Wang Zhongdong specialized in refining puppets, he was able to obtain the words Puppet King. It was also proof of his strength because he could control a level 9 Cosmos God ancient puppet. By relying on this corpse which he brought out from a certain dangerous ground, Puppet Wang Zhongdong refined a formidable puppet that was impervious to blades and spears. Myriad existences couldn't invade it. Everyone was wary of this Puppet Wang Zhongdong. A single mistake could result in their heads being separated from their bodies. The expression of the Red Devil Fatty changed. I don't want the God-slaying spear anymore. The Red Devil Fatty turned around and ran. This person loved refining puppets the most. All Cosmos gods were afraid of him. Chapter 35-31. Red Devil Fatty escaped. Puppet Wang Zhongdong did not chase after Red Devil Fatty. Instead he snorted. At least you are tactful. His gaze turned over. Windless Lin Fei, seeing that the two of you brought me here, you can scram now. Puppet Wang Zhongdong nonchalantly said. Windless Cultmaster did not have any chances of winning against Red Devil Fatty, much less against Puppet Wang Zhongdong. Impossible. Windless Cultmaster brought out the Eternal God Seal. The God-killing spear belongs to the religious church. A huge seal floated over and pressed down on the body of Puppet Wang Zhongdong. Governor Lin, I'll restrain Puppet Wang Zhongdong. I'll have to trouble you to take the God-killing spear. Windless Cultmaster transmitted. All right. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He turned into a stream of light and flew over. Hong hong hong. Many fist intents erupted on the surface of the lake. Every fist contained the strength of an 8th level Cosmos God. The fist intents tore apart space and crisscrossed, forming a terrifying blockade. The fist intents on the lake could not obstruct the footsteps of Lin Fei at all. Pung pung pung. As Lin Fei moved about, the multiple layers of defenses he set up were constantly being destroyed. It affected his movement speed. It is indeed extraordinary for it to become a place to fight. This power was sufficient to obstruct everyone. Windless Cultmaster, do you think you can obstruct me? Puppet Wang Zhongdong stood unmoving. He had a disdainful smile on his lips. Go. Hua 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 hua. A black hole appeared in the void. A huge figure walked out. He was cold and did not bring along a strand of aura. With a step, he charged into the sky above the lake. Governor Lin, be careful. That is the corpse of that ancient Cosmos God. Windless Cult Master hurriedly shouted. So. With a so sound, the sword intents expanded on this puppet. Sparks flew in all directions and clanking sounds could be heard. Windless Cult Master could not obstruct this puppet at all. It was too fast. Windless Cult Master, your religious church lacks the God-killing spear. This Eternal God Seal can only be used to trap others. Puppet Wang Zhongdong shook his head. My puppet will show you what strength is. Boom boom boom. The puppet's speed was extremely fast. Countless fist intents landed on its body, but the puppet's body only shook a little. The windless cult leader thought to himself, I'm counting on you this time. To be able to easily withstand the fist intent attack from the lake's surface, this puppet's strength was very terrifying. The puppet charged forward. This puppet is so strong. Lin Fei kept moving. He also noticed the commotion behind and couldn't help but be shocked. The corpses that the Puppet King brought over were indeed extraordinary. As Xiao Chan ventured deeper into the center of the lake, aside from the terrifying fist intent, there was also saber intent, sword intent, and all sorts of states bursting forth. The surface of the lake turned into a land of death. Lin Fei's movement advantage was also affected. This was an attack from an 8th level Cosmos God. A single attack could make Cosmos God experts feel restraining fear. Lin Fei was still ahead of his opponent for now, but he couldn't withstand his opponent's brutality. Direct flight, this body has surpassed the limits of my fleshly body. Lin Fei's movements were very fast. The multiple layers of defenses were constantly being destroyed, and they were constantly being activated. The attacks on the lake became more and more intense. All sorts of illusory figures appeared. One of them grabbed over, and the other pierced out. The void was being struck until it collapsed. Great teleportation. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing a black hole to appear in front of the puppet giant. It immediately devoured the other party. When fighting against such puppets, it was best to teleport directly. Lin Fei continued charging forward. Ho ho! All of a sudden, an enormous fist appeared in the closing black hole. Half a body stepped out. It was that puppet giant. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. It can actually resist against my great teleportation. The puppet giant charged out. Die! An ancient voice came from the mouth of the puppet giant. Hong hong hong! The region where Lin Fei was at immediately collapsed into a huge black hole. The energy from the collapse of the space struck on Lin Fei's body. Wave after wave of energy broke through the many layers of defenses, causing damage to be transferred onto the body of the puppet giant. Lin Fei was the one who suffered the impact. Just from this move alone, Lin Fei knew that the Puppet King truly lived up to his name. Lin Fei's current mission was to retrieve the God-slaying spear. This was the core of the systemized mission. Great teleportation. Lin Fei charged forward, and the great teleportation landed on the puppet giant. This time, traces of gray light appeared around the puppet giant, blocking the appearance of the black hole. It has treasures on it. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched. Heavy injury plus absolute hit. The invisible force only made the puppet giant take a step back. It's not easy to deal with. The system mission is not easy to complete. Lin Fei knew that the system mission was not as easy as he imagined. The puppet giant of the Puppet King was already unbelievably ferocious. Fortunately, I have the advantage of being faster than the puppet giant. Lin Fei charged forward. The puppet giant was extremely fast. One after another, Lin Fei arrived at the core area. That's the God-slaying spear. A wave of death shrouded over. A dark golden spear floated on the lake. Swoosh! That floating God-slaying spear moved. With a swing of its tail, it pierced in front of Lin Fei with a swoosh. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei was sent flying. Too scary. The spear pierced over, crushing all of Lin Fei's defenses. Lin Fei touched the bloody hole in front of him with a look of lingering fear. Just one spear had almost pierced through him. Although his infinite movement was fast, it was the first time he was surpassed by a spear. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted quickly. Again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The God-slaying spear continued to pierce over. Every spear forced Lin Fei to keep moving, but he could not stop the God-slaying spear's speed. It pierced over and over again, giving Lin Fei quite a scare. It clearly has no master, but it can still unleash such power. No wonder those people wanted to stop the sect master back then. Bloody holes appeared in front of Lin Fei. Swoosh! Lin Fei hid behind the puppet giant. With a swoosh, the God-slaying spear pierced the puppet giant. Boom boom boom. The puppet giant retreated. Lin Fei hid behind the puppet giant, but he still received quite a bit of impact. It can actually withstand it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This puppet corpse of the Puppet King is really unusual. The God-slaying spear failed to pierce through the puppet giant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The God-slaying spear kept piercing over. Each spear strike extremely terrifying. The puppet giant kept retreating. Fortunately, the puppet giant is blocking it. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Lin Fei kept moving, and the God-slaying spear would frequently turn and stab toward Lin Fei after a few spear strikes. In the middle of the lake, the God-slaying spear was extremely fast, almost impossible to dodge. The God-slaying spear's speed was extremely fast, and it could strike hundreds of times in an instant. Lin Fei and the puppet giant kept retreating. The power is boundless, and it is still increasing. If this continues, it will be even harder to collect it. Lin Fei was anxious. The God-slaying spear was more powerful than he imagined. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Chapter 35-32. Outside the lake. Heartless Cult Master was restraining puppet Wang Zhongdong. The Eternal God Seal was good at trapping others, and it was almost impossible to capture the other party. The energy ripple coming from the center of the lake made Heartless Cult Master anxious. He had underestimated how powerful it was inside. Their auras were enough to make people run for their lives. Heartless cult master. This god-killing spear isn't something you can take. Your Cosmos 9 isn't qualified to take it either. Puppet Wang Zhongdong guffawed. You should know that the god-killing spear is a top-grade Cosmos god weapon. It can unleash the power of an 8th-level Cosmos god, even when no one is using it. It has an extraordinary penetrative power, and body refinement Cosmos gods can't resist against it. Heartless cult master knew how powerful the god-killing spear was. It was precisely because of this that he invited Lin Fei over. And my puppet giant is different. It has the ancient Cosmos god body. Under my refinement, it can unleash the power of 3 heads and 6 arms, and its power will explode. It is fated that your church can't snatch it from me. Puppet Wang Zhongdong said as if he was certain that Heartless cult master would succeed. That might not be the case. Windless religious master was slightly lacking in confidence. Just the ancient Cosmos god body alone was more than 10 times stronger than the fleshy bodies of the current Cosmos gods even after a long time. This was also what Heartless cult master was worried about. Hong hong hong. The dark golden god-killing spear pierced over like a stream of light. In the eyes of Cosmos gods it was just a point of light. Many light points exploded in front of him. The puppet giant displayed 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms grabbed at the god-killing spear. It actually withstood it. Lin Fei was inwardly startled as he watched the puppet giant display 3 heads and 6 arms. The god-slaying spear thrust forward again and again, but they were all blocked by the 6 arms. The speed and defenses of this puppet giant have increased by an entire level, allowing it to keep up with the speed of the god-killing spear. This puppet's fleshy body is quite extraordinary. Lin Fei knew that he could not do it so easily. Such a top-grade Cosmos god weapon was indeed worth everyone fighting for. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that great religious master. With 3 supreme treasures in his hands, he would become the undisputed strongest expert in the eternal cosmos. Ding ding ding. 4 of the giant puppet's arms blocked the attacks, while its remaining 2 arms grabbed at the god-slaying spear time and time again. The god-slaying spear was also cunning. Every time the spearhead stabbed out, it would push back the palm as if it had a spiritual consciousness. Return. Lin Fei arrived beside the god-slaying spear in a flash and reached out to grab it. Poo pew pew. The god-slaying spearhead swayed, and Lin Fei's palm suffered no less than a dozen attacks. Every strike almost penetrated Lin Fei's body, frantically trying to mince his flesh and cells. What a fast reaction. This time Lin Fei did not succeed. The god-slaying spear was very agile, dodging Lin Fei's grabs time and time again. Every time it counterattacked it made him wary. It was the same for the golem giant. The god-slaying spear is indeed powerful. If I were alone, I would be completely dumbfounded. A single god-slaying spear easily dealt with them. Even the void of the origin ground is unable to suppress this peak-grade Cosmos god equipment. This situation is the worst. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the god-slaying spear could still erupt with terrifying power. In the middle of the lake a stalemate was formed. Swoosh, in the middle of the lake, a sword intent slashed out. A phantom appeared and stabbed out with a dazzling sword light. Another fist intent shot out, and an illusory figure walked out, punching straight at the yellow dragon with a domineering aura. Not good. The god-slaying spear has summoned the power left behind by the dead experts. In the middle of the lake, more than a dozen phantom figures charged out in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's expression changed. He had really underestimated the power of the god-slaying spear. It could even summon an attack of this level. In an instant the area he was in was attacked crazily. Lin Fei kept moving, activating multiple defenses and damage transfer, still not daring to be careless. You still dare to come. The god-slaying spear stabbed out, appearing before his eyes one after another. Lin Fei was speechless. Did they think he was easy to deal with? Lin Fei could only dodge again and again, brushing past his body a few times. Gradually Lin Fei felt strained. The attacks of the god-slaying spear and those phantom figures did not stop for a moment, as if there was no end to them. The energy that Lin Fei could activate in his body was gradually decreasing. Even the system's skills needed to be consumed. The puppet giant is really unwilling to let go. Lin Fei glanced at it, his eyes secretly turning red. Powerful. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The puppet giant grabbed the god-slaying spear again and again. It grabbed it a few times, but the god-slaying spear easily broke free, leaving a lot of wounds on its body. Even so, the puppet giant still looked as if it was fine. With such a puppet by its side, there was really no one who could break through it. It's going to use a big move. For the sake of the mission, Lin Fei felt that he had to go all out. If he couldn't get the god-slaying spear, it meant that he couldn't complete the mission. The puppet giant's strength was not inferior to his. Especially after displaying 3 heads and 6 arms, its strength skyrocketed. Under such circumstances, it still could not do anything to the god-slaying spear, let alone Lin Fei. I'll definitely hit it. Lin Fei punched out again and again. Every time the god-slaying spear stabbed over, it would be hit, thus affecting the direction of the stab. Finally, this made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. But the situation was very bad. Skill seal. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei's attacks stopped. The god-slaying spear also stabbed at him. The dark red spear tip flashed with cold light. It was less than an inch away from the glabella. The god-slaying spear's attack was very domineering and almost impossible to block. It had to be a universe divine weapon of the same level or a defensive divine weapon. Other than that, there was no other way. The puppet giant relied on its powerful body. Lin Fei relied on the system's skills. Lin Fei directly used the opportunity to use a big move. Skill seal. Conceal the surrounding area of 100 feet. Within this area, all attacks conceal the Imperial Guards and all living beings that can move. As for why it could only cover 100 feet, it was actually because this skill consumed a lot of prestige. In Lin Fei's opinion, a range of 100 feet was enough. Once the seal was used, everything was sealed. Fortunately, the god-slaying spear's power hasn't exceeded the mature range of the seal. Lin Fei reached out to grab it. Boom boom boom. The god-slaying spear was sealed, but the dark golden spear god let out a buzzing sound. The buzzing sound could actually shake this sealed area. The power of the seal collapsed with a whoosh. Come here. Lin Fei's arm expanded, and his large hand grabbed the god-slaying spear. The power from the god-slaying spear flowed up his palm. The puppet giant also rushed over. Its 6 arms shook, grabbing 6 universe divine weapons and smashing them over. Withdraw. Lin Fei endured the trembling power and set up multiple layers of defense in front of him. With a loud boom, most of the defense collapsed. The power of the 6 arms was so strong. Fortunately, the god-slaying spear that Lin Fei cared about the most had been pulled in by the system. The god-slaying spear kept releasing power, but it was suppressed by the sealing skill. Go in. Chapter 35-33. Voila! When the puppet giant broke through the sealed region and attacked Lin Fei. Unlimited movement. Many layers of defenses before Lin Fei collapsed. With a growl, his entire body disappeared. The puppet giant's attack missed. By the lakeside, puppet Wang Zhangdong easily defended against the attack of Heartless Cult Master. Being a 9th-level Cosmos god, Heartless Cult Master could not gain any advantage against puppet Wang Zhangdong. The commotion at the center of the lake became bigger. The exciting moment has arrived. My puppet will soon bring the god-killing spear out. Puppet Wang Zhangdong chuckled. By then I'll use the god-killing spear to kill you. It should be interesting. He was clear how powerful the puppet giant was. No matter what the outcome was, he would be the winner. Puppet Wang Zhangdong was not afraid of Heartless Cult Master dealing against him. As long as the Eternal Divine Seal did not target the puppet giant, everything else would be fine. By restraining Heartless Cult Master, the chances of victory were practically on him. Heartless Cult Master did not stop attacking puppet Wang Zhangdong. He did not have any advantage at all. That might not be the case. Perhaps Governor Lin might get the god-killing spear. Heartless Cult Master was unwilling to admit defeat. You are thinking too much. Puppet Wang Zhangdong laughed. Is that so? A laughter could be heard from the void. Following that, a black dot appeared. The black dot came extremely quickly. Pooh! With a groan, the black dot pierced through the body of puppet Wang Zhangdong. Strands of horrifying energy engulfed his body. Hong hong hong. Puppet King's expression changed. He spurted out mouthful after mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale, and he revealed a horrified look. This is the God-killing spear. Heartless Cultmaster was startled too. God-killing spear. No one was clearer than Heartless Cultmaster that only the God-killing spear could pierce through the eternal imprint. Governor Lin, I got it. Heartless Cultmaster felt great joy in his heart. Heartless Cultmaster did not go to the panic at the center of the lake. He could easily sense the situation. If he went, he would undoubtedly lose. He might even be killed on the spot. Immortal Sword Cultmaster is indeed right. Heartless Cultmaster was delighted inwardly. Everyone was blind in the past. The black dot turned into a spear. The first spear pierced through Wang Zhongdong's body, and the second spear followed. It was also a black dot. This time, the Puppet King did not dare to be careless. A black shadow appeared in front of Puppet Wang Zhongdong. The black dot pierced through the shadow in front of it, and a black hole appeared. Puppet Wang Zhongdong retreated into it. Leader of the Windless Sect, I've still underestimated you. Since your church has obtained the God-slaying spear, prepare to attack together. The black hole disappeared. The space returned to normal. So fast. Lin Fei walked out and thought to himself, those who are able to become world-shaking experts do indeed have their own set of skills. Back then when I faced the Eternal Divine Seal, I had no way to resist at all. In the end, I had to rely on the system to reverse the situation. These experts all have their own treasures, and they are indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Fei had wanted to kill the puppet Wang Zhongdong, but he had underestimated his opponent's strength. What a pity. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still very jealous of that puppet giant. It seemed he could only wait for the next time. Governor Lin, it's all thanks to you for chasing away puppet Wang Zhongdong. That fellow is indeed hard to deal with. Windless Sect Master let out a long sigh of relief when he saw puppet Wang Zhongdong leaving. It's a pity that he has left. The power of your church's Eternal Divine Seal is slightly disappointing. Lin Fei chuckled. Windless Sect Master smiled bitterly. Governor Lin, the Eternal Divine Seal is merely an auxiliary treasure. It might be easy to deal with ordinary cosmos gods, but against existences like puppet Wang Zhongdong, it might not be effective. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing the God-slaying spear to fly out. I'll return it to you. This God-slaying spear was a top-grade cosmos god weapon. It was incredibly powerful when it was ownerless, much less now that it had an owner. Windless Sect Master was startled. He had yet to regain his senses. You really? Even though the God-slaying spear is good, it isn't something I like. Lin Fei shook his head. After getting the God-slaying spear, the system was completed. He obtained a reward of 200 points. This was something that he could draw from. Windless Sect Master once again admired Lin Fei. The top-grade Cosmos God weapon was returned just like that. Windless Sect Master had always been worried that Lin Fei would take it for himself, but now it seemed he was thinking too much. The other party did not care about the God-slaying spear at all. Windless Sect Master felt grateful. Lin Fei was truly a good person. Keep. The God-slaying spear which was released from the seal pierced towards Windless Sect Master. Before it reached him, Windless Sect Master had already formed many hand seals. The God-slaying spear let out a buzzing sound. The dark gold spear trembled, shaking the surrounding void. At an unremarkable location in the origin land, a figure fell out in a sorry state. The air was filled with strands of blood stench. That damnable Lin Fei. He actually dared to spoil my plans. That is the God-slaying spear, a top-grade cosmos god weapon. Lowering his head, he looked at the bloody hole that was pierced through and the chaotic injuries within his body. His expression was gloomy and frightening. For the sake of the God-slaying spear, this top-grade cosmos god weapon, puppet Wang Zhongdong had put in a lot of effort. He had avoided everyone and thought that he could enjoy it alone, yet in the end it was all for naught. He was injured by the God-slaying spear. Lin Fei, Windless Sect Master, the God-slaying spear isn't that easy to obtain. A sinister voice reverberated. Windless Sect Master had a secret technique that allowed him to control the God-slaying spear. After Lin Fei took out the God-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master temporarily refined the God-slaying spear under Lin Fei's protection. Success! Grabbing the floating god-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master's aura strengthened slightly. Lin Fei chuckled as he watched. With the Eternal God Seal and God-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master became much stronger. When he fought against Puppet Wang Zhangdong again, he could easily force the other party to flee. Lin Fei was very clear about the power of the God-slaying spear. The moment he was sealed, a Cosmos God would fall if he was careless. That would absolutely be the nightmare of Cosmos Gods. Governor Lin, I won't say any words of gratitude. I'll engrave this favor in my heart. Even though he did not mention anything, Lin Fei was clear in his heart. I feel that you should consider how to deal with the trouble that Puppet Wang Zhangdong will bring after he leaves. Lin Fei said. The temptation of a top-grade Cosmos God weapon wasn't something anyone could reject. Following the departure of Puppet Wang Zhangdong, the news would definitely spread. By then, there would definitely be many experts coming over. Windless Sect Master guffawed. Governor Lin, you are thinking too much. Even though I haven't truly grasped the God-slaying spear, I can still exert 60% of its power. Adding on the Eternal God Seal, I don't mind killing a few Cosmos Gods so that the God-slaying spear can see some blood. Adding on Governor Lin, whoever dares to come, we'll kill them. This is our territory in the Eternal Cosmos. If we don't show off our skills, others will treat us as sick cats. Windless Sect Master was currently filled with confidence. With 2 Cosmos God weapons in hand, the power they could unleash was not something anyone could resist against. Chapter 35-34. The origin ground was huge. Lin Fei did not stop after helping Heartless Cult Master obtain the God-slaughtering spear. He headed deeper into the origin ground. After obtaining the God-slaughtering spear, Heartless Cult Master became much stronger. During this period, he met with several ambushes, which were easily resolved. Heartless Cult Master seemed to be holding back his anger, and these unlucky fellows became his punching bags. Along the way he killed quite a few. Cosmos God Origin. Under the night sky, a bright light pillar shot into the sky from the origin ground. The brilliant sacred aura was like the light in the night sky. Let us hurry over. Heartless Cult Master was delighted. Who would have thought that the first Cosmos God Origin would appear so quickly? Lin Fei looked at the light pillar. The aura coming from within was vast and sacred. It was different from the others. This is the Cosmos God Origin? Lin Fei muttered to himself. The moment the location of the Cosmos God Origin was revealed, the experts walking around the origin ground knew about it. They immediately headed over. The first location of the Cosmos God Origin. So, many figures appeared. They rushed over at the first moment. They acted without saying a word. Different from ordinary Cosmos Gods, these Cosmos Gods attacked with Cosmos God weapons. Light beams interweaved with one another. It was bustling. Following the appearance of the first location, the second immediately appeared. Many Cosmos God Origin attracted many people to fight over it. Over here. That side is here too. Hurry over. The competition for the Cosmos God Origin was intense. After all, every Cosmos God Origin was equivalent to the birth of a Cosmos God. This was an existence unique to the origin ground. It could obtain the recognition of the heaven tribulation, and did not need to be intercepted. It could be said to be a special treasure that all venerable gods looked forward to. The moment they refined it, it would be smooth sailing. Our luck is not bad. Heartless Cult Master and Lin Fei rushed to the nearest location. At this moment, several groups of people were fighting. It is indeed not bad. Lin Fei saw that Cosmos God Origin. It was a lump of gray gas. It was not obvious at first glance, but at second glance, he could feel the uniqueness of the Cosmos God Origin. It was a different kind of feeling. Scram. As soon as Lin Fei and the unwindy Cult Master arrived, the leader of one of the groups slashed at them with a saber light. This saber light was 10,000 zhang long, and it was vast and mighty like a long river surging over. Go. The divine seal of eternity had transformed into a unique existence. The powerhouses fighting didn't care about Lin Fei and the Windless Sect Master. In their eyes, Universe 9 didn't pose any threat. As for the Vatican, it didn't matter if they were there or not. Kill. The god-slaying spear pierced out. Black dots appeared one after another. Poo-pee-view in just one face-to-face confrontation. The people fighting were all caught unprepared. They were all shot. Damn it, this is the god-slaying spear, someone said in shock. The windless sect leader rushed in with the god-slaying spear in hand. Puff puff puff. Windless sect leader, spare me. We don't want the universe god source anymore. The god-slaying spear appeared. The windless cult master's strength had increased greatly, and he was able to suppress them. Lin Fei did not make a move. The combination of the god-slaying spear and the cosmos god seal is truly extraordinarily tyrannical. If one's physical body is weak and their defenses are weak, they would not be able to withstand the might of a single spear. After some time, the cosmos gods who fought were all killed by windless religious master. None could survive under the might of the god-slaying spear. Governor Lin, the first cosmos god origin is for you. Windless religious master kept the cosmos god origin before sending it over to Lin Fei. It has been a long time since I killed to my heart's content. Lin Fei could hear that these were words from the heart of windless religious master. This was also the reason why Lin Fei did not act. Then I won't be polite. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. At another location, the cosmos god seal suppressed down. The god-slaying spear unleashed its power, striking the other party every single time. Scram. The moment they fought, none could withstand the power of the god-slaying spear. Everyone turned around and fled. Within a short period, Lin Fei and windless religious master worked together to defeat many experts from outside the cosmos. These experts could not withstand the sharpness of the god-slaying spear. They had no choice but to retreat. The power of that spear was huge. It had an extraordinary penetrative ability, and ordinary cosmos god defensive deity weapons could not withstand the attack of the god-slaying spear. The power of the god-slaying spear once again spread out. Those experts who originally looked down on the Holy Church began feeling fear inwardly. Quite a few people were regretting not chasing after them. That was a top-grade cosmos divine artifact. Now that the Holy Church had the god-slaying spear, it was no different from adding wings to a tiger. They had the capital to resist against them. The closer they got to the center of the origin ground, the cosmos god origin became purer. The competition became more intense. Every clump of cosmos god origin was a priceless treasure. Nobody was willing to miss it. Windless religious master and Lin Fei from the Holy Church are here. As the region of competition shrunk, Lin Fei and the patriarch of the windless cult became especially eye-catching. Along the way, it was unknown how many experts had suffered losses, but all of them had suffered because of these two treasures. Everyone was feeling apprehensive now. Who would have thought that they could make a comeback? Damn it! With the Cosmos God Seal and the God-slaying Spear, it is too difficult to defeat them. If I knew this would happen, I would have acted. Everyone had naturally heard of the God-slaying Spear. However, not many people knew exactly where it was. Who would have thought that the God-slaying Spear was actually in the origin ground? We are almost at the origin deity's pool. Windless religious master transmitted. Rumor has it that the origin deity's pool has a mysterious origin. But every time, 3 people are allowed to enter and absorb the god origin in the deity's pool to strengthen themselves. They can even comprehend the origin source intent. Later, Governor Lin, you must grasp the opportunity. This time Lin Fei had come to complete the system quest. The origin ground did not have much to do with him. Hearing Windless religious master's words, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Could the origin concept be the key to taking another step forward? Lin Fei had read a lot of secret information. There were not many records regarding the origin source intent. Almost all of them had been lost. Governor Lin, you do know some secrets. You must grasp the opportunity this time. Windless religious master reminded. At the center of the origin ground, a huge deity's pool appeared. This deity's pool was different from what he had imagined. The base of the deity's pool was a mountain. Someone had cut off the mountain and turned it into a huge platform. The universe God source was concentrated in the pool. That unbelievably dense universe God source incessantly stimulated everyone. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried. I am the first. A figure charged over. Courting death. A black thing streaked across. A terrifying force swept over and engulfed that figure. Heaven's secret sex people. Not far away, a group of people walked over. Their auras were not strong, but the moment they appeared, everyone could not help but feel wary. If you want to go over, you have to ask our Heaven Secrets sect first. Boom boom boom. Chapter 35-35. The appearance of the Heavenly Secrets sect immediately suppressed the thoughts of a wave of people. Everyone knew that the Heaven Fortune Gate specialized in creating heaven fortune treasures. Although they were all single-use treasures, they were extremely powerful and hard to defend against. The Heaven Secrets Gate needs a spot. Otherwise, there's no need for us to go. Seal. The Heaven Secrets Gate took out another great treasure. A temporary formation. After the Grand Formation was activated, the Divine Lake of Origin, which had the mountain as its pool, was completely concealed and vanished without a trace. The peerless illusory formation of the Heaven's Secrets sect. An expert exclaimed. Shameless. This is bad. The hearts of the people who rushed over sank. Many people knew that the Heavenly Mysteries sect had a powerful formation, the unparalleled illusory formation. Even though they knew that it was right in front of them, the distance was like the end of the world. If they tried to force their way through, they would definitely die. Everyone gritted their teeth at the mention of the Heaven's Secrets sect. A standard gangster force. There was once a large sect that offended the Heaven Secrets Gate and was destroyed by the Heaven Secrets Gate in a single night. All kinds of single-use treasures appeared at the same time, and it was unknown how many people were shocked. If you want to go in now, we won't stop you. But if you die in there, it has nothing to do with us. A black-robed cosmos god from the Heaven Mysteries sect chuckled. He felt as if he had the upper hand. Many people had the urge to kill. The Heavenly Mysteries sect had beaten them to it. Naturally, you can come and kill us too. That black-robed cosmos god continued. We don't mind at all. These words agitated the crowd even more. Shameless. Who didn't know that the Heaven's Mysteries Gate was the most vengeful? The only way to kill the people of the Heavenly Mysteries Gate was to kill them all, not leaving a single person behind. Otherwise, one would have to wait for the revenge of the Heavenly Mysteries Gate. Everyone was aware of the lessons that had been learned from their mistakes. Ha ha ha. The black-robed cosmos god guffawed. We were a step too late. They beat us to it. The unwindy hierarch's face darkened. These hoodlums. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What an extraordinary array. Furthermore, they have quite a few treasures that could threaten 7th or 8th stage cosmos gods. Although these fellows' realms were not high, they possessed all sorts of powerful single-use treasures. Lin Fei had to give it to them. Looking at the fearful looks on the faces of the surrounding people, coupled with the previous move, who would dare to clash head-on with the Heavenly Secrets Gate? They don't dare to make a move? Lin Fei asked via voice transmission. This was a little thought-provoking. Those powerful beings from the outer cosmos were not to be trifled with. Did they really think that they were being threatened? This was completely unrealistic. They don't dare. The leader of the Windless cult knew more. His face was solemn and unwilling. The Heaven Mysteries sect is famous for being vengeful. No one dares to mess around. I'm afraid the first slot will be taken by them. Who allowed you to enter the Heaven Secrets sect? A figure walked out of the void, and behind him numerous sword wills flew into the unparalleled illusory formation like specks of light. It's the Sword Immortal School's Heartless Sword North Sea. As soon as this person appeared, a brilliant sword intent soared into the sky, piercing through the void. Other than that, there was a majestic river of swords behind him. Boom boom boom. Whoosh. The peerless illusory formation was broken. Die. The black-robed cosmos god was furious. He took out all sorts of treasures and blasted them over. That seems to be the eye of destruction. And the light of Son of Heaven. Heartless hell. Many treasures shocked everyone until they inhaled a breath of cold air. Terrifying. This was truly terrifying. Such a one-time attack from such treasures could destroy the world. Whoever it targeted would be unlucky. Myriad sword shadows. Many sword lights flew out from the back of that heartless sword North Sea. They formed into a myriad of sword shadows that formed a powerful sword shield. The moment the sword shield appeared, a huge defense was activated. In just an instant, the attack from the Heaven Mysteries sect landed on the sword shield, causing a destructive force to sweep out. The people nearby all fled one by one. The Sword Immortals from the Sword Immortal sect are indeed terrifying. This move is so powerful. Even ninth-level Cosmos gods might not have it so easy. Under the sword shield, Heartless Sword Northsea easily defended against the attack. The techniques of the Heaven Mystery Sect are merely SOSO. Heartless Sect Northsea shook his head. A sword spanning 10,000 kilometers. Several hundred sword lights turned into white specks as they pierced over. One could see many white specks flashing across the sky. Pew. The sword lights were like shadows. They pierced through the bodies of the experts from the Heaven Mysteries sect, causing them to fall down one after another. Northsea, you dare? The black-robed Cosmos god slapped his waist, causing a sky screen to appear. The sword lights then shot over, tearing apart many holes on the sky screen. Why wouldn't I dare? Heartless Sword Northsea continued controlling the sword lights. The experts from the Heaven Mysteries sect could not defend against it at all. They kept falling down. Receive a sword from me. Heartless Sword Northsea grabbed out, causing the sky-covering sword shadows to condense into a single sword. Heartless Sword rustling autumn rain. The sword lights were like rain. Dee-da-dee-da. The feeling of autumn was chilly as if it was autumn. When this sword was slashed out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What a terrifying sword technique. Sword immortals are indeed sword immortals. A single sword would take lives. This sword technique of Northsea seems to be self-created. Everyone knew how formidable sword immortals were. Usually, it was rare to see traces of sword immortals. But every time a sword immortal appeared, someone would be unlucky. Hurry up and leave. I am going to die. Those experts from the Heaven Mysteries sect who were fortunate enough to survive were enveloped by the feeling of autumn. Droplets of sword rain smashed down on their bodies, riddling them with holes. They were directly killed. Nobody could survive under the autumn rain. The black-robed Cosmos god turned and fled. But the area covered by the autumn rain was huge. The defensive treasures he brought out could not withstand for much longer before collapsing. Miserable screams could be heard. Die! Heartless Sword Northsea slashed out again. This Cosmos god from the Heaven Mystery sect could not defend against it. He was pierced through and fell down from the sky. The Sword Immortal sect is decisive in killing. It is only because they aren't afraid of the Heaven Mystery sect. Windless Religious Master muttered. This Heartless Sword Northsea is even more formidable. He should be ranked in the top 10,000 across the entire cosmos. Ranked 10,000? Lin Fei asked himself if he could defend against such a sword technique with his current defensive techniques. It was indeed terrifying. The Sword Immortal sect has been passed down for a long time. This Heartless Sword Northsea should be trying to absorb Cosmos God Origin to refine his sword. The moment he improves further, he could fight against peak 9th level Cosmos God experts or even peak 9th level Cosmos God experts. Windless Religious Master solemnly said. All the Cosmos gods present could see that this Heartless Sword Northsea from the Sword Immortal sect was incredibly powerful, especially his defensive techniques. They were abnormally frightening. Currently, any intelligent person would know that those who wished to enter had to bring out sufficient strength. For instance, Sword Immortal sect's Heartless Sword Northsea. Even the illusory and corporeal arrays of the Heaven Mystery sect were easily broken. I believe everyone will agree for me to enter. Heartless Sword Northsea nonchalantly said. Those who are unconvinced can stand out and taste a sword from me. Chapter 35-36. Emotionless Sword Northsea destroyed the unparalleled illusory array the moment he acted, killing an expert from the Heaven Mystery sect. He displayed the strength of a sword immortal. His strength was not any weaker than a 9th level Cosmos god. It shocked everyone on the spot. Emotionless Sword Northsea's display of strength was successful. But as these words were spoken, a figure pounced towards the Origin God Lake, courting death. Emotionless Sword Northsea waved his hand, shooting out 5 sword lights. The moment the sword lights appeared, they were like lightning flashing by. The combat power of a sword immortal is formidable. The one who rushed out was none other than Lin Fei. It would be a pity to give up on such a good place. He had to fight for it. The sword lights slashed over. Before the attack arrived, the multiple layers of defenses covering his body were torn apart. The other party's sword lights were incomparably sharp. His unparalleled stance came crushing down. I'll dodge. The black-robed Lin Fei was constantly moving. So. Autumn rain rustled. The sword intense turned into raindrops that scattered down. At that moment it covered a huge region. The moving Lin Fei could not evade the incoming sword intent attacks. Hence, the damage was transferred. And even reflect damage. An enormous sword shield appeared before Emotionless Sword North Sea. He frowned. Emotionless Sword Cold Moon. The second sword came. Originally a moonlight rose amidst the autumn rain. With a so, it clashed against the moving Lin Fei. Piu. The moonlight was filled with coldness and loneliness. Lin Fei suffered from thousands of attacks. His multiple layers of defenses crumbled. There were sword wounds on his body too. He is the ally of the Holy Church, Lin Fei. A black figure charged out from behind. It was Puppet Wang Zhangdong. The Holy Church has taken the top-grade Cosmos God slaughtering spear. Puppet Wang Zhangdong controlled the puppet giant to charge over. He could finally take revenge. Ha, that's great. We want the top-grade Cosmos God weapon. Someone acted. Their target was Windless Religious Master. Windless Religious Master brought out the Eternal God seal and placed it above his head, creating a unique region. Since you all want to kill your way over, this Religious Master shall grant your wish. Unwindy Religious Master pierced out with his spear. Under the augmentation of the Eternal God seal, he could move through the region regardless of distance. Come. Let me see just how powerful you all are. The Windless Hierarch pounced over. The god-slaying spear erupted with an extremely strong and invincible power. Soon, Lin Fei kept moving. However, Emotionless Sword North Sea's swordsmanship was very powerful. It was only a short distance, but they had encountered many life and death situations. The other party's swordsmanship was terrifying. It was impossible to guard against. Fortunately, it was Lin Fei. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. To be able to block 2 of my swords, you are indeed extraordinary. Emotionless Sword North Sea caught up to him. Then you are qualified to see my third sword. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time with him. Emotionless Sword kill. The figure behind Emotionless Sword North Sea moved. A blood-colored energy swept over. My fleshly body can't take it anymore. That sword pierced through all my defenses. A blood-red sword light appeared before him. Boom. Emotionless Sword North Sea slashed at the void, and a few experts fell. At the same time, dozens of sword lights flew out, slashing at the people nearby. Just this move scared away many Cosmos gods. Emotionless Sword North Sea remained expressionless. He rapidly approached the Origin Divine Lake. Nobody could stop him from entering. As for that Vatican Lin Fei, he did not care about him at all. Under the third sword he would undoubtedly die. This sword could kill any Cosmos God below the 9th level Cosmos God realm. This was the power of a sword immortal. Emotionless Sword North Sea soon discovered that his sword had missed. The other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This resulted in someone being killed by Emotionless Sword North Sea. But the current situation was different from what Emotionless Sword North Sea imagined. That person was incredibly close to the Origin Divine Lake. This was quite a blow to his confidence. How could this be possible? Emotionless Sword North Sea snorted. He chased after the other party once again. The blood-colored sword light continued attacking. If the first sword did not work, he would use the second and third sword. He did not believe he could not kill the other party. Emotionless Sword North Sea continued slashing out. Every sword was like a rock sinking into the sea. The other party did not do anything. He just mysteriously blocked the attacks. Sorry about that. I'll be entering first. Lin Fei guffawed. And at this moment the experts in the dark began attacking. Everyone was waiting. Lin Fei had unquestionably become the bird that stood out. As he got closer, he suffered the collective attack of his opponents. Hua. Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Damn! I lost a chance. I can't hold on any longer. I want to rush in too. Seeing Lin Fei rushing in, the remaining Cosmos gods felt vexed. They had lost a chance for nothing. They were not willing. Nobody wanted to be the first to enter the 3 quotas. If they were careless, they would be targeted by everyone. Under that situation, none of them were confident they could resist against the other party. In the end, Lin Fei was one step ahead of them, and was the first to enter the Origin Divine Lake. This was a place that cosmos gods dreamed of. Not only could they improve their strength, they could also obtain some unique opportunities. As for what kind of opportunity it was, nobody mentioned it before. It had always been a secret amongst secrets. Those who entered before had all obtained a huge improvement in their strength. Nobody would have thought that such an opportunity would be snatched away by someone else. Ha ha ha, no matter how you calculate, it is still Governor Lin who snatched away a quota. How delightful! Windless Religious Master waved his god-slaughtering spear. Even though he did not specialize in spear techniques, after obtaining the Eternal God Seal, he was practically undefeatable. Seeing Lin Fei breaking through the encirclement, he was indescribably happy. Windless Religious Master had never thought that he could enter. This time, everyone came to snatch Cosmos God Origin, and the main focus was on the Origin Divine Lake. There was a definite chance for others to improve their strength here. There was even a huge secret within. To many Cosmos gods, this was an opportunity. Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Faintly, a force guided Lin Fei into a unique space. Too fierce. He actually forced me to use my second technique. The emotionless sword North Sea and the Cosmos God hiding in the dark were extraordinarily powerful. Lin Fei's multiple defenses could not resist against it. He was forced to use his final chance. Fortunately, I have finally entered. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had to use his final technique, Lin Fei felt that it was worth it. At this moment, under the guidance of a unique force, he floated towards a certain location. The Cosmos God Origin was floating around. Lin Fei did not resist against this force. This place seems to be more mysterious than I thought. Lin Fei originally thought that he would absorb the Cosmos God Origin, but now it seemed different. Soon he reached the bottom of the mountain. Many Cosmos God Origin were gathered here. At the central position at the bottom, there were 3 conspicuous stone platforms. Lin Fei slowly landed on one of the stone platforms. This is... Lin Fei was startled inwardly. There was another place here that was slightly different. Chapter 35-37. An illusory voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Who? Lin Fei punched out towards the source of the voice. Absolute Strike activated. This punch felt like punching into the sea. This was the first time Lin Fei's fist technique lost its target. It was as if the other party did not exist. Hua! Specks suddenly floated out from the Cosmos God Origin. My attack actually failed. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. This situation was relatively rare. But whenever such a situation occurred, it proved that the other party was far stronger than him. Following which, the specks appeared. Those specks converged together until they formed a figure. There is no aura of life. Lin Fei did not act. Who are you? It was impossible to make out the appearance of the figure that was formed, only a blurry face. I am the guide here. The illusory figure said. You can call me Kong Lin. Guide Kong Lin. A voice without any emotion. Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. Even though the other party was just an illusory figure, Lin Fei did not think it was easy to deal with him. This guide was slightly mysterious. Are you the one controlling me coming here? Lin Fei probed. The current situation seemed amiss. Lin Fei did not sense any danger, but he did not dare to be careless. I was left behind after my master left. Guide Kong Lin said. You all are fortunate. This opportunity isn't something anyone can get. Fortunate? Lin Fei was surprised. There was actually someone who left behind an opportunity in the Origin God Lake? Can I understand it as an opportunity? Lin Fei asked. Kong Lin nodded. You can understand it that way. Being able to obtain the opportunity left behind by my master is a blessing accumulated over a lifetime. Then can I know what this opportunity is? Lin Fei had never thought that he would encounter such an opportunity. It sounded like a classy place. An opportunity that can allow you to break through to the Cosmos God level. Kong Lin said. Break through to the Cosmos God level? Lin Fei understood quite a bit about breaking through to the Cosmos God level. No matter which aspect it was, it proved one thing. That was breaking through to the Cosmos God level. That was something incredibly difficult. Just look at the head sect master of the Roman Curia. In order to break through to that level, who knew how much he had paid? Until now, no one knew whether he had broken through or not. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the cosmos god level and to reach the azure sky. The news circulating outside all indirectly proved that the next realm was not that easy to break through. Lin Fei didn't think that breaking through to the next realm would be difficult. It was just a matter of time. There was really nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was skeptical of Kong Lin's words. From the looks of it, anyone who could set up such a place in the Origin Divine Lake could only be a powerful figure. Lin Fei was not that stupid. Of course. Lin Fei asked in a deep voice. You'll know soon enough, Conlin said. There are still 2 lucky ones who haven't arrived yet. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the 3 stone platforms before. Indeed, it was as he guessed. Other than himself, there were 2 other lucky ones. This matter is slightly troublesome. Lin Fei observed for a while before coming up with a terrible conclusion. It is too difficult to break through. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. I've used 2 of my great techniques. What's left is to use the points lottery. Lin Fei had never used the points he obtained. Fortunately, he had accumulated more than a few hundred points. It might not seem much, but he had spent a lot of effort on it. Fortunately, I still have points. Lin Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I'll only use the points lottery if I have no other choice. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. The second lucky fellow arrived soon after. Just a few hours had passed since he arrived. Compared to when Lin Fei entered, he was in a much more miserable state. His entire body was filled with injuries. Lin Fei, you are still here. The black-robed cosmos god was startled. He was surprised to see this familiar figure below. It's him. Lin Fei recognized the identity of this person with a single glance. This person came from an outer cosmos. He was an elder of a huge sect called Hanjiang. He was a peak cosmos god expert. After being augmented by technological treasures, his strength became even more frightening. Anyone who underestimated him would be doomed. He was truly infamous. Lin Fei could recognize the other party precisely because the other party was powerful. That strength made others fearful when they saw him. Why can't I be here? Lin Fei chuckled. Furthermore, you are about to reach the same level as me. Only then did the black-robed Hanjiang notice the situation below. But currently, under the guidance of a unique energy, even a peak cosmos god expert could not unleash his strength at all. There was a problem. After all, the black-robed Hanjiang had witnessed Lin Fei's strength before. He was a mysterious fellow, yet his strength was frightening. When the black-robed Hanjiang came down, he realized that something was amiss. This stone platform was restricting him. At the same time, the guide Hanjiang appeared. He said the exact same words as Lin Fei. He did not say anything more or less. This place is interesting, right? Lin Fei chuckled. The expression of the black-robed Hanjiang was clearly different from Lin Fei. Excitement and suspicion coexisted at the same time. Nobody could resist this temptation, especially for peak 9th level cosmos god experts like Hanjiang. Nobody was clearer than them how difficult it was to break through to the next level. Even if there was only a 1% chance, nobody would give up on this hope. That step was too difficult. Do you understand what opportunity is? The black-robed Hanjiang said. Lin Fei curled his lips. He did not believe that there was a free meal in the world. 3 stone platforms might not seem much, but for them to be able to get down first from the encirclement, it was unquestionable how strong they were. If the 3 experts worked together, they would absolutely be a terrifying force. It was not wrong to say that they could sweep across everything. Hee, it's a pity that there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. If anything goes wrong, we might suffer a huge setback. The black-robed Hanjiang snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Reaching this realm, nobody was a fool. Just like what was mentioned before, there was nothing good in the world that could be eaten for free. Lin Fei and the black-robed Hanjiang waited silently. Before the final stone platform arrived, they could only wait. This wait lasted for 2 days. It wasn't easy to stand out from the encirclement. The competition would also be more intense and cruel. It was impossible not to risk one's life. It was practically impossible for one to be as relaxed as Lin Fei and Hanjiang. It was too difficult. He is here. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a fellow covered in blood falling on the stone platform. He looked like he was on his last breath. The pressure from the competition is quite huge. He has become like this. Lin Fei looked at the other party. Chapter 35-38. At this point, everyone on the 3 stone platforms had arrived. The first was Lin Fei. The second was the black-robed Han Jiang. The third was the flame lion from the demon race. Just like before, the words came out from Kong Lin's mouth. This grand elder flame lion was shaken quite badly, but he soon adapted to it. Flame elder, who would have thought that you would be the third person? Congratulations. The black-robed Han Jiang chuckled. You Han Jiang aren't bad too. The flame lion replied. It is quite unexpected that such an opportunity is waiting for us. Breaking through to the Cosmos God level was extremely attractive to them. None of them would miss out on a chance of even 1%. Governor Lin, how about we work together for such an opportunity? The black-robed Han Jiang transmitted. The demon race has always been hostile towards humans. This fellow is walking on the path of becoming a fleshy body sage. If we were to fight against him, none of us would have an easy time. The words of the black-robed Han Jiang surprised Lin Fei. Lin Fei was slightly doubtful of Han Jiang's words. Who would dare to believe him at this moment? This matter is easy to discuss, but I have to wait for the opportunity first. Lin Fei answered ambiguously. Working together? It was better to save it for now. Lin Fei did not wish to be schemed against by others. Han Jiang did not say anything else. If Lin Fei agreed in a single breath, then it would be Han Jiang's turn to doubt him. Reaching this realm, none of them would believe in themselves. Hua hua hua. When the flame lion recovered his strength, the 3 of them recovered to their original strength. Kong Lin appeared once again. You two should have waited for a long time. Then let me tell you about the opportunity that belongs to you. Kong Lin said. Cosmos gods require a huge accumulation to break through to the next level. This accumulation requires time, but this isn't the most important. What is truly important is to condense a Tao of the cosmos that belongs to you. Han Jiang and the flame lion heard it clearly. Lin Fei was purely curious. As everyone knows, how to condense the Tao of the universe is a top-notch secret. Currently, there are a total of 3 ways to prove one's Tao. The first way is to prove one's Tao with strength. As long as one has enough strength, one can blast open the gate of the universe. However, this way is too difficult. The second way is to reincarnate and cultivate, combining 9 transformations into one. This is also a secret technique. Reincarnating for 9 lifetimes, accumulating the strength of 9 lifetimes before breaking through in one go. However, no one can guarantee that they won't be killed in one of their lifetimes. Lin Fei had learned something new. Currently, he was just a level 6 Cosmos God and could not sense the existence of the Cosmos door. However, the faces of the other 2 were clearly filled with excitement. The first and second are too difficult. Kong Lin said. However, my master has a treasure called the All-Heaven God Fetus. It's a supreme treasure in the world. Kong Lin waved his hand. The layers of universe God source dissipated. A faintly discernible door appeared. Beyond the door was a blood-red world. Within the world, there was a humanoid figure wrapped in blood-red energy, which was extremely eye-catching. Dong dong dong. Separated by the door, it felt like the flow of the ocean. The 3 of them were filled with shock. Just the sound of blood flowing was enough to make them unable to breathe. Too powerful. This is the All-Heaven God Fetus? The 3 of them stared at that figure. Right, that is the All-Heaven God Fetus. Kong Lin said. It's something that my master spent a huge amount of effort to get. Currently, it is being nurtured in a secret realm world. Everyone felt their hearts trembling. The most precious aspect of the All-Heaven God Fetus is that it can erase its consciousness. This is a pure life form. Anyone only needs to wait for the All-Heaven God Fetus to mature before executing a secret technique to seize the body of the All-Heaven God Fetus. After succeeding, it would be the undying realm that all of you have been dreaming of. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the breathing of Han Jiang and Flame Lion had become hurried. Undying realm. This was an incredibly difficult realm to reach. It was truly hard to break through. The Undying Realm was also known as the Undying Realm. Reaching this realm, one's lifespan was extremely long, and one could truly roam the world. It's a pity that many were stuck at the peak cosmos god realm until they died in meditation. Now that there was such an enticement, who could resist it? How extravagant! Even if Lin Fei was stupid, he knew that this all-heaven god fetus was a priceless treasure. There was no need to corroborate the Tao with strength, and there was no need to reincarnate into the 9 lifetimes. One only had to wait for the god fetus to mature. There was nothing easier than this. You can give this god fetus to us. Han Zhang's eyes turned red. Looking at it from afar, they could feel how strong the god fetus was. Such a treasure could not be found in this side of the cosmos, and they had never heard of it before. Then there was only one possibility. It was obtained from another territory or great cosmos. The danger during this period was unimaginable. Many 9th-level cosmos god experts had entered the great cosmos to wander, becoming part of the cosmos wanderers. But the absolute majority of them died silently. Han Zhang and Flame Lion were experts, but they would never dare to wander in the starry sky even if they were given 100 guts. That was a path of death. Naturally, I will give it to one of you, Kong Lin said. And all of you need to do is a small matter. Small matter? Something that Kong Lin described as a small matter was absolutely not a small matter. Please say. Such a god fetus was an unparalleled treasure. No matter what, they had to get their hands on it. This book was an opportunity to step into the undying realm. Everyone wanted to become undying, but it was simply too difficult. Reaching the 9th level of Cosmos God, the door to breaking through would be closed. No matter which of the 3 methods it was, the difficulty was extremely high. All along there were very few who could become undying. The number of them could be counted with one's fingers. This undying was worth a lot of money. This mission is huge. Lin Fei's heart sank. If I don't complete the mission, it will be hard for me to leave. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. This matter isn't difficult, Kong Lin said. My master hopes for all of you to go to a territory and retrieve an item for him. Whoever brings the item back will be able to obtain this god fetus and the secret technique. Retrieve an item from a territory? Currently, the world they were in was actually a territory. It was just a relatively small and unremarkable territory. Otherwise, why would they not have any resources? Of course, heading to another territory was an arduous and dangerous matter. It was extremely difficult to travel from one territory to another. Every single territory had a barrier. Every expert who could enter a territory would be suppressed by the barrier protecting the territory, unless one had a unique treasure. And such a treasure was priceless. Not everyone could have it just because they wanted it. The expressions of Han Zhang and the Flame Lion tightened. Following that, they revealed a determined look. They had no other choice. They had to go even if they did not want to. This was their opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they would never be able to obtain it again. Precisely because of this, they came to the origin ground to try their luck and see if they could obtain some clues. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, none of them were willing to give it up. That god fetus was too enticing. I will go. Chapter 35-39. A god fetus. It had attracted 2 experts. To be able to escape from the encirclement of so many experts, there was no need to doubt its strength. The territory you are heading to is called the Windy Wind Territory. It is a universe world where the demon race and the human race coexist. Your mission is to retrieve a suppressed arm. It is as simple as that. Conlin spoke unhappily. The 3 of them heard it clearly. A suppressed arm? No matter how they heard it, it sounded dangerous. Could it be this master's arm? Could it be suppressed? How could the person who did it be simple? This was clearly sending him to his death. The 3 of you do not need to worry, Conlin continued. Konglin continued. That territory doesn't have any experts at the immortal realm. That arm belonged to an expert from the ancient times. This explanation was more or less acceptable. I will use the treasure my master left behind to send you there, Conlin said. However, you belong to an outer territory. Once you go there, your strength will be suppressed. However, my master has a secret technique that allows you to avoid the suppression of the territory. Your strength will be sealed, and you will need to cultivate it again. Of course, for the 3 of you, cultivating the technique of that territory will be very fast. You will have 1,000 years to complete this. You will continue to complete this in 1,000 years. Once the time is up, the secret technique will lose its effect, and you will be sent out of the territory. Conlin did not speak for long. Every word was not to be underestimated. As expected, this is a difficult mission. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion did not doubt Conlin's words. Entering a territory, one's strength would naturally be suppressed. Once the time was up, one would be sent out. This was no secret. How can I believe your words? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. The treasure was tempting, but heading to an unfamiliar territory was equally dangerous, especially when one's true body went there. If one died, then so be it. You can choose to leave, Conlin said. I gave you the opportunity to be immortal, but you did not treasure it. You have no one to blame but yourself. However, my master is not a stingy person. Anyone who leaves will receive a top-grade Universe God weapon. I wonder who is preparing to leave. A top-grade Universe God weapon? Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion could not remain calm. Even if they didn't go, they would still be able to obtain a peak-grade Cosmos God artifact. In the Great Cosmos, only the strongest experts could possess a top-grade Cosmos God tool. If he didn't know about the Divine Fetus, he would have left immediately. But now, a peak-grade Cosmos Divine artifact was worlds apart from a Divine Fetus. That was an existence that could become an immortal. It was such a temptation. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion fell silent. A single peak-grade Cosmos God artifact was nothing to him. Lin Fei was shocked as well. A top-grade Cosmos Divine artifact. This was indeed a huge sum. Right now, I only have a few hundred mission points. If I can go to another weave, I might be able to earn some more points. Then I'll be able to draw multiple times. Lin Fei had also considered it. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was also an opportunity for him. A chance to head to the weave. It wasn't difficult to travel between universes, but it would take an extremely long time to travel to a major weave. It was normal for a journey to take thousands of years. It would take at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. If they went further, it would take even longer. Lin Fei had to seize this opportunity. It seems that the three of you are preparing to go, Kong Lin said. Since that's the case, you should rest for 3 more days. 3 days later, I will use Master's secret technique to send you to the Wind Cloud Weave. Kong Lin's figure faded away. Governor Lin, have you heard of the Wind Cloud Weave? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. How would Lin Fei know? He didn't know much about the Dominion. I don't know. Lin Fei shook his head. Han Jiang, Lin Fei, I advise you to give up. The Flaming Lion's eyes gleamed coldly. As long as you go, I will find an opportunity to kill you, or even eat you to increase my strength. The Flaming Lion's eyes gleamed coldly. Going alone was better than going with 3 people. He walked the path of becoming a sage with his fleshly body. Almost all the experts of the demon race walk this path. Elder Flaming, don't brag too much, the black-robed Han Jiang said. You should know that if Governor Lin and I attack together, will you be able to stop us? Han Jiang continued. I don't think you will be able to. Lin Fei was speechless. What was the point of dragging him along? The temptation of a god embryo wasn't small. Once he refined it, he would reach the undying realm. Even if it was just an avatar, it would still be amazing. Governor Lin, what do you think? Han Jiang asked again. The Flaming Lion wasn't afraid of Han Jiang. He was the second to enter because he was 1 step ahead. Instead, it was this Lin Fei who wasn't easy to deal with. He was merely at the 6th level of Cosmos God. Yet his strength was strange and mysterious. Many people had suffered because of him. The Flaming Lion had heard of this before. Naturally, he was on his guard. Being a human, I don't like being threatened. Lin Fei faced the Flaming Lion. I'm very dissatisfied with your words. I'll definitely fight with you when we reach the Wind Cloud Weave. You can be amazing as a demon. The Flaming Lion snorted. I'll accompany you anytime. I'm just afraid you might be killed by others before you can find me. Ha ha ha. 3 days later, everyone on the 3 stone platforms was in high spirits. Today was an unusual day for them. I've just arrived and I'll be imparting my master's secret technique, Origin Seal Technique, Kong Lin said. After reaching the Wind Cloud Weave, all of you can find a place to seal your body and transform into the purest form of the Wind Cloud Weave. During this period, all of you will have 3 days to prepare. The three of them grasped the origin seal technique. This was an extremely unique secret technique. It was their first time seeing it. So. Three Jingguang talismans flew over. They entered the stone platforms and landed in their hands. An ancient aura flowed out. Is this the realm-crossing talisman? Han Jiang was greatly startled. The flaming lion focused for a moment before revealing a similar expression. Good stuff. Lin Fei could tell from the expressions of the two that these talismans were absolutely top-graded treasures. They were even unique. Good eyesight. This is indeed one of the rare realm-crossing talismans. It can lock onto a territory and cross over. It is a top-grade treasure in the world. Are you still doubting my master? Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion's suspicions were greatly reduced. If Kong Lin was willing to take out a top-grade treasure like the realm-crossing talisman, then what about other treasures? This was not something that just anyone could casually take out. It was too precious. Lin Fei was greatly shocked. This was definitely a top-grade treasure, and an extremely rare one at that. Alright, activate the realm-crossing talisman, and you can head to the Wind Cloud Weave. I hope that you can obtain that item within 1,000 years, Kong Lin said. Let's go. The Flaming Lion was the first to activate the realm-crossing talisman. A ball of white light enveloped his body as he disappeared into the void. The stone platform's defenses changed color. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 3540. P.S. My son was hospitalized and I had a high fever. I stopped for 3 days. I'm sorry everyone. Update will resume today. Wind Cloud Weave. Skyline Mountain Range. This was the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range. A large number of powerful demonic beasts lived here. Usually not many people dared to come here. Many adventurer teams and mercenaries would venture deep into the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range, but most of them would be annihilated by the demonic beasts. Anyone who dared to come here was basically a team that was very confident in their own strength. At this moment in a forest, there were corpses of demonic beasts and humans everywhere, as if a huge battle had just taken place. At this moment, a figure flew out and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Ron, how dare you sneak attack me? The person on the ground was a young man in his early 20s. There was a bloody hole on the left side of his chest, and his aura was declining rapidly. He wasn't far from death. Young master, treasures are hard to come by. Ron was a middle-aged man with a full beard. At this moment he was holding a long saber that was full of bumps and hollows. The heart of a demonic beast is worth millions of spiritual stones. With it, I can break through to the inborn realm or even higher and build a legacy family. So, young master, just accept your fate. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lin family will definitely take revenge on you. You're dead meat no matter where you go. It can't be. Everyone will only think that everyone died in the Skyline Mountain Range. With millions of spiritual stones and a human skin mask worth hundreds of thousands, I can change my name. Ron strode over and slashed the young master's neck with his long saber. The heart of a demonic beast is mine. Ron finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was worth risking his life for a priceless heart of a demonic beast. Even though Lin Bai was the young master of the Lin family, and he had been a team leader for half his life, he couldn't control himself in the face of such a treasure. Especially this time, the entire mercenary team was almost annihilated. Just as Ron was about to take the heart of a demonic beast. Is this the Wind Cloud Weave? A figure appeared in the forest without warning. This person was Lin Fei, who had used the teleportation talisman to come here. The moment he appeared, he immediately activated the origin seal technique. A vast and mighty pressure came crashing down on him. Even though Lin Fei was strong, he still felt a rare sense of terror. When the origin seal technique was activated, the terrifying pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If I had come rashly, I'm afraid that the will of the heavens and earth of this territory would have killed me. The strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A saber light slashed down. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, shattering the saber light. When Ron saw Lin Fei, he was shocked. Without saying a word, he directly slashed with his saber. Lin Fei grabbed the saber light and clapped his hands. A force crashed into Ron's body, causing Captain Ron to explode into a bloody mist. He even dares to make a move against a little guy. He's really bold. Lin Fei shook his head. I didn't control my strength well. I wanted to ask about the situation in this weave. Scanning the surroundings, it was not difficult to guess what had happened, especially when there was a corpse that had just died. A crystal-like object flew out and landed on Lin Fei's body. It contains energy without expending any energy. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he put it away. Before he could completely seal his strength, several auras rushed in his direction. Without a doubt, they were demonic beasts. Let's go. Lin Fei turned and left. After activating the Origin Seal technique, he would have 3 days to recover his strength. As for how much he could recover, he did not know. At the very least, he could protect himself. Lin Fei's luck was not bad. In an uninhabited valley, he found an underground cave. The only demonic beasts inside were all killed by Lin Fei. Mi Hanjiang and the flaming lion should have entered the wind cloud weave. This weave is very big. Before we become strong enough, everyone will keep a low profile and cultivate their strength. Lin Fei sat cross-legged. If I want to get that thing, I'm afraid I'll have to wait 300 to 400 years. His strength was disappearing bit by bit. This was a very unpleasant feeling. The will of heaven and earth in this weave was exceptionally strong. It was at least 10 times stronger than their world. The invisible pressure was almost enough to make one collapse. System, are you still there? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei's greatest reliance on how to be faster than Han Jiang, and the others was the system. Master, the will of the world here is very strong. It's beyond my imagination. In the wind cloud weave, I can't help Master at all. The system said for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. You're the system. A mere will could make the system afraid? Lin Fei did not dare to believe this was true. Master, as long as your strength increases, I can borrow Master's strength to avoid the will of heaven scanning and help Master, the system said. This answer was really confusing. Master, if you want to increase your strength, I think you can take the path of physique cultivation and the way of the sword. Lin Fei's body was extraordinary. Even if his strength was sealed, his physical body would not be weakened much. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely cultivate it back. System, are you still there? This time the system really did not reply. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down against the will of heaven in this area. Even the system had to be obedient. With his current strength, he had no choice but to be obedient. Fortunately, I still have many treasures. Lin Fei decided to cultivate his physical body first. As for the rest, he would take it step by step and think about it when the time came. The primordial seal technique was very powerful. Right now, Lin Fei did not have a shred of strength in his body. He was no different from a person who had just been born. After all, the birth of some powerful people would cause quite a commotion. Fleshy body. I'll continue cultivating the pinnacle of fleshy body. This fleshy body cultivation technique that came from a pinnacle cosmos god was indeed the most powerful body cultivation technique that Lin Fei had learned so far. Within 3 days, relying on treasures and resources, Lin Fei's strength recovered at an extremely fast pace. Hotian breakthrough. Xiantian breakthrough. The laws of the heaven Tao in the wind cloud weave are powerful. Breaking through isn't as easy as breaking through in my original world. No wonder that Kong Lin gave us 1,000 years. Lin Fei finally had a sudden realization. He had broken through twice and each time he felt a huge pressure. This was the pressure from the heaven Tao. As for this world, Lin Fei did not understand much. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he did not continue breaking through. Sword intent fusion. Some of the things that he had collected previously could finally be put to use. The only thing he did not expect was to use them here. A lump of sword intent fused into Lin Fei's body. Sword immortals were known as the strongest combat power. Lin Fei had seen it before. His fleshy body focused on defense, and his sword intent focused on offense. Could be considered a perfect combination. The sword intent gradually fused within his body. Chapter 3541. Celestial Pole Mountain Range. A figure shuttled through the forest. A demonic beast leaped out of the forest and spat out a green wind blade. It slashed at the moving figure and blocked his path. A sword intent spread out and shattered the green wind blade like a long whip. The wind blade fragments and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The sword intent was like a black dagger that pierced through the demonic beast's head, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. There are so many demonic beasts in this mountain range. Lin Fei had no idea how many demonic beasts he had killed. Along the way, demonic beasts kept attacking him. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and he had even fused the massacre sword intent. His sword intent could sweep through the world. At least in this forest, Lin Fei would have no problem protecting himself. Once I'm out of this mountain range, I'll scout out the situation. Lin Fei did not know where exactly he was. The suppression in the windy weave was extremely strong. In the universe over there, Xiantian realm cultivators could fly, but in this world Xiantian realm cultivators could not. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Hence he had a pair of legs to travel. I'm finally out. He stood on a hillside and looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge city stood tall, majestic and magnificent. From here it's about 200 to 300 li. That's not too far. Lin Fei regretted not capturing a demonic beast as a mount. Luckily, I've cultivated my physical body to the extreme. My physical body is strong, so this journey is not difficult at all. Lin Fei dashed down the hillside. Someone's in front. The surrounding forest became sparse. A winding official road was faintly discernible. From time to time, the sound of horses galloping could be heard, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was his first time in the windy weave, so Lin Fei planned to take things one step at a time. 1,000 years was not a long time, and he could not rush it. Moreover, the windy weave was not ordinary. The people here were generally stronger. Lin Fei finally stepped onto the official road. This official road was not very wide, and there were very few people on it. Lin Bai is here. Quick, chase after them. Lin Fei sprinted on the official road. Not long after, he heard the hurried sound of hooves behind him, bringing up a large amount of dust. Lin Bai. But why do I feel like these people are coming for me? Lin Fei stopped and looked at the people who had caught up. The people who caught up were all dressed in martial attire. There were more than a dozen of them, and every one of them had their faces covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Kill! The well-dressed men at the forefront all took out their bows, raised their hands and shot at Lin Fei. In an instant, dozens of arrows whistled over, fast and fierce. That arrow had an extremely strong penetrative power. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had just left the official road and he was ambushed. These guys relied on bows and crossbows to bring him a bit of a threat. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with this place. Let's grab one of them and ask. Lin Fei turned and pounced at the dozen of them. The massacre sword intent was like a long black rope, knocking away the arrows, which fell on the official road or the trees. None of the arrows could threaten Lin Fei. The massacre sword intent pierced through those people. These people were not inborn realm experts. How could they withstand the attack of the massacre sword intent? In a single exchange, they were thrown off their horses, and the official road was littered with corpses. You are not Lin Bai. Who are you? The burly man leading the group didn't dare to move at this moment. A sword intent stopped at his throat, and he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Fei pounced over, slammed his palm on his dantian, and carried the burly man into the forest at the side. Half an hour later Lin Fei came out of the forest. Perhaps it was because this place was remote, but he wasn't discovered. Those mounts didn't leave either, but were grazing nearby. After choosing a mount, Lin Fei mounted it and went straight to the big city. What the hell? My appearance is actually the same as that guy who died. No wonder that person wanted to kill me. When Lin Fei thought of the reason why the other party wanted to kill him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this appearance was exactly the same as Lin Bai, the young master of the Lin family in Black Glow City not far away. They came to kill Lin Bai because the Lin family and the Yang family were enemies, to the extent that they couldn't tolerate each other. Both families were fighting for the position of the city lord. Lin Bai was very favored in the Lin family. Therefore, the Yang family wanted to provoke the Lin family and make the Lin family act first. At that time, the Yang family would have the opportunity to join forces to besiege the Lin family and completely remove the Lin family from Black Glow City. This Lin Bai, who had run out of Black Glow City without permission, was a very good incentive. Lin Fei sat on his mount, which galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Lin family probably doesn't know that the city lord of Black Glow City and the Yang family have joined forces. They're waiting for the Lin family to make a mistake. Once the Lin family can't control themselves, they'll make a move. Or perhaps the city lord will pretend to help them, and then fall out with them. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. One could imagine the situation of the Lin family. Since I look similar to this Lin Bai, I'll pretend to be Lin Bai since I'm in the Windy Weave and need a status. According to the burly man, Lin Fei didn't know much. If he wanted to know more, he had to go to Black Glow City. There was no doubt that he would know more there. A few hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Black Glow City. At this time, martial artists were entering and exiting the city. Their cultivation levels weren't high. Most of them were at the Hotian realm, but there were also some at the Xiantian realm. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was almost no difference. Apart from that, there was a treasure hanging on the city gate of Black Glow City. It was a treasure that emitted a unique aura. Everyone who passed by would be illuminated by it. Lin Fei made a mental note of this treasure. He rode his mount into the city gate. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai. Everyone in Black Glow City knew of young Master Lin Bai's identity. From the moment he entered the city gate, several groups of people came up to greet him. Lin Fei ignored them and observed his surroundings, silently feeling out this otherworldly city. Most of the martial artists are at the Hotian realm. There are also quite a few at the Xiantian realm, but their auras aren't very strong. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't seen a powerful Xiantian realm martial artist. After strolling around the city, a middle-aged martial artist brought a few guards to find Lin Fei. Young Master Bai, Master has been looking for you for a long time. Go back quickly. When the middle-aged martial artist saw Lin Bai, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But when he walked up, he realized that there was something different about the young master today. But he couldn't tell. Lead the way, Lin Fei said in a low voice. The Lin mansion was huge. Inside the Lin mansion, Lin Fei sensed several powerful auras. They were all Xiantian realm martial artists. Chapter 3542. As a large family with a long history in Black Glow City, the Lin family's foundation was unquestionable. Although Lin Fei was going to impersonate Lin Bai, he did not think that he would call a stranger father. He was only borrowing the identity and would not be suspected. Little Bai, who allowed you to leave Black Glow City and go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range? That's the world of demonic beasts. You've really got guts. In the study, the family head Lin Zhentian slammed the table and roared. While Lin Zhentian was roaring, Lin Fei was also sizing up the Xiantian expert. His aura was extremely strong and could be considered powerful. Get back to your own courtyard immediately. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. Lin Zhentian was extremely worried about his youngest son. For example, this time, he was impressed that his son had the guts to go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range. Lin Zhentian really wanted to slap his youngest son to death. When he went to the world of demonic beasts, Lin Fei turned around and left. This was good as well. It would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Zhentian was obviously in a fit of anger, and did not pay attention to Lin Fei's situation. In addition, the study was dim, so he did not notice anything wrong. Lin Fei used some tricks and returned to Lin Bai's courtyard. It was a rather large courtyard, which showed how much the Lin family doted on him. It's good that I'm not going out. I can improve my strength and peace. In the Wind Cloud Weave, Lin Fei's greatest reliance was still improving his strength. He had to improve his physical body limit. The other was to practice sword arts. The art of sword was a combination of the massacre sword intent and the massacre sword art. This was what Lin Fei had obtained in the past. He had given up on it after learning it for a while. Now that he was in the Wind Cloud Weave, it was a good time for him to change his fighting style. He had both fighting and defense. Such a good thing was hard to find. My physical body limit can hold more Xiantian true qi, so the massacre sword art will be more powerful and last longer in battle. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lin Fei took out some resources and began cultivating. Cultivating the physical body limit step by step was the most time-consuming, so Lin Fei could not rush it. He understood the principle of haste, not speed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Fei had been in Windy Weave for a month now. The pressure between heaven and earth was getting more and more familiar. During this period, no one came to disturb him. His 3 meals would be delivered to him, and all of them were demon beast meat that greatly nourished his chi and blood. Looking at the time, those people shouldn't be able to hold it in any longer. Lin Fei had never forgotten the words of the burly man. During this month, Lin Fei had been secretly paying attention. Through the servants, he indirectly knew that the conflict between the Lin family and the Yang family had been very fierce recently. It seemed like they were going to fight, and the casualties in the dark were also increasing. Another few days passed. Young Master Bai, something bad has happened. Our Lin family is surrounded. On this day, the housekeeper ran in a panic. His face was deathly pale and his body was trembling slightly. Master wants you to hurry over. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the room, had actually sensed the appearance of a few Xiantian auras. Every single one of them was extremely strong, and was not inferior to Lin Jintian's. It's finally time to make a move. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei stood up, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Only when there was chaos would he have a suitable opportunity to make a move. The changes in his body in a short month had been spread by the surrounding servants. Currently, everyone in the Lin family knew that young Master Bai's temperament had changed drastically. It was as if he was possessed. He practiced his sword every day, and did not allow anyone to disturb him. Naturally, this was an act that Lin Fei had put on. If he did not practice his sword diligently, how could he comprehend sword intent? Lin Fei wanted to make himself into a genius who had an epiphany. That way no one would suspect him afterwards. If he could use the teleportation talisman to come to Windy Weave, others could as well. Lin Fei did not want to reveal his identity as an outsider. If he accidentally alerted the enemy, that would be the biggest problem. At this time, the Lin family was surrounded by martial artists. The outer perimeter of the huge Lin family was filled with martial artists armed with bows and crossbows. Any martial artist who dared to show their face would be shot dead in an instant. The specially made crossbows were equipped with special arrowheads that specialized in breaking through protective chi. Even if it was a Xiantian martial artist, if surrounded, it would be difficult to escape without paying a price. Lord City Lord, what are you doing? Lin Zhentian brought his men out with a sullen face. The City Lord of Black Glow City was a burly man in black armor. He sat on a mount and looked down from above. Lin Zhentian, you colluded with the demon race and attempted to join forces with them to seize Black Glow City. The evidence is conclusive. Men attack. Xiu xiu xiu. Arrows rained down on him. Pu piu piu. In a single exchange, many of the martial artists who followed Lin Zhentian out were riddled with holes. Lin Zhentian's pair of iron fists punched out repeatedly, the wind from his fists sweeping away the arrows. He grabbed the martial artists beside him and retreated into the Lin family. Kill them, leave no one alive. The City Lord of Black Glow City ordered. Yang Tian, the head of the Yang family, who was sitting on a mount beside him, revealed a trace of pride. Lord City Lord, if you and I join forces, Lin Zhentian will have no chance to resist. Today is the day the Lin family perishes. Yang Tian had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After paying a huge price, his wish was finally fulfilled. The martial artists outside began to attack inside. The first batch were martial artists with shields, and the second batch were martial artists with bows. They constantly shot arrows, suppressing the martial artists of the Lin family. The entire Lin family was in chaos. One by one, the martial artists were shot to death on the spot. Whether they surrendered or not, the result was the same. So. The Xiantian martial artists of the Lin family all gathered together. There were 8 of them. At this moment, all of them had faces full of anger. Master, they are going to kill us all. Break out immediately. Lin Zhentian did not expect the City Lord to suddenly kill them. He directly brought his men to surround the Lin family, catching them off guard. Our Lin family has been able to stand tall in Black Glow City for so long. If they want to eat up our Lin family, then they will have to pay the price. Lin Zhentian snorted coldly. Follow me. Lin Zhentian led the Xiantian martial artists to retrieve their shields. Each of them held a shield in their hands and charged out. City Lord Black Glow, you have slandered our Lin family. Prepare to pay the price. Lin Zhentian took the lead and charged out. The arrows were blocked by the shields. The explosive power of an Xiantian martial artist was terrifying. Especially with the cooperation of 8 Xiantian martial artists, they successfully tore open a path. Are all of you out? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The City Lord Black Glow laughed loudly. At this moment, 3 of the 8 Xiantian martial artists attacked their companions without warning. After a few bangs, the 3 Xiantian martial artists were successfully ambushed. They flew out and were seriously injured. Lin Zhentian's eyes were bloodshot. Why did you do that? This kind of betrayal was undoubtedly unacceptable to Lin Zhentian. Lin Zhentian, the Lin family is on the verge of extinction. Do you want them to die together with your Lin family? The City Lord Black Glow laughed. Your Lin family no longer has the glory of the past. It is better for you to accept your fate. With a wave of his hand, the 8 Xiantian martial artists surrounded them. Chapter 35-43. Black Glow City's Lin family. Under the encirclement of the army, with archers on the outside and a Xiantian stage martial artist involved, no matter how fiercely Lin Zhentian resisted, he was still being suppressed. This time they came prepared. Lin Zhentian, accept your fate. Yang Tian's aura continued to erupt as he unleashed one killing move after another. In between, he used a few secret techniques, causing Lin Zhentian to retreat and leaving many wounds on his body. Secret technique. Triple layer wave. Yang Tian took advantage of Lin Zhentian's injuries and struck out with a secret technique. One punch followed by another, and the 3 punches combined into one, heavily injuring Lin Zhentian and knocking over a building, causing dust to fly everywhere. The mayor of the city looked at him indifferently. The Lin family can indeed be removed from the list. It was not the first time that the mayor of Black Glow City wanted to destroy the Lin family. Now he had finally succeeded. Out of the 8 Xiantian realm warriors, 3 had defected and 3 had been ambushed. The remaining 2 Xiantian realm warriors were on the verge of death and had no more fighting power. The situation was completely under their control. Lin Zhentian, you've lost. Yang Tian rushed forward with large strides, leaving only an afterimage. I'll send you to hell now. A punch aimed at Lin Zhentian's temple. He wanted to kill Lin Zhentian. Lin Zhentian, who had been severely injured by the triple layer wave, had his Xiantian true qi in a mess and could not be used. He had underestimated Yang Tian, who had actually mastered a secret technique like the triple layer wave. Both of their strengths were about the same, so they could not withstand the power of the secret technique. Lin Zhentian was extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as Yang Tian punched at his temple. As long as he died, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Zhentian could clearly see the sinister smile on Yang Tian's face. Am I going to die? Lin Zhentian was unwilling. The Lin family, which had been passed down for so long, was finally going to be destroyed in his hands. Lin Zhentian, go to hell. Yang Tian rushed to within 3 feet and punched at his temple with his left fist. If nothing went wrong, there would be a crisp sound reverberating through the air. How pleasing to the ears. Yang Tian had waited for this day for a long time. Buzz. Just as he was about to strike Lin Zhentian's temple, Yang Tian heard a soft groan. Following that, a black ray of light flashed past, and a sharp pain came from his arm. Ah, my palm. Unknowingly, Yang Tian's fist was only left with his wrist. His palm was missing and was bleeding profusely. Who did it? Yang Tian was shocked and turned around to retreat. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, ordinary swords and spears would not be able to injure him. But now his palm had been chopped off. Rage and fear shrouded his heart at the same time. When the inborn experts saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. Could it be that the Lin family was hiding an expert? Just now no one had seen clearly what it was. It was simply too fast. All that was left in front of them was a black light. The Lin family isn't that easy to kill. A faint voice came from afar. A young man in black walked over, holding a sword in front of him. It's young Master Lin Bai. Could he be an expert? The servants and disciples of the Lin family who were hiding from the pursuers widened their eyes. Everyone knew that Lin Bai was the playboy of the Lin family, and was not skilled in martial arts. Lin Bai. Lin Zhentian, who had just escaped death, turned his head to look at his son, Lin Bai, who was walking over. His face was also filled with disbelief. What an act! Kill him! Many martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the Lin family turned around and attacked Lin Bai. Swoosh! 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 These martial artists were not weak, but when they got close they all held their necks and fell. No one could get within 10 feet of him. 3, 10, 20. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people had died. Not a single martial artist could stop him. Use the crossbows and shoot him to death. Crossbows had always been a martial artist's nightmare. If they did not dodge, they would be shot full of holes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows were like rain hurled over. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, flew out with his slaughter sword intent, splitting into hundreds of sword lights, forming a giant sword shield. When the arrows hit the sword light, they were all bounced off. This was a defensive move that Lin Fei had created himself. Flowing light. The sword intent turned into flowing light, more like flowing water flowing slowly. Not a single arrow could pierce through. Lin Fei controlled the slaughter sword intent. The black sword intent was like flowing light, piercing through the martial artists one by one. Not a single martial artist could stop the power of the sword. Pu 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 pu. The martial artists of the Lin family who were killed fell one by one. Fear shrouded these martial artists. That kid is too strong. Run! I don't want to die here. Hundreds of martial artists were killed instantly. The martial artists who rushed and all had a mental breakdown. They all turned around and ran out. Young master, you are too powerful. Our Lin family can be saved. The disciples of the Lin family all cheered. A moment ago they were running for their lives, and now it was their turn. No one could imagine that the young master's strength was so strong. This is my son? Lin Zhentian's mind was blank, unable to accept this scene for a while. When did his strength reach this realm? Lin Bai, you destroyed my palm, I will kill you. Yang Tian, who had stopped the bleeding, stared at the other party with resentment. With a wave of his hand, 3 short thorns flew over. It was one of his most famous hidden weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The short thorns were like flowing light, attacking from the top, middle, and bottom at an extremely fast speed. Yang Tian rushed up and slashed down with his single blade. How could he accept having his palm cut off by a trash of the Lin family? Only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. The city master of Black Glow City sat on his mount. At this time he was also uncertain. He was clear about the experts of the Lin family, but Lin Bai was definitely not among them. The scene in front of him truly told the city master that everyone had underestimated Lin Bai of the Lin family. This guy has actually cultivated sword intent. The city master of Black Glow City was envious and jealous. Even he couldn't master intent. Only a stronger martial artist could master it. It was rare to hear of someone mastering it at the innate realm. With a sweep of sword intent, the short thorns flew to both sides and pierced into the wall. Go to hell! The sound of breaking wind arrived. Yang Tian's single blade had already slashed down. The flowing light easily caught Yang Tian's single blade. No matter how Yang Tian struggled, he could not take a step forward. You are too weak. Lin Fei shook his head, and a sword intent pierced through the other party's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Yang Tian fell to the ground with a thud, no longer breathing. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei burst out with super-fast speed, pouncing towards the innate realm martial artists. The slaughter sword intent was like a flowing light, splitting into thousands and attacking the innate realm martial artists. Puff puff puff. Chapter 35-44. Lin Fei strode forward majestically. Every time he unleashed his slaughter sword intent, a Xiantian lord's head would fall to the ground. Everyone could only see a stream of sword intent shuttling back and forth like a stream of light, ending with the fall of a Xiantian lord every time. In a short period of time, as many as 5 Xiantian lords had fallen. The remaining Xiantian lords turned and ran after witnessing the power of the sword intent. His sword intent is too terrifying. We can't stop him at all. What the hell, how old is that kid? Let's go, or else we'll lose our lives. The Xiantian lords who had escaped all sucked in a breath of cold air. That person's sword intent was too terrifying. In the face of that murderous sword intent, if they could not withstand it, they would die. How cruel was that? To be able to become a Xiantian lord. Which one of them was not capable? But at this moment, every Xiantian lord was trembling in fear. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not chase after these Xiantian lords. Black Glow City Lord. I heard that you are the #1 expert of Black Glow City. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Fei's body trembled as he passed through the void. The slaughter sword intent slashed through the air, and a long river flowed down like a crescent moon meandering. This was the second move of Lin Fei's self-created slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon. The first move was defensive, then the second move was offensive. The slaughter sword intent turned into a river that descended from the sky like a crescent moon. In that instant, the hair on the Black Glow City Lord's body stood on end. He reached out and grabbed the long spear beside his mount. With himself as the center, he turned into a spinning top. With the long black spear in hand, he thrust it forward. Ding ding dang dang dang. The second move of the slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon, meandered majestically. The Black Glow City Lord's speed became slower and slower. Sword intent constantly rushed into his body, riddling it with holes. How can he be so strong? The Black Glow City Lord was a beat too slow. As the Crescent Moon descended, the Black Glow City Lord, who had tried to annihilate the Lin family, was riddled with holes. This City Lord is a little weak. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. I thought he could withstand the third move of my slaughter sword art, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand the second move. His spear art is very rough and not refined. The City Lord is dead. The Lin family's Lin Bai is actually so powerful. Black Glow City's #1 expert. The cultivators who were about to encircle and annihilate the Lin family all threw down their weapons, turned around and ran. In less than a moment, there was no one left at the entrance of the Lin family, except for the corpses. Black Glow City Lord died just like that. Lin Zhentian felt like he was dreaming. Killing a Xiantian expert was as easy as killing an ant. He remembered that between Xiantian experts, if their strength was similar, it would take at least 10 moves to determine the winner. If it was a life and death battle, it would take at least 100 moves. He easily killed the City Lord of Black Brilliance in a single exchange. Lin Zhentian couldn't believe that such combat strength was real. This was done by his son. After killing the City Lord of Black Brilliance City, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. As for the aftermath, Lin Fei didn't deal with it. He believed that Lin Zhentian would know what to do. In fact, after Lin Zhentian recovered from his injuries, he led the remaining experts of the Lin family to raid the Yang family and uproot this old rival. After settling the Yang family, Lin Zhentian took over the management of Black Brilliance City temporarily on the grounds that the Yang family had colluded with the demon race. Everyone knew that from the moment Lin Zhentian took over the management of Black Brilliance City, the Lin family had transformed from a large family to the #1 family. No one dared to question it. After all, the Lin family had produced the #1 expert of Black Brilliance City, Lin Bai. This was someone who had easily killed several Xiantian experts and was even the original #1 expert of Black Brilliance City. In the library of the City Lord's mansion. Ever since the Lin family moved into the City Lord's mansion, Lin Fei had been staying in the library for several days. On a table in the library, there were many ancient books piled up. A black figure was flipping through the books until he reached the last page. The wind and rain weave is quite interesting. It actually merged several universes and evolved into a great world. Its surface area is even larger than the weave I came from. Lin Fei closed the book. The realms in this weave's great world are also very different. There are a total of 3 major realms. The first is the mortal realm, which includes acquired Xiantian and golden core realms. After the mortal realm is the divine realm, which includes the heaven immortal realm and the heavenly god realm. The last realm is the emperor realm, which includes the divine king realm, the divine lord realm, and the god emperor realm. These were the 3 major realms. To reach the divine realm, I have to cultivate a realm. These days in the library, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had made up for his understanding of the wind and rain weave. In 1,000 years, I have to cultivate to the Emperor realm to have a chance of retrieving that item. The Emperor realm has to be at least the Divine Lord realm. My current strength should be similar to that of a heaven immortal. As for the specific details, I will only know after fighting. After breaking through the limits of his physical body, Lin Fei's strength was extremely formidable. Another few days passed. Lin Fei came out of the library. During this period of time, Lin Fei had more or less learned about the various powers in the wind and rain weave. For example, the current Black Glow City was only the smallest border city of the Southern Fire Empire. Young master is out. The moment Lin Fei walked out of the library, someone immediately went to inform the old master. The Lin family had moved into the city lord manor. The happiest ones were the disciples of the Lin family. Everyone knew that the Lin family had produced a genius, the #1 expert of Black Glow City. Even the previous expert had been killed in a single move. Lin Fei did not go far. Lin Jintian strode over. In a short period of time, Lin Jintian's aura had changed significantly. As the acting city lord, he had imperceptibly increased the prestige of a superior. Xiao Bai. Lin Jintian looked over. This glance gave him a very unfamiliar feeling. Tell them to leave. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Jintian waved his hand behind him. All of you can leave. After a short period of time there was no one around. You're not Lin Bai. Lin Jintian said. Yes, I'm not Lin Bai. I just look a little like him. Lin Fei nodded. Your son was killed by a martial artist in the Skygrade mountain range. I happened to pass by and helped him deal with that person. Under his request, I came to Black Glow City. Now that the matter has been resolved, I'm preparing to leave Black Glow City. To Lin Fei, he could not find anything useful here, and at the same time he lacked a platform. Lin Jintian smiled bitterly. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I knew that my son was useless. No matter what, Senior has done our Lin family a great favor. Without you, the Lin family would now be prisoners. You should thank your son. Lin Fei said. Useless people often have obsessions. I just happened to appear and do a small thing. Lin Jintian felt very bitter. Chapter 35-45. The fact that Lin Fei was not Lin Bai was not leaked. After Lin Jintian learned of the cause and effect, he chose to be Lin Fei's subordinate. Although Black Glow City was in the hands of the Lin family, it would be a huge blow to the Lin family if word got out that there was no top expert presiding over it. Lin Jintian was very clear on this point. Although he did not know that Lin Fei was coming to the Lin family, there was no doubt that the Lin family had taken advantage of him. Lin Fei, who had been preparing to leave Black Glow City, was in no hurry to do so. According to Lin Jintian, if he wanted to be known by the higher-ups, he had to display the power of the godly realm. As an outsider, Lin Fei did not know much about the godly realm. It was not as detailed as the native Lin Jintian. Break through to the godly realm? It was not difficult for Lin Fei at all. Mortal realm, postnatal, connate and golden core. There were corresponding cultivation routes in the library. Lin Fei wanted to stay in the wind cloud weave for hundreds, or even nearly 1,000 years. Everything would be done according to the rules of the wind cloud weave. Is this the golden core? In Lin Fei's body, the rich and boundless connate true qi circulated and condensed into a spinning golden core. Once the golden core was formed, it released even stronger connate true qi as it rotated. The strongest golden core in the mortal realm is indeed incomparable to the connate realm. Lin Fei thought to himself. In the wind cloud weave, to be stronger than others, one's realm has to be able to keep up. If one's realm is insufficient, it means that one's strength is lacking. Unless one obtains an opportunity, one can forget about surpassing others. For example, the current Lin Fei. Once the golden core was formed, it would be the size of a fist and release even greater strength. Even if one did not condense a golden core, Lin Fei's body could accumulate large amounts of connate true qi. Others could only withstand 30% connate true qi, but he could withstand 100% connate true qi. This was the difference. Black Glow City Lord's strength was extraordinary, but he could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's sword moves. If he could not withstand it, he would die. The golden core was formed. From Lin Fei's point of view, it was not difficult at all. After the golden core is the divine stage, which is the heaven celestial stage. I need to transform the golden core into a realm. The size of the realm determines the level of my strength. My golden core is bigger than everyone else's. It won't be a problem for me to break through to the divine stage. Lin Fei had already flipped through the relevant books. In the wind cloud weave, It was extremely difficult to cultivate one's physical body to become a sage. Very few people would cultivate their physical bodies, unless they had a large number of treasures to assist them. However, in the Wind Cloud Weave, all of the treasures were under the control of the top-notch powers. Not only did they possess the treasures, but even the information about them was tightly sealed. Outsiders had no right to learn about them. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who had cultivated his physique to such a degree. Divine Realm Break. Lin Fei's deep voice reverberated in his throat. Under Lin Fei's control, the originally spinning golden core made a cracking sound and turned into a golden liquid. This was breaking the core. The first step. The second step was to create the realm. This step could not be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It depended on the individual's comprehension ability. To Lin Fei, who had consumed a large number of treasures, his comprehension ability was naturally top-notch. Open your realm. The realm was not difficult at all. Lin Fei easily passed through it. The realm began to expand. 1. 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 75 kilometers. After the realm expanded, Lin Fei's spiritual perception enveloped the entire Black Glow City. Every action was clearly seen by him. A 75-kilometer realm. Once the realm was formed, Lin Fei's aura also changed. The divine realm means that one can control divine power. The mortal realm meant controlling Khanate True Qi. After reaching the divine realm, Khanate True Qi was replaced by divine power. Quicksand. He once again used the defensive sword move Quicksand. His defense was even stronger than before. It was watertight and difficult to find any flaws. Crescent Moon. The sword slashed out, leaving only a crescent moon in the world. Under the crescent moon there was only death. First level Heaven Immortal. Lin Fei's current realm. There were a total of 5 levels in the Heaven Immortal realm. After breaking through the 5 levels, he would be a 5th level Heaven God. On the way to Black Glow City, a huge flying mount spread its wings and soared high into the sky, covering a distance of 20 to 30 li in a single leap. That bastard Black Glow actually lost Black Glow City. What a piece of trash. A good plan was ruined just like that. A fat martial artist said coldly with a bad temper. Sir, we knew it early, so it doesn't matter. As long as we subdue the Lin family before the royal family, Black Glow City will always be in our hands. If that old thing Lin Jintian doesn't know what's good for him, we can just kill him and support another disciple of the Lin family. The fat martial artist snorted. I heard that the one who killed the trash was a playboy from the Lin family. The Lin family really hid their strength well. A golden core of the mortal realm. On the other side, a flying mount flew at an extremely fast speed. Its target was also Black Glow City. Big Brother will definitely be faster than them. More than 10 people sat on the mount, led by a man and a woman who were both at the Khanate realm of the mortal realm. There was also a middle-aged golden core martial artist. I didn't expect the Lin family to have such a hidden expert. The one who killed Black Glow must be a golden core of the mortal realm. The one who was called Big Brother was a young master dressed in luxurious clothes. However, his expression was solemn. Our royal family must rope in Lin Zhentian and Lin Bai. This young master dressed in luxurious clothes was a prince of the royal family. Although the Southern Fire Empire looked peaceful, the internal strife was intense. Since the old emperor did not have much time left, his sons began to fight over him. Some tried to rope him in, some tried to assassinate him. Everyone wanted to become the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. A place like Black Glow City had also become a place for princes to fight over. Previously, the mayor of Black Glow City was a supporter of another prince, but with his death, some people were tempted. For example, Prince Li Tianhua. Beside him was one of the old emperor's daughters, Li Tianyin. This time he came to recruit the Lin family. After all, a golden core martial artist who was suspected to be a golden core martial artist had a high chance of becoming a godly state expert. In the Wind Cloud Weave, many people were stuck at this step. Li Tianhua did not want to give up this hope. A godly state martial artist had great influence and could influence a small-scale war. In the entire Southern Fire Empire, the number of godly state experts could be counted on one hand. Black Glow City, the mayor's mansion. Lin Fei lived in a small courtyard. In a few days, he had mastered the use of divine power. When he used the massacre sword technique, his power increased by more than 10 times. If he had killed the previous mayor of Black Glow City, a wisp of sword intent would have been enough to kill him. This was the strength of a heaven immortal. Senior, the people from the Southern Fire Empire are here. Lin Zhentian reported. According to the news we received, the 5th prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua, is here too. Chapter 3546. The first to arrive were not the troops of the Southern Fire Empire's 5th prince, Li Tianhua. It was the gloomy fat martial artist Shen Lu who had arrived a step earlier. They barged into the city lord's mansion and flashed their identity tokens. The troops of the Southern Fire Empire's 3rd prince had intimidated the Lin family into not daring to act rashly. The 3rd prince's background was indeed not one that anyone could afford to offend. The 3rd prince could deal with them with a single word. Inside the conference hall, the gloomy fat martial artist Shen Lu was drinking tea, waiting for Lin Zhentian to appear. Lin Zhentian, we've waited for you for so long. Do you think that you can resist the Empire just because you control Black Glow City? Or do you have thoughts of colluding with the demon race? As soon as Lin Zhentian appeared at the door, Shen Lu slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. Shards flew everywhere as he glared at Lin Zhentian. This was all part of Shen Lu's plan. First, he would take Lin Zhentian down a notch. The moment Lin Zhentian reacted inappropriately, he would immediately take him down. If Lin Zhentian couldn't even handle a good show of strength, then he was not qualified to cooperate with the 3rd prince. Lin Zhentian was calm and indifferent. Everyone has come from afar. Do you think that I, Lin Zhentian, am easy to bully? If so, then you can all scram. With Lin Fei supporting him, Lin Zhentian was someone with confidence. Shen Lu's expression changed and he laughed. City Lord Lin, don't be angry. I was just joking. The Lin family has been around for so long. How could they collude with the demon race? It was just a joke to liven things up. Did Brother Lin take it seriously? Lin Zhentian strode in. Lin Fei walked behind him unhurried. The people from the Southern Fire Empire had arrived. Lin Fei definitely had to come and meet them. To find out the whereabouts of that arm, he had to mobilize enough people to search for it, or become a very important person. This required Lin Fei to climb up step by step. The South Fire Empire was a very good platform. There were countless small empires like the South Fire Empire in the Wind Cloud Weave, and there were even more top-tier empires above them. Each top-tier empire controlled dozens or even hundreds of small empires. Shen Lu didn't pay attention to Lin Fei. After stepping into the so-called God state of the Wind Cloud Weave, as long as Lin Fei willed it, no one would be able to detect it, even if the fat warrior Shen Lu had the strength of a golden core in the mortal realm. I don't like to joke around. If you have something to say, just say it. It was rare for Lin Zhentian to be able to face the Imperial Prince's men with such confidence. Shen Lu's heart trembled. The Lin Zhentian in front of him was somewhat different from the information he had received. He seemed to have become more domineering. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of offending the 3rd prince? Our 3rd prince said that as long as Brother Lin is willing to pledge allegiance to His Highness, Black Glow City will be your small fief from now on. Shen Lu said, as long as His Highness's matter is done, your Lin family will get a general and a noble title that can be passed down for generations. Such conditions could be considered generous. Black Glow City was not one of those big cities, but the 3rd prince needed the people of every city to support him. If it was before, Lin Zhentian might have agreed. It was different now. A mere condition was no longer enough to move him. If he really agreed to the 3rd prince, the Lin family's future would not have a good ending. Who didn't know that the 3rd prince was narrow-minded and bloodthirsty? He purely relied on his strength to suppress everyone. The 3rd prince's conditions are not bad. I need to consider this matter for a while. I am temporarily unable to give you the answer you want. Lin Zhentian said tactfully. Rejected? Shen Lu's heart sank. Lin Zhentian, the conditions that His Highness has set are not something that just anyone can enjoy. Are you sure you have considered it clearly? The Xiantian warrior beside the fat warrior shouted. I heard that Lin Zhentian is a straightforward person. When did he become so wishy-washy? Could it be that you want to reject the 3rd prince's good intentions? Lin Zhentian had long heard that the third prince's men were not easy to negotiate with. Do you want to force me? Lin Zhentian shouted. Shen Lu had personally come this time because he wanted to end this quickly. Lin Zhentian's behavior was different from what he had imagined, whether it was because he had placed bets on both sides or because he had other ideas. None of this was in line with the fat warrior's calculations. Lin Zhentian, let me ask you again. Do you want to submit to our third prince? Numerous auras locked onto Lin Zhentian. A Xiantian aura came crashing down. Clap, clap, clap. The Southern Fire Empire is really overbearing. Lin Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly clapped his hands. Lin Zhentian's Xiantian aura was shattered by this voice, and he recovered. Who are you? Shen Lu was shocked. A single action had shattered their Xiantian aura. This person was an expert. Lin Fei picked up a cup of tea and said, a person who is interested in your Southern Fire Empire. However, the people you brought here are quite overbearing. I personally don't like them. Overbearing? Don't like them? Shen Lu had yet to react, and his body shivered uncontrollably. The young man flicked his finger, and a ray of sword chi shot out, piercing through the bodies of the Xiantian warriors he brought with him. Puff, puff, puff. The Xiantian warriors standing beside him fell to the ground one by one, lifeless. Chill. A terrifying chill enveloped his body in an instant. You are an immortal state expert. To be able to kill the Xiantian warriors with a flick of his finger. Shen Lu trembled in fear and fell to the ground with a thud. Don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. A immortal state expert. The fat warrior would not dare to resist even if he was given 100 guts. No matter how strong an ordinary golden core was, it would be difficult to kill a Xiantian warrior in an instant. Especially the Xiantian warriors he brought this time. All of them had survived through life and death situations. To be killed before they could even resist, who else could it be other than an immortal state expert? Clap, clap, clap. Pretty smart. Lin Fei laughed. Now stand up obediently. Of course you can also try to run away from me. Shen Lu squeezed out an ugly smile. I'll stand, I'll stand. At this moment, Shen Lu was extremely aggrieved. If he had known that the Lin family had such a powerful expert, he would not have dared to come even if he was given 100 guts. An ordinary golden core was nothing to him. In front of an immortal state expert, life or death was just a matter of a word. Lin Zhentian knew that this senior was very powerful, but he did not expect that he would be able to kill all the Xiantian warriors in an instant. This strength was truly terrifying. The Lin family had really met a benefactor this time. Tell me about the Southern Fire Empire. It's best if you think clearly before you speak. Lin Fei said calmly. The fifth prince's heavenly flame has not arrived yet. If you don't speak clearly, my sword will cut down. Don't, I'll speak, I'll speak. Every time Lin Fei asked, Shen Lu would answer honestly, even spilling out some secrets. Who would dare to lie to an immortal state expert? Lin Zhentian simply stood guard outside. Chapter 3547. Black Glow City, City Lord's Mansion. The fifth Prince Li Tianhua arrived at the City Lord's Mansion in the shortest time possible. A piece of bad news told them that Third Brother's troops had entered the City Lord's Mansion one step ahead, but they were still a step too late. Big Brother, we can't go in. With the Third Prince's subordinate style, Lin Zhentian might already be under their control. Princess Li Tianyin, who was dressed in a tight outfit, tried to stop them. If we go in, we'll be walking right into a trap. I'm still a step too late. Li Tianhua was unwilling to accept this. The third prince's subordinates had arrived first, and Li Tianhua was very clear about his third brother's subordinate style of doing things. Basically, no one would be able to resist their threats and enticements. No matter what, since we are already here, we must meet that Lin Zhentian. Li Tianhua said in a low voice. Little sister, wait for us outside. No matter how savage third brother's subordinates are, they won't dare to act recklessly. The princes of the empire fought fiercely, but for the time being, no one dared to kill each other. The old emperor was still alive. Big brother, I'll go with you. Li Tianyin shook his head. You and I are both mortal innates. This time we have Uncle Yong's protection. They won't dare to act recklessly. Uncle Yong was a mortal golden core warrior. He was one of the best among the golden core cultivators. Similarly, a mortal golden core warrior could fight against 3 to 4 of them. Only the royal family of the empire possessed such strength. Your Highness, Princess, there are no experts in Black Glow City. With this old man here, no one would dare to make a move. Zhang Yong stood ramrod straight. Unless a few mortal golden core cultivators come, no one can hurt His Highness and the princess. Zhang Yong had the courage to say this. The 5th prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua and Li Tianin. Hearing the report from outside, Lin Fei asked Lin Zhentian to bring them in. He gained a rough understanding of the Southern Fire Empire from cultivator Shen Lu. Killing the Lord of Black Brilliance has caused quite a commotion. Lin Fei realized that his appearance had broken the balance of the Southern Fire Empire. For now the balance had indeed been broken. A mortal golden core was not worthy of being moved. The immortal state was different. They were qualified to stand out and speak. They could even influence a war. Shen Lu. Li Tianhua cautiously entered. When he saw Shen Lu, one of the 3rd prince's lackeys, he could not help but shoot out a cold glare. At the same time, Li Tianhua noticed a black-clothed young man sitting on a golden horse and a large saber. Based on his experience as a member of the royal family and the relevant information, this person's identity appeared in his mind. Black Glow City's #1 expert, Lin Bai. Li Tianhua turned around and said, "If I'm not wrong, I've heard about what happened in the Southern Fire Empire. It's not impossible for me to stand on your side." Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense, getting straight to the point. "As long as you satisfy one of my conditions, I want the empire to enter the 13 god nations." From Shen Lu's mouth, Lin Fei learned a secret. Even empires like the Southern Fire Empire had a spot in their possession. That spot would allow Lin Fei to take a step further and come into contact with higher levels. The matter of the quota was worthy of Lin Fei's help. "This is impossible." Li Tianin noticed this young man. "Not everyone can decide on the quota. Your request is too difficult." Lin Fei said with a smile. "It's said that the quota is in the hands of the old emperor. Once the old emperor dies, the quota will fall into the hands of the new emperor. It's only a matter of a word to whom the quota is given. Anyway, the quota of the Southern Fire Empire is basically given to others. It doesn't matter who you give it to." This was the first time that Li Tianhua had seen someone so straightforward. The quota to enter the 13 god nations was indeed one of the most precious things in the Southern Fire Empire. It was at least one of the top 3 things in the empire. "Why should I believe you? You should know that the Southern Fire Empire only has the quota of the 13 god nations. We've never really used it." Li Tianhua did not know why this young man was so obsessed with the quota. "I can help you become the emperor." Lin Fei stood up. "I can easily decide your life and death." Boom! The power of the immortal state crushed Li Tianhua and the others. Li Tianhua and the others almost suffocated. Even Zhang Yong, who was a mortal golden core cultivator, was panting and couldn't move his body. Immortal state. Li Tianhua finally agreed to give up the quota. Immortal state expert. If he hadn't come here personally, Li Tianhua believed that he would have missed this opportunity. In just a small city there was a great deity, an expert who had stepped into the deity realm. The other party only wanted 1 quota. As long as Li Tianhua was not stupid, he would definitely not refuse. With the immortal state expert standing behind him, Li Tianhua had the confidence to fight for the position. Lin Fei, Li Tianhua, and the others left Black Glow City together. Lin Zhentian was a step behind them, leading the experts of his clan to the Southern Fire Empire's capital. If he did not grasp such an opportunity, then he would not be Lin Zhentian. On the back of a bird, Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Li Tianhua and Li Tianin felt like they were dreaming. Being so young and having the strength of an immortal state expert made them feel that it was unrealistic. However, the aura of an immortal state expert couldn't be faked. They had seen the aura of an immortal state expert before, and it was exactly the same as what they were facing. Because of Lin Fei's participation, no one dared to make a sound and they just sat there obediently. Whoosh! 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 Half a day later, when the bird entered the sky above a valley, beams of black light shot out from the valley below. Giant arrows as thick as an arm pierced through the bird's abdomen at lightning speed, causing blood to flow. "Your Highness, watch out!" The bird was injured and fell onto the rocks in the valley. The ambush came quickly. By the time Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin reacted, the bird had already fallen down like a meteor and turned into a pile of meat paste. Zhang Yong shouted and spread his wings. He grabbed the prince and the princess with each hand and landed on a rock. Whoosh! 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 The dark green arrows rained down on them like black rain, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. Watch out, those are military crossbows. Li Tianhua was infuriated. Those were obviously military equipment, and they were now attacking them. Everyone activated their innate true qi, to defend themselves. They retreated while repelling the arrows, but it was still very difficult. There were constantly guards who couldn't hold on and were struck by the arrows, dying on the spot. The fear of death enveloped them. Suddenly a red mist spread out in the valley, accompanied by an eerie and terrifying sound. Wherever the red mist passed, the rocks cracked and the flowers and grass rotted. It was a desolate place. Oh no, the saint of poison is here. Zhang Yong's expression changed. Chapter 35-48. The poisonous red mist continued to sweep over. A figure could be vaguely seen in the red mist as he spoke in a sinister voice. Your Highness Princess, I've been waiting here for a long time to deal with you. It's your fortune to be able to die from my red luan poison miasma. The sinister voice was like a chilly wind that made one's hair stand on end. Let's go. The Poison Saint was a terrifying existence in the Southern Fire Empire. Even Golden Core mortal cultivators had to retreat from his terrifying poison attacks. It was rumored that the Poison Saint had once used poison to escape from a deity realm expert. In the Southern Fire Empire, the Poison Saint was someone who could not be offended. The poisonous red mist surrounded them from all directions. Zhang Yong took the initiative to break out of the encirclement, but he couldn't withstand the poison. Before he even got close, the poison prevented him from circulating his innate true qi, and his flesh was replaced by burning heat. Under such circumstances, they couldn't break out at all. It must be my brothers who did it. Li Tianhua tried to calm himself down. The Poison Saint, who was skilled in using poison, would never attack. No one could force him to show himself, let alone defeat him. Senior, save me. Li Tianhua could only count on Senior Lin Bai. Lin Fei had only agreed to help because of a spot in the 13 divine nations. Now it seemed that this matter was not going to be easy. For the position of emperor, the competition seemed to be quite fierce. The poisonous red mist was extremely powerful. It could be said that no one in the mortal realm could withstand it. If it was inhaled into the body, one would be unable to circulate their innate true qi. If one touched it, it would corrode one's flesh. Such a poison expert would never fail. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Fei this time. Crescent moon. Lin Fei released his slaughter sword intent. It was like a crescent moon that rose in the red mist. The poisonous red mist was torn apart, and a figure fell out. Then the red mist dissipated. There was a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the person called the Poison Saint. He looked like he had died with a grievance. The Poison Saint is still not strong enough. This poison could only threaten mortal realm experts, so Lin Fei didn't really care about it. Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. A deity realm expert was so terrifyingly strong that even the Poison Saint of the Southern Fire Empire couldn't withstand a single sword strike and died. It's still a day's journey to the Southern Fire Empire. I'll take you there. If he could ambush them once, there would definitely be a second time. Lin Fei didn't want Li Tianhua to die in front of him. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine power surged out and wrapped around the three of them. They turned into a stream of light and flew away. Within the stormwind weave, anyone who had reached the deity realm could fly and burrow into the ground. This was the best proof of being in the deity realm. Even an ultimate martialist at the mortal realm would not be able to break through the rules of the stormwind weave. Senior, that's the Southern Fire Imperial Capital. When Li Tianhua saw the imperial capital again, he finally relaxed. A Poison Saint had almost caused him to drink resentfully in the underworld. Li Tianhua knew that the most intense competition had arrived. In a remote place, Lin Fei landed and revealed himself. A group of people entered the Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital from the city gate. The Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital was very big. As soon as Li Tianhua entered the imperial capital, a group of guards immediately arrived. A group of people escorted him into the imperial mansion. Almost all of the sons of the old emperor had been conferred the title of prince and could open a mansion in the imperial capital. Li Tianhua was also a prince. Senior, the conditions are too simple. Please forgive me. Li Tianhua walked into the imperial mansion and felt relieved. Lin Fei said lightly, "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. I like peace and quiet. By the way, bring all the books you've collected here. I'll arrange for someone to bring them to you immediately." Li Tianhua immediately made the arrangements. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. There are many experts in the Southern Fire Empire. In my senses, there are 3 deity realm experts. One of them should be at level 3 or level 4. He should be the strongest expert in the Southern Fire Empire. Lin Fei had thought that this trip wouldn't be difficult, so his interest was piqued by the presence of a level 3 or level 4 Heaven Immortal expert. Just like that, Lin Fei stayed in the Wang Mansion. Usually no one would come to this area. Other than studying sword techniques, Lin Fei would flip through the books of Windy Weave. The number of books here was not something the City Lord Mansion of Black Glory City could compare to. The more he understood about Windy Weave, the more curious Lin Fei was about who Kong Lin's master was. An extraterritorial god emperor? Some of the books recorded some secrets. For example, every time an extraterritorial god emperor came to Windy Weave, there would be a war. The people of the Southern Fire Empire know too little. Lin Fei closed the last book. In order to satisfy Lin Fei, Li Tianhua had not only taken out the books he had collected, but he had also obtained many books from the imperial palace. He knew that Lin Fei liked all kinds of books about the local customs and customs. Only by obtaining a slot and entering the 13 divine nations will I have a chance to learn about those big secrets. Lin Fei was quite disappointed that he couldn't find any clues. I wonder how well Han Jiang and that blazing lion are doing. Time passed day by day in the imperial mansion. Apart from the initial period when Lin Fei flipped through the books, he spent the rest of his time practicing his sword techniques or suppressing his aura, while tasting various delicacies in the imperial capital. As long as the old emperor was still alive, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move. According to the records in the books, Windy Weave had a certain level of protection for those with great merit. For example, the emperor had established an empire where everyone lived in peace and contentment. If anyone tried to assassinate the emperor, even if they succeeded, they would be killed by the heavenly Tao the next moment. The greater the merit, the heavier the punishment. In Windy Weave, very few people would try to assassinate those with great merit. For example, the old emperor. The princes under him competed fiercely, but none of them dared to do so. The only thing they could do was wait for the old emperor to pass away. Lin Fei had no choice but to submit to this rule. In addition, killing mortals was also a sin. The slightest carelessness would result in punishment from the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei stayed in the imperial mansion for 3 years. 3 years passed very quickly. Lin Fei tasted all kinds of delicacies in the imperial capital of the Southern Fire Empire. And on the last day of those 3 years, the old emperor passed away. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, could clearly feel the changes in the world when the old emperor passed away. Tonight is destined to be lively. Lin Fei took out a flask of wine and poured himself a cup. After waiting for 3 years, it's finally time to act. Lin Fei didn't deliberately try to understand the situation during these 3 years, but he knew how intense the internal struggle in the imperial palace was. There were now 4 divine realm experts instead of 3. 2 of them were external reinforcements. 4 divine realm experts were enough to change everything tonight. Senior, I would like you to accompany me into the imperial palace. Chapter 3549. After the death of the old emperor, all the forces in the Southern Fire Empire took action. The most intense moment had come. The person who would become the emperor of the Southern Fire Empire would be tonight. The edict would not be of any use at all. Strength was king. Li Tianhua had pinned all his hopes on Lin Fei this time. 3 years and everything would be decided tonight. Li Tianhua had called over 100 guards, all of whom were clad in black armor. They were top-notch elites. Apart from them, there were also 6 golden core cultivators of the mortal realm. It was a powerful lineup. They went straight to the palace. Swoosh, swoosh. It was quiet on the streets of the imperial capital. When Li Tianhua's men passed through the streets, many figures appeared in the dark with all kinds of crossbows in their hands and shot at them. Defend! The black-armored guards in front all raised their shields and formed a large shield. Fifth Prince, the first prince said that you can't go anywhere tonight. An army appeared in front of them and blocked their way after the array was removed. It's my brother's men. Li Tianhua's heart sank. The leader is a mortal golden core expert, Lu Huan. He can fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. He's a top mortal expert. Mortal golden core experts were also divided into different levels. The weaker ones fought 1-on-1. Those who were slightly stronger fought 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3. Only mortal golden core experts like Lu Huan could fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. Not just anyone could recruit a top mortal expert of this level. My brother really thinks highly of me. He left such a person to block my way. Li Tianhua cupped his hands at Lin Fei. Please help me, senior. Lu Huan alone could block most of Li Tianhua's power. It would be extremely difficult to break through. Don't worry, Your Highness, Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll take you to the palace now. Fifth Prince, as long as you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Lu Huan didn't think Li Tianhua would dare to rush over. The fifth prince was influential, but he didn't have any powerful experts around him. Tonight's battle did not lie with the fifth prince. What Lu Huan needed to do was to suppress the fifth prince, Li Tianhua. Once the victor was decided in the palace, no one would be able to turn the tables. They who had contributed to the dragon ascension could also obtain merit experience and become a protective shield. This was also why martial artists were willing to participate in the fight for the throne. I want to go to the palace. No one can stop me, Li Tianhua shouted. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand. Divine power wrapped around the Li Heaven flame, and he soared into the air, passing everyone and disappearing into the night. It was possible to see that he was heading toward the imperial palace. Oh no, the fifth prince actually invited a god realm expert. Lu Huan cursed inwardly. The fifth prince, who was the most hopeless, had secretly invited a godly state martial artist. The situation tonight was unpredictable. Inform the first prince immediately. Lin Fei brought the blazing heavenly flame and headed straight for the imperial palace. Looking down from above, Li Tianhua discovered that the streets leading to the imperial palace were all heavily guarded. He could not help but feel a trace of bitterness. Compared to them, there was a huge gap. They are fighting. The fluctuation of the godly state martial artists quietly spread. A total of 4 godly state martial artists. A good show is about to begin. Lin Fei approached the imperial palace with Li Tianhua. Swish, 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 swish. Arrows shot over like flowing lights. The imperial palace is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. A shout was heard. Get lost. The godly state martial artist's power exploded and crushed them like a mountain. Regardless of the cultivation level of the ordinary people, they were all sent flying. Lin Fei rushed into the imperial palace. Found him. Outside the imperial hall, 4 figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them deliberately restrained the range of their power, causing the fluctuations to be confined to a very small area. We are not late, Lin Fei said with a smile. Everyone, we are not late. Li Tianhua regained his freedom. At this moment, facing his brothers, he was also under great pressure, especially the 4 godly state martial artists. Xiao Wu, you actually invited a godly state martial artist. We have all underestimated you. In the distance, a few guards protected a middle-aged martial artist in a purple robe. You should not have come. It is not your turn to become the emperor. None of the 4 princes present were more powerful than Li Tianhua. Although Li Tianhua had brought a godly state martial artist, it was not useful at this moment. This was because the 4 godly state martial artists who were originally fighting joined forces and attacked Lin Fei together. Xiao Wu, I forgot to tell you that any godly state martial artist who enters the imperial palace will be the target of our joint attack. The eldest prince said calmly. So you are out. Oh no, it is a trap. Li Tianhua's expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he had imagined. They would actually exclude an outsider first. How could this be? This was unexpected. The four godly state martial artists that charged over were extremely powerful. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they attacked from four different directions. Good timing. After stepping into the godly state martial artist of the Wind Cloud territory, Lin Fei had never met a worthy opponent. Now that four of them came at once, it was a good time to test his strength. Flowing water. Hua! Hua! The slaughter sword will turned into black flowing water and covered his entire body in an instant. The attacks of the four godly state martial artists landed on the black flowing water, but they could not split it at all. Under the impact of the black flowing water, their power was greatly suppressed. Crescent moon. A crescent moon appeared, and wherever it passed, sword radiance would shoot out. Who are you? There is no one like you in the Nanhua Empire. The crescent moon made them feel how powerful this person was. The sharp sword will almost cut through their armor, making their hair stand on end. In a 1 versus 4 situation, they could not gain the upper hand at all. They were even forced back by the sword. It was different from what they had imagined. You guys talk too much. Take my third move. With one move, Lin Fei had a general idea of their strength. Dark Night. The crescent moon was not enough to deal with them, so Lin Fei used the third move, Dark Night. The black sword will slashed out, and all the light disappeared instantly. The entire world seemed to have fallen into darkness. It was so quiet that no one could hear or see anything. This was the first time Lin Fei used Dark Night. We can't block it anymore. Too powerful. Bang! 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 The four figures were sent flying, knocking over several buildings, and each of them spat out blood. If you don't want to die, leave the palace. The darkness disappeared, and Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Let's go. The four godly state martial artists were scared out of their wits. They could not block that sword at all, and there was only fear left in their hearts. They did not know where this guy came from to be so terrifying. The dark night turned into sword radiance, and it was like a monstrous wave that penetrated every inch of the sky. They could not block it at all.